Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of what if Deku picked up the villain's call? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shudo was not easy to leave an impression on. Most days went by in a blur of patrols and paperwork, with the occasional city skirmish and the not-so-occasional heated arguments with his father. Even those didn't really register in his mind. He'd learned how to blur the yelling and just let it wash over him with no real processing of what vulgar insults he was being told. It was often similar to taking care of those insignificant villains, letting their taunts and sneering fade out and be swept away in an icy blast. There were a few who were more than competent and stood as a little more than a challenge, but none ever came back after one defeat. Except for one. Xiaochen. Deku was declared by media as Shuto's villain counterpart, his worst enemy, his equal in a fight. And to be fair, much of that was right. Deku was the only villain he remembered in great detail. His moves, his strategy, his costume, his voice. Shudo had almost grown to enjoy their fights. Something to break the monotonous routine his hero life kept him in. Each time Deku reappeared, Shudo was instantly on the scene. Their fights were full of one-sided dialogue from Deku, and a few replies to entertain the villain from Shudo, and their engagements were intense enough to leave Shudo sore and Deku escaping with a flirt ready as he leapt across buildings. However, one day, Deku went far beyond his casual flirts. Months after Shudo's encounter with his longtime nemesis, he still cannot get the entire experience out of his head. The rooftop, the confession, the kiss. Shudo had played the entire interaction in his mind 1,000 times. Sometimes he'd press the pad of his fingers to his lips, remembering the way Deku had leaned against him. But then he'd remember the events after, and his nose would scrunch angrily and his hand would shoot back to his side in a white-knuckled fist. Out of everything that happened that afternoon, Shudo wanted to forget the aftermath more than anything. I'll see you again soon, Xiaochen. The rooftop door shut behind Deku, and Shudo was left with steam billowing from his skin. He was paralyzed with emotion as the wind whipped his hair in every direction. He could hear the news reporters' voices overlapping as people rushed out of the building, crying out, letting bystanders and authorities take them in. Other heroes, both those already on the scene and just arriving, made their way to the rooftop where Shudo stood completely still. Including Shudo's father. What were you doing? Shudo barely heard him. All he did was tense up, a different feeling than shock bringing him back to reality, anger. I asked you a question, Shudo. His father pushed. Shudo could feel the eyes of the other heroes on him. The anger built up. I de-escalated the situation. Everyone got out fine, he answered shortly. But you failed to catch the culprit, Endeavor snarled, and he was right in front of you. Sir, surely you understand that hostage situations are tricky because we can't catch the culprit right away? Due to it being a threat to the hostages? Endeavor's scornful gaze pointed to the hero defending his son, and they immediately shut their mouth. He could have caught him as he left, he had nothing on him. Everyone saw you let him get away. His voice was rising. Shudo knew when to leave. He started towards the door to the stairwell. A calloused hand snatched the back of his costume's collar. Next time you catch him, said his father, voice low and deadly, or I will. Shudo shouldered him away and strode away, down the stairs and to the streets, where countless interviewers shoved microphones into his face. He answered no questions. How could he when he couldn't even answer his own? Shudo's cramped fingers twitched, bringing him back into the present. His hand was sore from filling out paperwork, aching from holding a pen for hours at a time and writing tirelessly. He looked at the file in front of him, the last one for the day. It was a simple daily report. He smiled at the sheet bitterly and scoffed. Even as he wrote the few short words, his joints hurt. Daily report. District, Mizudefu. Hero name, Shuto. Legal name, Shuto Todoroki. Report, absolutely nothing happened today. He lazily signed at the signature line before finally placing it in his finished form stack, leaving his desk clear and declaring his shift over. Shudo sighed. The pain that seeped in once he stood up for the first time in hours had him wincing. He took a moment to stretch properly before gathering his things. He took his phone off its charger, packed his laptop into his bag, grabbed his coat. The door swung open to make way for his father. Shudo didn't make eye contact. He quickly checked for anything new on his phone. Fuyumi texted him 9 minutes ago, asking if anything happened during his shift. Shudo. He didn't respond. He texted his sister back, telling her his day was boring. The night shift is short on heroes. Endeavor started. No, Shudo said firmly, shoving his arm through his coat sleeve. I'm tired. I'm going home. Unkind blue eyes bore into the back of his head. When have you ever pushed yourself? Shudo's face remained turned away from his father, hiding away his outraged expression. There was a moment of uncharacteristic silence between them. Shudo was bracing for his daily lecture of how he'd never make it to the top at this rate, that he should be giving it his all rather than his half-butted attempts. But Endeavor said nothing. Shudo glanced behind his shoulder as he heard shuffling. A small slip of paper was pinched between his fingers. He had a disgusted look on his face. What was this doing in your pocket? Shudo subconsciously felt around the inside of his coat pockets as he turned completely to face him. I don't know what that is, he answered honestly. Of course Endeavor didn't believe him. The man snarled. Keep your affairs at home. We don't need the press sniffing around more than they already do. He crumbled the slip into a ball and flicked it into Shudo's office trash bin before turning and slamming the door with foundation-shaking force. Eye-colored eyes immediately shot to the trash bin. Shudo crouched down next to it. It was cluttered with papers and torn snack wrappers, but at the top was the minuscule ball. He carefully undid the creases and revealed its contents. A phone number. One that he'd never seen. Suspicious, was the first thought Shudo had. But the second one was, what? Shudo had only been out once that day, for a patrol, and the agency was bustling while he was gone. No outsider could have possibly snuck in, unless they were scheduled to come in, like a school field trip or exclusive interviews. It could have been a coworker, but he's gained a reputation among his acquaintances that he's not someone who likes his personal spaces being intruded. It could be an old slip of paper from someone he's long forgotten, but the paper looked neat before his father crushed it. Shudo's melodramatic mind connected that imagery to some past events, causing a fresh pang of spite. So the slip of paper magically appeared there? Shudo rolled his eyes, of course not. But it was still concerning. If this was someone who knew how to sneak into the number 1 Heroes agency building, this could be a huge threat. But if they wanted to cause damage, why would they use their skills for a phone number and not, say, a bomb? A sharp pain throbbed in his head, and he huffed. He's got to stop straining himself. At first he told himself, no, turn the workaholic part off and go home. But then the hero in him demanded answers. This could be bad if I don't look into it as soon as possible. The first step was calling the number. He cautiously input each digit into his phone, double-checking that he got everything right, before pressing the call button. Hello. I've been waiting all day, Shaochin. Shudo stopped breathing. Got nothing to say? Such a shame. I've missed your pretty voice. Shudo could hear him pouting. The hero's brain jumped back to task. How the hell did you get in here? Deku humped. It's not hard to sneak through a window and steal some clothes, Sho. Why would you want to? What's your plan here? Am I not allowed to keep in contact with my boyfriend? Shudo tensed. I'm not your boyfriend. Deku giggled on the other end. Shudo felt lighter than air. Says you. How about a date tonight? You and me. Excuse me? You're excused. So, how about it? No. Deku whined. Why not? Because you're a FING villain, Shudo said, exasperated. That's what you heroes have declared, yes. It doesn't take a hero to see that you're a villain, he said. You've killed 11 people. Deku was oddly silent for a moment. Until he said, it was only 9, in a strangely serious tone. Shudo was a little too confused to respond. He wanted to say, 9 is still a lot, But something else, something darker and more intimate hid in Deku's voice. He could hear Deku's smile return as he said, "Are you interested?" He sighed through his nose. "Maybe." Deku squealed. "I'll text you where and when to meet. I knew I'd convince you in the end. I'll see you there, Shudo." His voice purred through the grainy speaker before he hung up. Shudo was frozen in place as he processed the conversation before rubbing his face in exhaustion. God damn it. So his shift wasn't quite over. His phone pinged and he saw a text notification under the same number. Unknown. Takoba Shore warehouses between 13 and 14. 11:30 p.m. Love. Shudo looked at the time. 2 hours. Great. He just wanted to go home and sleep this whole thing away. His phone buzzed again. He read the new message. Unknown. Wear a disguise so people don't follow you. Shudo, where do you expect me to get a disguise? Unknown. You don't have to steal clothes, Shaochin, you have a closet. Just change into something with a hood and keep your scar out of sight. Unknown. I can't wait to see you again, love. Shudo rolled his eyes and started his walk back home. As usual, it was interrupted plenty of times by people asking for pictures and autographs, which he tiredly accepted. It took him an extra 8 minutes to finally make it to his apartment after the dozens of signatures and photos. As he shrugged his heavy coat off, his phone buzzed again. Unknown. Image. Unknown. Pitatus, thank you for the signature, Shaochin, love. He shook his head and did a double take of the image. An open notebook with a Shudo written in his best handwriting. No FANG way he signed Deku's journal without noticing. Shudo, how the hell? Unknown. Disguises babe. Shudo huffed and hung his coat on the rack next to his door. He wasn't one to often try to hide his identity in public since he was a recognizable face, and any attempt would result in failure. He had no idea how to hide his scar. He went through his closet and changed into comfier clothes, faded dark jeans, a red hoodie, and a plain white shirt underneath. He was hoping the red would make his left side stand out less. As for his scar, he didn't have any makeup, so suching his contacts for his glasses would have to do. He ate a quick snack before heading out the door again around 10. He looked up the warehouses exhausted just by reading the 35-minute walk estimation and started heading over. He kept his head low and avoided eye contact with anyone. He probably looked a little shady, but hopefully that'd discourage people from approaching him. There were a few times he heard his name, to which he flinched, but it was only being thrown around in conversations about the news or friends catching up as he passed them. Aside from that, he got to the abandoned seaside warehouse yard with no problems. It was dark, only a few lights illuminating the area. It was 10:39 upon Shudo's arrival, meaning anyone coming to visit the deserted buildings were probably long gone or they thought it wasn't late enough for it to be scary. The numbers on the sides of the enormous buildings were faded and scratched but still easy to discern as long as he pointed his phone's flashlight at it. 11. And Shudo shone his light down the alleyway between the warehouses, looking for a hint of green or red. Even when he walked further into the space, there was none at all. Shudo's face scrunched in frustration. If I came all the way out here for nothing? You're early. From behind. He turned on his heels to see Deku standing a few steps away from him. He wasn't wearing his usual black vest white dress shirt red ribbon tie combo, but instead a black jacket, sweatshirt, and pajama briefs. Though he did keep his huge red boots. I decided I wanted to get this over with instead of stalling, Shudo grumbled, leaning against the wall as if he didn't just get jump scared. Deku smiled. Last time you said you wanted to get something over with, you ended up making out with me, he said smugly. Shudo's breath stuttered. Killing 9 people still makes you a villain. Let's get back to what I'm here for. Deku's grin fell. He quietly made his way to the wall across from Shudo, resting his back against the wall like the hero did. I never wanted to kill them. I didn't even kill the first 2 you heroes pinned to me. Shudo narrowed his eyes. Elaborate. Deku looked down at his hands. Shudo watched his eyes glaze over in memory. I wanted to be a hero as a kid. I wanted to save people and make the world a better place. I wanted to be the #1 hero, even without a quirk. I thought maybe I could use my tech to help me climb to the top. I could be the first quirkless hero. I was working on my costume at home when there was an attack. A villain crashed into the apartment building and part of it collapsed. Because of Kaken. Shudo's brow furrowed, confused. Kaken? Deku's hands curled into a fist. Bakugu. Dynamite. Shudo blinked. He was chasing a villain and blasted them into the side of the building. Some of it collapsed, including the part where my mom and I lived. She got stuck in the rubble. I tried to help her out with my support tools, but she was already. Deku's breaths were shaky. He wasn't crying, but his eyes were watery. The villain landed a few doors down from our apartment. I had my stuff with me and was making sure my neighbors were okay when I got to them. They were dying. I recognized them, Yami, the person who could jump through shadows. They were trying to melt through the shadows, but they were all broken and bleeding out. Kaken was marching up the stairwell loud enough for everyone to hear. The villain begged me to kill them before he got to them, but I couldn't. All I could do was sit with them as they grew weaker. The last thing they said was to not take everything at face value. More often than not, heroes aren't all they seem, that they tend to have pasts darker than most. Villains. They showed me an old scar of long tendrils. The endings of some were kinda greenish or red, and I recognized it as the hero Akibara's quirk. Then they died. Kaken arrived at the scene and I got scared. So I left. I had my boots on just in case and I hopped away. They didn't work perfectly, but they did what I needed them to do. I cried so much when I finally landed. I was so tired and everything hurt, even if I was just only scraped and bruised. A few hours later I saw the news about it. And it was already being swept under the rug. They said Kaken had found me over the bodies of Yami and my mom, saying I'd killed them, not that his recklessness had resulted in casualties. They had pictures of me sitting next to Yami from his suit camera. They picked and chose what to show the public, and made me look like the bad guy instead of Kaken. And I understood what Yami meant. Deku smiled bitterly. I was assigned the role. I knew there'd be nothing I could do to change it. So it'd be best to go along with it rather than hiding all my life. Shudo was left speechless. Deku sighed heavily. So that's me. His voice was trying to be cheery, but its faults were obvious. Shudo took a deep breath. So those other 9 people? The familiar smile returned. The first few were a little accidental, he muttered. He awkwardly scratched his cheek with a finger. The first one saw me come out of my hideout and started blubbering about how I was Deku and everything, so I couldn't have that. It took a lot out of me, and I spent days with her since I was building up the strength to do it. And then the next 2 were heroes. I thought I had a quirk blocker bullet loaded, but he shrugged half-heartedly. It was silent between them for a minute or 2. Shudo was processing everything as Deku re-repressed the memories he'd just laid out again. You have a similar story, don't you? Deku's voice was a purr, smooth and easy, like he hadn't just relived the hardest day of his life. What? Your issues aren't hard to see, love. Everyone knows you hold a grudge against Endeavor. Deku leaned closer, eyeing Shudo. The hero looked away, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose when they slipped. I think we've had enough trauma talk for one day, he murmured. His breath stuttered when he felt Deku slip his hands into Shudo's, eventually pressing closer to him in some weird hug. Deku's head rested on his shoulder, leaning against his cool right. It's okay, Shaochin, he whispered, sending shivers down his spine. His warm hands were still in his, squeezing and touching as gestures of comfort. He gave a shaky sigh. The emotions were welling up again. My mother and father were never in love. She was sold to him by her parents. He started slowly. He'd never told this to another soul in the world. And now he was telling a villain, his sworn enemy of all villains, and it was liberating. He was trying to create someone who would be the number hero, someone he could live through vicariously. When I got my quirk, he ignored my other siblings and trained me endlessly. My mother tried to stop him, but he overpowered her. He'd beat me and I'd cry with my mother. She told me my left side was unsightly as she poured boiling water on my face. Deku didn't skip a beat in the rhythm he'd made with his thumbs, caressing the backs of Shudo's hands. She's in a hospital now, put there by my father. I haven't seen her in years. I've avoided using my fire to show my father I can be a good enough hero without his quirk, even when he calls at me half-butting my work. Shouchin, 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 Deku breathed, brushing his lips against Shudo's neck. He tensed. Deku squeezed his left hand. You have a gorgeous quirk. You should use all of it. Shudo shook his head. Not while part of its power is my father's, he said quietly, darkly. It's not his, Deku murmured. It's your power. And Shudo fell apart. He let the emotion overflow as he sobbed into Deku's shoulder, hands flying to clutch at the back of his dark hoodie. Wisps of fire licked at his hands and hair, scorching part of his clothes. Deku's hands roamed to his back, pulling his hood down to watch the flames smolder. Deku, he hiccuped, thank you. Deku laughed softly. You're thanking a villain? Isn't that something? Shudo pulled away sooner than he'd like, trying to maintain somewhat of a professional persona, though he suspected crying on your enemy's shoulder probably threw all that out a window. The two were left in silence. Deku returned to his wall, looking at Shudo intently. So what do you think now, hero? Deku said sweetly. Of what? Me. The world we live in. This conversation. Shudo looked down. I still think you're a villain for killing people. But I don't think you were bound to come out a villain. In fact, I think you would have been a great hero. Oh, do you? You have a way with words. And you're very smart. Deku smirked. Shudo's heart pounded. Change the subject. I think our world needs to change the standards heroes live by. They shouldn't be heroes if they have past or present abuse they're inflicting on others. I think this was a good conversation. He took a chance. I'm glad you called me. Deku moved closer again, sighing. Don't go falling in love with me, Shouchin, he said, voice low. We both know how I feel about you, but you could lose everything with me. Shudo didn't answer. Deku grinned and patted his shoulder. Good boy, he said as he walked away into the dark yard. Deku, Shudo called. Don't get rid of the phone. I want to keep in contact. His phone buzzed. Unknown. Shudo scoffed softly. And he finally admitted it to himself. He was in love with a villain. Unknown. My name is Izuku BTW. Shudo was in love with a villain. It was painfully real when he fell into bed late that night. He stayed up thinking about everything Deku, Izuku, had told him. It was believable what he'd said about heroes. Hell, he'd experienced it firsthand with his father. He knew there were certainly others like Endeavor, silencing their victims and making them second-guess their thoughts and feelings when the media praised their abusers' work. And he was sure some of them were heroes forced to work with those who'd hurt them in the past. If Izuku had become a hero, Shudo thought slowly, mind sluggish with exhaustion, would he have worked with dynamite? Shudo couldn't ever imagine that. He kept thinking about that story over and over again. Dynamite killed someone and pinned the blame on a bystander. He wasn't sure if that was entirely believable. No way they'd cover up a whole murder. It was an accident though, wasn't it? The villain crashed into the building because of him, but it wasn't like they died at his hands. So they covered up manslaughter. Covering up an accidental murder from one of the biggest, most aggressive heroes doesn't sound too far-fetched. His thoughts turned him to Izuku's mother. He'd briefly mentioned her, but he was obviously devastated. Izuku clearly loved her and Shudo could imagine he missed her like hell. He clutched his sleep shirt as his heart ached painfully for his own mother. He felt sympathetic for Izuku's situation. As Shudo fell asleep, he found himself completely believing Izuku. Unknown, if you're not up yet you're gonna be late. Don't be too tired for our fight today. Shudo's phone buzzing woke him up. He groaned and lifted his head up. He had a migraine and his eyes felt too heavy to be opening. The bed felt so comfy and warm but he was also too hungry to stay in. He reluctantly checked his phone's time. 10:02. Sheet. Shudo shot out of bed, pulling himself to his bathroom to put his contacts in quick before tugging clothes on. He grabbed his pre-packed work bag and rushed out of the door, deciding he'd get breakfast on the way or at the office. He barely processed Izuku's text, or that they were apparently scheduled to have a fight today. You're late, Endeavor said as Shudo opened his laptop. I overslept, Shudo mumbled as he typed in his password. You went home relatively early yesterday. How could you have possibly overslept? Insomnia. I didn't fall asleep until it was late. It was half-truth, he really did suffer from insomnia. Don't do it again, his father grumbled before closing the door. Shudo rolled his eyes. Why didn't I think of that, he thought sarcastically. He sighed as he watched his laptop load in his user, still worrying away to process his applications. He decided to look at his phone, see if there was anything new. And he saw the message. Shudo, our fight? Unknown, there you are. Unknown, yeah, our fight. Excited? Shudo, just don't say anything about last night. Unknown, you make it sound so scandalous, Shoutchin. No promises. Shudo sighed. He'd settle for that. The last of the morning was spent with him checking emails, typing out reports, and sitting in the background of group calls about agency matters, only saying a word or two between topics. He still hadn't eaten and his stomach was painfully empty. Between calls, he grabbed his coat and headed off to the nearest cafe. Oh my God, you're Shudo. He internally slumped with exhaustion, but kept his composure in front of the barista and cafe patrons. Yes, I am. Oh, would you want a discount on your order? They scrambled to the register, frantically looking at several things strewn about on the counter. No, it's fine. As if to assure them, he deposited a generous amount into the tip jar. The barista gaped but didn't press further. We'll get your order ready as soon as possible. Shudo sat and waited inside, ignoring all the stares and whispers as he scrolled through the news on his phone. He didn't bother looking at his social media apps and their countless notifications. His order was done within a minute or so, and he was heading back to his office before anyone could come up to him or ask for a selfie, thank God. He kept to himself as he walked back, not looking up from the sidewalk and letting people pass him as he sipped on his coffee in one hand and held his breakfast in the other. Good morning, Shoutchin. Shudo coughed on his coffee, nearly dropping his things as his breathing sputtered. He was vaguely aware of Izuku's hand on his back. He half-heartedly glared at the hooded boy, eyes briefly catching onto his bright red tie half hidden in the fabric. Didn't mean to scare you that bad, he giggled. What are you doing here? Shudo's voice was low and his mouth was half covered by his sleeve, passed off as wiping coffee from his lips. I didn't want our only interaction today to be a fight, he whined, so I decided to walk you back to work. Keep you company. And if you get caught? If, Izuku purred. Shudo sighed and continued on, pausing for a split second to see if Izuku would follow. He seemed to pick up the cue, he darted to his side. Been thinking about our talk? Shudo stiffened. A little. And? You gotta give me more details here, Sho. You've changed my perspective somewhat. Oh, have I? He raised a cocky brow. I'm not going to be so easy when working with dynamite. And I'm sorry about your mother. Izuku hummed. Shudo took another sip of his coffee. No Deku quip for that? Shudo smirked. I'm honestly a little surprised you believe me. Izuku laughed softly, sadly, as he kicked a stray pebble in front of him. There was something so personal about Izuku like this, when he let the facade down and was just himself. Not the villain Deku, but the 20-something-year-old Izuku. And Izuku was sad. Like Shudo. Another sad cog in the hero's machine. It'd be a little effed up if I didn't, Shudo shrugged. Izuku sighed, straightening his posture. Well, I've got a fight to get ready for. The hero flinched when a warm hand grazed his. I'll be waiting for you. And he disappeared into the crowd. Shudo felt his heartbeat calm from its racing tempo. He got back to his office and did more work, same as always, never differing from the monotonous routine as he called people and answered the questions his coworkers had as they dipped into his office. All the while, he waited for someone to come bursting in, crying out, Shudo. Villain Deku is wreaking havoc in the city. He had his hero costumes carrier next to his desk for the very moment. With every swing of his door, he perked up and his hand twitched towards his case. But all their matters were simple and discussed within a few seconds. Except for one. Shudo. The boy's head lifted eagerly, but he sank into himself when he met the other's eyes. Endeavor. Today, Shudo was especially bitter towards him. All the emotions about his mother had resurfaced and he was reminded of all the reasons to hate him. His father looked down at him. You're joining us on patrol. Get changed and be outside the building in 10 minutes. He was blessedly brief. The door closed, waiting for no response. Despite the idea of going on patrol with his father, Shudo was ecstatic. The patrol. The ideal time for Izuku to strike and really cause mayhem. A street fight with bloody knuckles and bruised limbs. Where Shudo would pin Izuku with nowhere to go, yet he'd somehow escape right before it got to be too late. Shudo happily undid the locks on his carrier and moved to change into his costume. Izuku didn't show up. After hours of keeping alert and appearing as professional as possible, Izuku didn't show up. Shudo slammed his office's door shut, still in his costume, as he took out his phone. Shudo, is your plan just to keep me on my toes forever? No response. His nose wrinkled angrily. He was too tired to change out of his costume. He just packed up and left, his jacket slung over his shoulder. He was grateful that no one talked to him on the streets, but he was sure they could see the absolute frustration on his face. Shudo, you seemed really excited this morning. Shudo, did you find something better to do? His heart ached at the idea. He shook his head. Izuku is the only one who puts up a good fight. Life would be boring again if he suddenly disappeared. He told himself this before internally laughing at himself for still trying to deny his feelings. Luckily, Shudo didn't have to dwell on his thoughts for too long. Shudo! Shudo! He could feel his muscles groan when he turned, expecting to see a wide-eyed fan come running towards him with a paper and pen or phone in hand. But instead a citizen in tattered clothes came stumbling down the street, desperate and afraid. There's an attack in the shopping district. It's really bad. Shudo felt a second wind burst through him. He didn't have the patience to respond to them. He only blasted away with pillars of ice behind him, eyes pinpointing the newly rising columns of smoke in the distance. His heart was racing. When his phone buzzed again. Unknown, nothing is better than you, Shaochin. Shudo smiled. Shaochin, I didn't expect to see you here. Izuku gave him a smug smirk. Shudo didn't return it. Too many eyes were on them. You never fail to overpower the other heroes, he said. I'm what's left. Let's fight then, hero. Don't hold back. Izuku immediately powered towards him on his charged boots, but they'd been through this same song and dance countless times. He dodged him a heartbeat before he could be touched, shooting an icy spray where Izuku would land. But the villain's impact shattered everything into tiny crystals. He bounced back up without a scratch on him, readjusting his mask guard back in place. His sweet smile was hidden behind a painted Cheshire grin of sharp, wicked teeth. Fire would be more effective, he hummed simply, brushing the dirt off himself. Shudo bristled. He was knocked back when he felt a blast of energy hit him, sending him flying back. Sheet, Shudo cursed internally, Izuku's boots, they charge fast. He hissed in pain when he was winded against a crumbling building. Izuku lunged at him again, but Shudo was barely quick enough to lift his hand and freeze one of his feet. He heard him yelp in surprise when he was suddenly jerked to a stop. Shudo caught his breath just as he heard a whirl and the cracking of ice. Again and again, Izuku giggled, your ice is easy to break free from love. Give me something more, Shudo. He knew exactly what he was doing. Throughout their exchanges and grapples in the fight, Shudo thought about what Izuku had said the night before, and how Shudo felt undeniably connected to him after their conversation. Izuku wanted him to use his fire, encouraging him to make steps towards improving himself, but he was still so ashamed of his left. It was unsightly. Shudo let out a pained shout when he was kicked through multiple layers of concrete, sprawling against a smooth floor and skidding to a halt with his back to a wall. He lifted himself up, shuddering at the sheen of frost on his right, breathing as deeply as he could until the world stopped spinning. With the hum of power, Izuku was right in front of him again within a second. It was quieter in here than out on the scene. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Izuku whispered pleasantly. Something did come up, but you're priority number one. I was starting to get bored, Shudo huffed. He began to process his surroundings. The two were hidden in a half-crumbling store, away from the narrating reporters and nosy cameras. Izuku had Shudo cornered against a cracked wall, watching his every movement in case he tried to step out of his position. You should make this fight a little more interesting, Izuku purred, It'd be appealing to see your fire in action. Shudo had a moment of brief frustration before he was punched in the jaw. He staggered back into the open, Izuku following in confident strides as he stepped from concrete chunk to concrete chunk down to where Shudo was recomposing himself. If you don't even take anything for yourself, what's the point of causing so much trouble? Shudo's facade was back on. It's fun to see things fall. Izuku pulled his tough gloves on tighter. The metallic knuckles embedded in the blue-green fabric glinted in the hazy sunlight. It's just how people find burning things fun. You understand, don't you? Shudo exhaled a frosty breath, but said nothing. Izuku frowned. He rushed toward him again before the hero could even lift his hand, knocking him back again. This time, his boots weren't charged. Deliberately. Izuku wanted him to stay in range. He was planning something. There are less hazardous ways to watch things fall. There's other things to find fun. Izuku lifted his chin with a sweet grin. But why resist? Why not give in? It hurts other people, Shudo said, quieter. His shoulders sagged with exhaustion, his right rigid and shaking with frost. Only if you let it. The villain's eyes were intense. They bore into his. Shudo couldn't bear it, he bowed his head. You can prevent everything by not letting anyone see it, his voice said, broken. The ground below him blurred with tears. The crowd of people reporting turned into white noise. The whole world was static. Shudo, Izuku murmured, clear and precise and cutting through the numbness. His gloved finger lifted Shudo's face by the chin to look him in the eyes again. Izuku had tears in his eyes. I want to see it. The hero broke. His left came to life as he shot a plume of fire at Izuku, purposefully missing, singing the ends of his hair. Izuku still leapt out of the way, his trademark red sneakers radiating green with energy that sent the villain high into the dusty air. There it is. Shudo had never heard him so genuinely happy. He sounded lighter than a feather, higher than a kite. It was contagious. The hero rose to his level, heat everywhere. He felt unbound, untethered, undone, as he let every bit of his quirk go. He could hear bystanders screaming and running from the scene as his self-control unraveled with every passing second. Fire scorched through his veins, ice crackled at his command, he felt otherworldly. The look in Izuku's added all the more to it, pure, unrestrained joy as his wide viridian eyes watched every movement and lick of flames. It was so much that Shudo could never put it into words. He could never put his tears into words. He could never put the moment into words. He could never put the way Izuku made him feel into words. Shudo! Shudo! Shudo, can you tell us what finally pushed you to use your fire? What was Deku talking about? You two seem to have a prior connection. Did you know him before he turned into a villain? Did his flirts finally get to you? Shudo's breath was stolen at that last one and he left, leaving a sea of reporters crowding towards him or Uravity, who had arrived to help clean up the scene. The ones who stayed and badgered her were met with a kind, nervous face. I'm sure he's just too tired for questions right now. Using his fire must have been exhausting, it's a lot of power to, was what Shudo heard before she was out of earshot. He fled away from the reporters, leaping into the air with a blast of cold air under the excuse to catch his breath. Once he landed, he took out his phone. He had a text. Unknown. Today's fight was my favorite ever. I'm proud of you, show love. Shudo looked down with heavy eyes. Shudo, thank you. Unknown. No need to thank me for what you've had all along. He looked at the message fondly, like it was a written note, before closing the app. A surge of courage ran through him. He went to his contacts and called his sister, who immediately picked up. Shudo? Are you okay? We saw you on the news, you looked awful. I'm fine. When are you and Natsuo visiting Mom again? Thursday, I think. Why? Are you sure you want to go through with this? Fuyumi glanced at her younger brother. You don't have to do this if you're not ready. I'm ready, Shudo assured her. He felt Natsuo's hand on his shoulder and caught his sister's soft smile in the corner of his eye. Fuyumi opened the door to their mother's room. You have a special guest this week. Rei turned to look at all of them and Shudo felt frozen in place. The last time he'd seen her eyes, she'd looked broken and afraid, terrified of herself and her own son. But now she just looked tired. The lively gray eyes had calmed into a soothing yet dull color. Her hair was a little messy, but it wasn't unkempt. It was still as glowing white as he remembered, looking even brighter against the sunlight filtering through the window she sat by. Her movements were slow and careful, even when she saw Shudo. Shudo! He managed to take a step closer. Hello, mother. Her eyes looked at him up and down, darting to each of his features. She looked at the neatly split coloration of his hair, the scars marking his arms and hands, finally resting on the burn on his left. Her mild smile faltered for a second before lifting again. She patted the side of her bed, inviting him. Shudo ignored the way his breathing stuttered and sat next to her. Her bed was soft and bounced under his weight. She looked so eager, but hesitant. He understood. Shudo, she started. Her fingers were intertwined together, fidgeting nervously. Shudo took a deep breath and put his hand over hers. She looked down at them and smiled more. But again it wavered. I'm so sorry for what I did, she whispered, and how it hurt you. I should have been a better mother and tried harder. Shudo shook his head. People can only take so much, he murmured. She looked down at their hands. But I never should have hurt you. You're just as much a victim as I am, and I put you through more than what any child should have gone through. I know. The weight of everything was put on him again. He felt her hands unfold to hold his. If you never forgive me, I understand. The room was quiet as Shudo thought about everything. He'd never blamed his mother for what happened, but he knew that he couldn't wholly fault his father. She'd still burned him. He was scarred for life. People would ask him about it forever, and each time he'll be reminded of the moment. But he knew she'd felt guilty about it. The way she hesitated to reach out, the way she looked at him, the way she spoke, he knew she regretted it. And he'd never resented her. I forgive you. I'd forgiven you a long time ago. Rei's smile warmed and she gently squeezed his hand. Shudo felt safe for the first time in years. Thank you, she breathed. The conversation hung in the air as they all settled into the last words. So, Natsuo started, Shudo, what made you want to see Mom after all this time? Shudo felt his mother's hand rubbing his back and he relaxed. A friend of mine finally gave me the bravery to do things I was afraid to do. I thought I could continue being brave. Fuyumi smiled. Natsuo blinked owlishly. Since when do you do friends? His sister elbowed him and Rei laughed softly. Shudo savored the peace of the moment. Shudo, thank you. Unknown, HM? Shudo, you convinced me to use my fire, and yesterday I finally saw my mother again after 19 years. So thank you. Unknown, of course you'll love. Shudo's gaze lingered on his phone for a moment before dragging back to his laptop screen. He groaned and hung his head at the droning voices in the call he was in. They were doing some sort of analytical review and the slideshow they were presenting was unbearable. He was so tired after all the recent stress from work. He was being harassed by news reporters about his fire and about past interactions with Izuku. His father was trying and failing to encourage him to use it more often, and it felt like his workload had doubled since he'd shown the world how powerful he could really be, as Endeavor had put it. Hero Shudo? Are you still with us? You've been awfully quiet. He clicked on his microphone to unmute. Yes, still here. Right? So, about the crime in the southern districts of Mizudafu. And Shudo was tuning out again. His eyes were so tired from looking at a computer screen and he was starting to regret just using his name for his hero title. He was hearing it constantly now and he hated it. There were only a few people in the world that made him happy to hear them say his name, and none of them were piling work onto him or forcing him to go to interviews or were the ones demanding the interview. His phone buzzed. He picked it up, expecting another work notification, but was pleasantly surprised. Hey. Izuku rarely texted him more than once or twice a day, never mind texting him back to back. When he processed that though, that his villain Deku wasn't spamming his phone, he couldn't help but scoff and smile. He never expected such self-control from a perceived maniac, but he definitely appreciated it, especially now. Should've known, so. About your fire. Nope. Moment's gone. Shudo, don't do this to me right now. Unknown, Yeah, I knew it. Shudo, what? Unknown. You need a break. You look awful. Pure sheet. Shudo, thanks. Unknown. But hey, listen, okay, I know a place we can relax. Just us. No one trying to interrogate you or anything. Shudo, I don't think there's anywhere in the city where people wouldn't follow me. Unknown. I'll be with you though, winking and laughing. Tempting. Shudo, where is it? Unknown. Just meet me here and I'll lead you there, love. Unknown. Location. And of course, when Shudo tapped on it, it was set near a very busy district, with lots of stores and shops that were busy day and night. Shudo, how do you expect me to get there unnoticed? Unknown. Uneasy face. Unknown. Disguises. Shudo, right? Unknown. See ya tonight. Shudo felt warm and light and let the conference wash over him. The rest of the afternoon went by in a blur as he finished his meeting, muted all the spam calls from news stations, and buckled down for the rest of his work. When Shudo got home, all he wanted to do was sleep. It was another draining day and he just wanted to sink into his comfy mattress. But, again, Izuku was apparently bringing him out somewhere. This time, somewhere relaxing, quiet. Shudo changed into something more casual and dropped by his bathroom to take out his contacts and put his glasses on. He looked down at his counter, at the new set of makeup he'd bought not long after his recent meeting with Izuku. He'd practiced using it once or twice, but he'd never worn it out in public. He sighed heavily. Today he would. Shudo wasn't recognized at all on the walk there, thank God. He guessed he was pretty good at applying the makeup on his scar. Whenever he stretched and straightened his aching back, no one came running for an autograph or a photo. It was a breath of fresh air. When he came up on the location Izuku sent him, it was much quieter than the bustling crowds a few blocks down. But all the buildings looked abandoned or just cheap apartments. Did he invite him to his hideout or something? Shouchin, a sweet voice whispered to him. He flinched and nearly punched Izuku in the face when he scrambled in a circle to turn and see him. Luckily, Izuku's reflexes were fast enough and he hopped out of the way, though Shudo felt his fist brush against the soft black fabric of his hoodie. I'm glad you could make it. I know it's a long walk from your apartment, so... His cheery smile dropped to a frown as he made eye contact. Oh, Shudo. His rough hands cupped Shudo's face and his breathing stuttered. What? You don't have to cover it like that, Izuku said, thumbing at his scar. He could feel the makeup wipe off. The action made his heart thrum in a fantastic way. Sorry, Shudo murmured. I was just trying to avoid being recognized. Izuku's grin returned and he kissed Shudo's scarred cheek. You'll have to wait out here real quick, he said with a pat to the hero's shoulder, then taking his hand and leading him to the front of some decrepit building. I have something to do real quick. You came a lot earlier than I thought you would. Izuku motioned for him to stay as he went down the small flight of stairs in the front and opened the door at the bottom. He closed it behind him, but Shudo could still hear chatter inside. It sounded calm and easy at first, then tense, and then there was a lot of crashing around and yelling. Shudo blinked as Izuku came out moments later, unscathed and undeterred by whatever happened inside. Come on in. His arms swooped in a welcoming arch before swinging back inside. Shudo followed. Behind the door was another set of stairs, cleaner and slimmer than the concrete steps outside, that took them down to a bar. It was warm and a little dim, but the room glowed with the lights shining behind the shelves of drinks. The floor was shiny, wood-boarded, and a rich color, as was the bar itself. The walls were of small red bricks that looked newly placed. Connected to the bar was Turn, an extra counter that only had a small tablet TV on it, placed near a slashed All Might poster, and near that was a door that presumably led to the back. In the corner nearest to the stairs was a jukebox, and along the left wall was a few wooden tables and chairs. Behind the neat bar, Izuku was bouncing up and down. Shudo slowly stepped forward and took a seat on one of the bar stools. He watched Izuku wipe down the bar and put a few glasses away. There were other people here, Shudo said. I moved them out for us. They're usually in here, but I told them you were coming to relax for a while. The villain winked at him. Shudo looked away. Thank you. He was given a bright smile before Izuku turned to the rows of alcohol behind him. So, he started, what are you in the mood for? Just a buzz or waking up in your neighbor's backyard? A buzz. I don't handle alcohol well. And I'm visiting my mother tomorrow. Izuku just nodded and hummed, pulling a bottle out from its place and sliding 2 glasses onto the counter. Once he poured Shudo and himself a drink, he set the bottle down in front of his hero and hopped over the counter, taking a seat next to Shudo, who was eyeing his drink suspiciously. Jesus, Sho, I'm not gonna do anything like that, Izuku scoffed. Relax, take a drink, it's our night off. He raised a drink and took a sip. Shudo decided that's good enough for him and enjoyed his share. What's got you so tense lately? He was looking at Shudo like he's his whole world, with half-lidded eyes that stare at him wholly, moving from feature to feature. The other shifted in his seat, flustered. I'm sure you know exactly why, he muttered. Izuku giggled, bubbly and giddy. It's so wonderful, he said, voice raised joyously. The whole world is starting to see why I love you so much. He punctuated himself with a drink from his cup. Shudo blinked. Explain. Izuku eagerly slammed his glass down and turned to him with eyes alight with energy. How could they not? He stood from his seat and started to gesture wildly with his hands as he spoke. It was endearing, and Shudo gladly watched. Your quirk is already so appealing, so powerful and blessed, and you've made it all your own. Your combat is precise and effective, and to be put against it is so exhilarating. I remember when I saw you fight for the first time on TV and being on edge for all of it, watching your every move, your every decision. People think you're a closed book, but once you learn how to open it, it's easy to read you. Shudo raised a brow. And what do you read from me? He finished his glass and poured himself another. You're kinder than most people think, Izuku purred. You're smart and strategic and push others away, even if you don't mean to. When you care about something, you care deeply and passionately, like your mother and siblings. You're never afraid to be blunt and honest, which many interpret as cold and harsh. You're stubborn and determined, and some might find that hard to work with, but I just think they need adjusting. Shudo didn't really know how to react, so he simply turned back to the bar and hummed. Izuku sat down again, chest heaving as he finished off his first drink. I am sorry though, he breathed. I didn't mean to stress you out. I just wanted to help. Help. Izuku looked down at his glass as he poured more liquid in. You've always looked so sad, he said quietly. I couldn't bear to see you like that anymore. And how am I now? His voice was a little cocky, but, inside, he was dying to know what Izuku said. It's like he understood him better than he did himself. You're definitely exhausted, he chuckled, but you're happier now. Right. I suppose, he murmured. Aside from the news calling me every hour of the day, it's good. Different, but good. I don't mind taking care of another problem or two for you, Shaochin. Nothing is ever too much for you. Shudo hoped his right side wouldn't frost over in his attempt to cool the blush on his face. Just to be safe, he changed the subject. You don't drink very much, do you? The villain shrugged, twirling his cup on its bottom rim and watching the alcohol inside swish. It's never appealed to me. I tried it after I went into hiding, but I just found it made me unhappy and impulsive. It's okay. I only drink on special occasions, but most of the time, I don't enjoy the taste. It's relaxing though. Shudo internally winced at his failing composure. Despite that, he finished his second drink. I see, he giggled. Once again, his evergreen eyes were looking at him like he wanted to memorize Shudo more than he already had. Do you mind if I confirm a theory of mine? He suddenly felt rough fingers sliding under his palms and coaxing his hands into warmer ones, letting the bottle fall out of Shudo's grasp and drop heavily onto the counter. Izuku's thumbs were so careful and light as they rubbed the backs of his hands. Shudo suddenly felt fragile. I was right, Izuku chuckled. Your hands are different temperatures. Shudo's brain wasn't working enough to think of more than one response anymore. The villain laughed warmly. 2 drinks Shudo isn't too wordy, is he? 3, he corrected as he removed his hands from Izuku's, reaching for the bottle again. But the other pulled it away. You're just getting buzzed, remember? Shudo huffed. Yeah. Izuku kissed his cheek. Good boy. He not so subtly took Shudo's hand back in his. comfortingly tracing circles with his thumb. Shudo couldn't help but watch. "I think about you a lot," he said bluntly. "Oh." Shudo noticed the coy look on his face, but he so deeply felt a genuine curiosity and affection in his voice. "God, I'm so in love. Yeah. I think about the time you kissed me." Izuku laughed softly, and it was contagious. Shudo laughed with him. "I think about it too," Izuku murmured. It suddenly turned quiet between them. Shudo desperately wanted Izuku to ramble on about how he thought of it. "I hope one day you try to think of it and find that you can't," the villain whispered. There was a pain in his voice that punched Shudo in the gut. "Why?" Izuku's smile was nothing but tragic. "I've told you not to fall for me, Shudo." When he turned to him, his eyes were the same. "You could lose everything." Shudo, once again, didn't answer. And Izuku, once again, patted his shoulder. He hopped off of his seat and jumped over the bar counter again, putting things away and setting the glasses in a tray that Shudo guessed was meant for dirty cups. "Good night, Shaochin," Izuku said in his faux cheery voice again. It settled in Shudo, and Izuku left through the door behind the bar. The only sound left was the dull buzzing of the cheap lights and the pounding of a hero's heart. Shudo wandered home in a half-numb, half-oversensitive stupor and collapsed into bed the moment he walked into his room. "Were you ever in love?" "Pardon? Did you ever love someone before you had us?" Shudo said slowly. Rei blinked at him slowly before smiling. "I did," she hummed. "He made me feel like I was the whole world and that we were the only two people in it. I felt safe around him, even when I learned I was going to be married to your father. He knew what I wanted and when I wanted it. I loved every moment with him, even if we were doing nothing. I would have married him if your father hadn't come around." Her eyes were clouded with long-past memories. Fuyumi and Natsuo weren't here this time. They'd scheduled later that week since they were both at work at the time Shudo had invited them for. It was almost better to be alone with his mom. He loved his siblings, but sometimes he just wanted to talk freely with Rei about everything. "Why do you ask?" Shudo and Rei were both brought back from their thoughts by the question. The boy looked down at his intertwined hands. "I'm in love with someone." He looked up again and saw his mother's eyes brighter than he'd ever seen them. She had a smile on her lips. "You are? And your father didn't set anything up?" Shudo gave a bitter chuckle. "No, but he's tried in the past. He said I needed a suitable wife to carry on the Todoroki name and raise the true #1 hero. It was the same day I decided to tell the news reporters I'm gay." Rei laughed softly. "So, who is it?" Suddenly Shudo realized that villain Deku may not be a very good answer. He'll get to that. "His name is Izuku," Shudo started. "I met him through work." "What's he like?" She was thoroughly invested, he could tell. She was leaning closer and her expression was so alive. "It's never a dull moment with him, that's for sure. We're not together in public at all, but we do get to have a few moments alone. He knows me better than I know myself, and I feel like I'm the same with him. Even when we don't mean to, we just connect. He makes me feel stronger than I thought I was. He got me to do things I never thought I'd do. Like visit you and use my fire." Rei's expression had a hint of confusion in it. "Fuyumi told me she first saw your fire on the news when you were fighting a villain." Shudo gave her a look, and realization dawned on her face. "A villain?" "Yeah. Deku." She was very quiet. More than she usually is. "Does he love you?" Shudo's lips quirked into a smile. "I swear, he says it every time we're around each other. There's a difference between saying so and really loving someone." "He does," Shudo said softly. "But he doesn't want me to love him back." "Why not?" "He just says I could lose everything." He looked down at the floor. "Have you tried talking to him about it? It never feels right to, but I imagine he's talking about how he's a villain." "How bad is it?" His mother's eyes suddenly looked unmeasurably worried. He almost didn't have the heart to tell her. "He's killed 9 people." She physically flinched, but made no sound. It shocked Shudo when she grabbed his hands and squeezed them tightly. "Please," she begged. "Please stay safe." He squeezed her hands back. "I will. I promise." They looked at their hands in silence for a long time. Rei's hands felt colder than Shudo's, but they were comforting, like a cool rag on a feverish head. If he makes you happy, she said slowly, and he doesn't hurt you, I won't stop you. Shudo smiled softly. Thank you. He let her arms wrap around him in a hug, and he returned the embrace. I love you, Shudo. I want you to be happy, but I want you to be safe too. I know. I love you too. He was back in the fray. Shudo was called to a villain who was terrorizing the downtown area. It wasn't Izuku, but it was someone who'd managed to decommission dynamite. He arrived on the scene, to where buildings were already half destroyed and everyone was evacuated. The villain had some sort of backpack gadget that gave them extra arms, lifting them off the ground. Dynamite was being pulled around, grabbed by his forearm, but looked completely fine. There were other heroes there too, but all of them were cautiously avoiding the villain. Who is that? The lead analyzer, Michi, gave him a worried expression. We have no idea, but so far they've just called themselves Fujita. We can't pin down what their quirk is or what type, transformation, emitter, or mutant, but the running theory is that it's a copying quirk. If they touch you, they can copy your quirk. Shudo nodded. I'll keep my distance. She handed him an earpiece and off he went. It was easy to navigate the boulders of concrete and rubble when so much of it was just pure dust. Fujita had leveled the area well, which was both convenient and somewhat distressing when the cost of repairs was considered. This should be easy though, Shudo thought. Fujita, he called out. They turned around, Dynamite tugged with him. Their wavy light brown hair whipped around and got in the way of their goggles. Another hero, they said, obviously uninterested. Great. What's your reason for all this? I need it for the hellish amount of paperwork this'll mean for me. Dynamite is a guilty man, they cried, lifting him higher. I want repayment. F you. Dynamite shouted. Curiosity twinged in Shudo's mind. Did Dynamite do more than what Izuku had told him? What has he done? He broke my little brother's back in one of his attacks. We can't afford to pay for the treatment for it. He'll never walk again because of this monster. I can barely keep a roof over our heads and now my brother is in the hospital. Shudo's earpiece buzzed. That's a lie. The voice wasn't Michi's, but someone completely new. Someone Shudo didn't recognize. Still, he continued. And capturing him is gonna help you with that? Ransom. We're not paying them anything. Why shouldn't we? We probably have more than enough money to fund them until their brother fully recovers, he muttered into his suit's microphone. Because it'd look like we admit to Bakugo causing harm to citizens, said the voice. Shudo paused before responding with, and you think he doesn't? What? We'll get you your money, Shudo yelled, and we'll make sure your little brother makes a full recovery. Fujita looked hopeful but still suspicious. You mean it? We'll bring you the money right now. In a lower voice, he added into the mic, and I mean right now. There was a grumble or huff on the other line, but no protest. They kept Dynamite high in the air with him, straightening the mechanical arms. I'm keeping him here until I get it. That's fine, Shudo said evenly, just don't hurt anyone. A few minutes passed before some lesser-known hero came running up to Shudo. He didn't recognize them nor know their name, but they handed him a suitcase. He scoffed. Really? Yet he lifted it up for Fujita to see. Money! They stepped toward him, keeping Dynamite close and detained, to check for themselves. When they opened it and saw the countless papers inside, they smiled, genuinely. Thank you, they said softly. They closed the case and loosened their grip on Bakugo. You motherfucker! Dynamite screamed, instantly lifting a fiery hand. Shudo was thankfully fast enough. He grabbed the blonde's wrist and froze it before he could even touch Fujita, who was cowering with their hands on their head. Go! Now! Shudo shooed them away with his left hand before they bounded away, clutching the suitcase to their chest. No one went after them, not after watching them capture one of the top heroes. Meanwhile, said hero was growling in anger at the block of cold layering his palm. What the hell was that? A crackling pop sounded and the ice was gone. I had them. They were right there. The situation had been de-escalated, there was no reason to try to make them angrier, Shudo said firmly. That fucker could ruin my reputation now. Your reput? Are you FNG serious? Shudo couldn't believe it. He was stunned. But reporters were barraging the scene before they could argue more. Who was that just now? A rising villain? How much money were they given? Is it true that dynamite harmed a civilian? Of course not. He pushed past Shudo to face the press, barking at them and shouting curses until his partner Red Riot arrived and started answering for him. Shudo left the scene before anyone could start asking him questions. He walked the opposite way from where he came. He knew the people telling him what to do would be there. He ripped the mic from his suit and the earpiece from its place and crushed them both. Shudo, Izuku. Shudo, Izuku, please respond. His heart was pounding as he walked into the outskirts of the destruction, debris returning to normal buildings, though still devoid of anyone from the area evacuated. Shudo, Izuku, I need to see you. Shudo, I'm in the furniture store north of the chai cafe. It's partly damaged but safe. He turned into the shop, farther into the space. Most of the furniture was broken. Cabinets, chairs, tables, but some were still miraculously standing in one piece. Eventually he was far enough from the front windows and doors to not be seen by any curious bystanders. And still, Izuku hadn't texted him back. Shudo, I need you right now. It was 6 minutes before he got a response. Unknown, I promise him on my way. And Shudo breathed again. It was about 15 minutes when Izuku arrived, stepping over broken table legs and shattered glass. Sorry I took so long, he mumbled, watching where he stepped. Shudo's veins were pumping with adrenaline. Izuku, he said urgently, you're not the only victim of dynamites. The villain didn't even seem surprised. I know. He hopped over an overturned nightstand and made it to Shudo's less broken spot. I just met someone who claimed their little brother was hospitalized because of him, Shudo went on to say. And again Izuku said, I know. Vegeta, as he patted the dust off his shoulders. Shudo blinked. Izuku stood in front of him. I met them online, after they'd made a post about their brother and what had happened. They got a lot of backlash from it, everyone saying it couldn't happen. But I messaged them about it, and they told me everything. I said I believed them and that I could help them. That gadget was meant for climbing debris. I made it a few years back before Kaken ruined everything. I still had the plans for it in my notebooks, so I just had to make it. Shudo's eyes widened. You made that? It's connected to the user's thoughts with a few sensors that can be stuck in your temples. I told them not to hurt anyone, just to hold someone for ransom. And they decided to go after Kaken. Izuku, Shudo whispered, why didn't you do it for them? Do you think Kaken would hesitate to blow me up to the next city if I came near him ever again? Do you think I would hesitate to kill him? His arms were waving and his smile was empty. You want to kill him? No, Izuku murmured. He crouched down, sitting on the dirty floor. His eyes were dark and angry. They were deadly. I want him to live with losing everything. Like how I do. Shudo sat next to him on the floor as the villain continued. I want him to get what he deserves. He's cost so many people so much, and yet they're paying the price. It hit too close to home. Too close for Shudo to just listen anymore. I want to help you, Shudo said. I know exactly what that's like, and I can't stand seeing it happen again. They met each other's eyes with an unbreakable understanding, an unspoken bond that both knew would never be crushed. You want to help a villain? You're not exactly a villain, Shudo said slowly. You're just a victim of circumstance. You're caught up in the middle of something that never should have happened. Izuku smiled sweetly. Like you? Shudo returned his smile. Like me. It wasn't at all what Shudo had planned to do. But the way they kept glancing at each other, the way Izuku felt like he was moving closer and closer, the way his heart pounded, and he swore he knew Izuku's heart was pounding the same way, he didn't know what could have felt more right. Shudo kissed Izuku. Shudo kissed Izuku. And he loved it. So much. His hand rested on Izuku's neck, coaxing him closer. He never realized how much he'd missed kissing his villain, but God, did he. He pressed his lips against Izuku's and he reciprocated, and it was everything. It wasn't like their first kiss, when they were probably too needy to be considered appropriate and Shudo was too stressed to really enjoy it. But now they were alone, and it was quiet, and no one was watching. He sighed, enjoying how Izuku tilted to accommodate it. "Izuku," he murmured against the kiss, "I love you." And he was very suddenly punched in the face. He was sent backwards by the force, touching the right side of his face as it reddened. He stared at Izuku. "I told you," he breathed. Izuku was staring back at him, eyes wide and afraid. His fist was still balled up, shaking in its swung position, and his chest was heaving. He looked like he was about to run. "I told you not to." And he sprinted out. Shudo would have chased him if he wasn't so emotionally confused. Izuku had flirted, teased, and had even touched his heart in ways no one ever had. He repeatedly, over and over again, showed interest in Shudo, and led him into thinking he was loved. But when Shudo tried to show affection back, Izuku warned him. "You could lose everything with me." Shudo's mind spun. "Shudo, I'm sorry Izuku. Shudo, I didn't mean to scare you." He desperately wanted to see Izuku again, desperately wanted to talk to him more. He wanted to explain himself, work everything out, know what had happened. He wandered home, ignoring the strangers calling his name, opening the door to his apartment. He kicked off his shoes, meandered to his bed, and collapsed face down. He sank into the mattress, feeling the weariness and regret weigh on him. Izuku was distressed because of him and he couldn't help but feel guilty. But he also couldn't help but feel curious, wondering how Shudo loving him back could possibly scare Izuku, a force of nature, into running away. The questions and emotions clawed at his chest for an endless amount of time until he drifted into sleep. It wasn't restful, it wasn't refreshing, it was just an unconscious fit of anxiety. There was no text on his phone when he woke up. "I think I've messed up," Shudo murmured, looking down at the little carton of milk in his hands. "With Izuku." His mother perked up. She looked worried. "Did you two have a fight?" "I think." His mother leaned closer, interested. The two were sitting together while Natsuo and Fuyumi went to get lunch for all of them from the cafeteria. There were 3 chairs arranged in a semicircle around Rei's bed. Shudo was in the leftmost chair, and his mother sat on the edge of her bed. "We were talking after I had a stressful encounter at work," he began, "and we got sappy, and I kissed him. It wasn't our first kiss, but it felt like it should have been counted as it. And I said I love him, and he punched me." Rei flinched. "He what?" "I don't think he meant it in a mean way," Shudo amended quickly. "He backed away and looked scared, like the punch was supposed to distance me from him. I tried texting him, but it's been a week." "He might just need some time," she said slowly. "Love isn't just something you say. He might have felt like you were moving too quick." Shudo remembered the rooftop, the kiss, the entire afternoon, and blushed red. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. "I don't think so," he said quietly, sipping his milk. She frowned. "Do you know where he lives? Or of any other way to contact him?" He shook his head. "Just messages. And he hasn't responded." Rei put a hand on his, smiling comfortingly. "He'll come back to you eventually," she said softly. Shudo nodded, almost absent-mindedly, before hugging his mother. And she hugged back. "You'll be okay, Shudo," she murmured. He sighed and hugged her tighter. "What is this sheet?" "What?" His father slammed a paper down on his desk, glaring down at him. "This. None of it makes any sense." Shudo looked at the sheet, recognizing his own handwriting on his report from 3 days ago. He read over the body of his paper, and even he was surprised. His sentences made no sense. They started with one subject and ended on another, some looked like they were made of 2 completely different statements, and some ended abruptly without any thought. It was careless, and Shudo, who was always precise and effective, hadn't even noticed. "It's been a stressful few days," he muttered, keeping his eyes on his paper. His father's unhappiness was radiating off of him in malicious waves. "What? Sitting at your desk? Dragging yourself around on patrols? You've barely done anything. Like FING freeloader." "I have a life outside of work," Shudo growled, his head sinking deeper into his hands, hair tangling between his fingers. "You don't have anything outside of work." Shudo's head shot up, bristling. "I do." Endeavor only snorted with a roll of his eyes and walked out, the door frame rattling as he shut the office door. Shudo groaned, lowering his head again until his forehead rested on his desk. He hated this. More than anything, he hated this. He couldn't focus when he was constantly worrying about Izuku. It had been 2 weeks since he'd messaged him and it was all he could think about. He didn't text Izuku anymore, and Izuku didn't text him. He let the conversation get buried under his coworkers' texts, spam messages he forgot to delete, and confirmation codes from things he'd bought in the past. He didn't want to push him or scare him more, but the worry gnawed at him. Every time he had a chance to, he'd scroll down to the texts and look at them, hoping maybe his phone hadn't notified him of a new message. But it was always the same. Shudo, I'm sorry Izuku. Shudo, I didn't mean to scare you. He put his phone down on his desk as he began to redo his report. Shudo came home exhausted. A particularly tough villain, not Izuku, sadly had left him sore and aching and tired. He ordered takeout and sat on his couch, letting his TV drone on endlessly about whatever he'd picked out. Everything felt too quiet, like coming home from school with no one else at home. There were no texts from Izuku. He was reading, smiling to himself as Izuku made fun conversation with him. No fight to anticipate. No life-altering, world-changing talks that would leave Shudo thinking all night and day. The monotonous routine returned. After what felt like a lifetime of being kept on his toes by the villain, 2 weeks of broken contact had done him in. The routine didn't feel like an old friend or whatever bullshit people say to feel like steps back or progress. It felt like remembering a bad memory and being stuck in it for days. He sighed heavily, throwing his trash away and sinking back into the couch. His bed felt too far away. He was so tired, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. His phone buzzed against the arm of the couch and he floundered momentarily to catch it before it fell to the floor. He pushed his palms into his face as he blinked and adjusted to focusing on a screen. A notification. From unknown. Shudo couldn't help but get his hopes up. He immediately opened the notification. Unknown, meet me on the roof. Unknown, I'm already here. Shudo's unwillingness to move left him completely. He raced up the stairs until he opened the door to the roof. And there he was. Izuku was leaning against the parapet, silhouetted against the shining city lights. The wind was quiet, but strong and chilly. It messed Izuku's hair and tugged at his hoodie, carrying his billowing breath away. Shudo carefully stepped forward until he stood next to Izuku, watching the traffic below and glancing at the other boy. He couldn't read him. I'm sorry about earlier, Shudo murmured. Izuku's distant expression turned into a gentle smile. I'm sorry too, he said gently. I shouldn't have left you worrying for so long. It's okay, you're here now. Shudo went to hold his hand but thought twice. His hand flopped back to his side. They settled into a partial silence, letting their ears get nipped by the cold. I didn't actually think you'd do it, Izuku finally said, laughing softly, almost a scoff. Shudo's brow furrowed. How? You flirted for me for a long time, but now you're surprised that I'm reciprocating after you've changed me positively? He sighed, I didn't think much of it first, it was just fun. But then I really wanted to know you. I really wanted to love you. We're in the same boat. But Izuku shook his head. I don't have anything to lose. You do. Like what? Shudo muttered. Izuku frowned at him. Your siblings? Your mom? Your job? Izuku's relaxed position tensed as he turned to him, the hands on the concrete barrier turning into white-knuckled fists. Shudo, do you know what I'd give to have any of those? Shudo felt everything fall into place. Izuku continued. To have any siblings to grieve with and stick with me when I lose my normal life? To have a mother that I could still hug and talk to? To be fortunate enough to have the job I've wanted my whole life? I've never stopped wanting to be a hero, Sho. Even if the system is F-ed, even if there are shitty people, I want to save people. I never wanted to be like this. I definitely never wanted to stay this way. Izuku. I wanted to be a symbol of peace and hope. For other quirkless people who want to be heroes. I worked so hard to even get a chance, and it was all taken away. You're so blessed to have your quirk, Sho. It's so perfect and you've cultivated it into something so appealing. I'd give anything to have something like that. There were tears in Izuku's eyes. God damn it, Sho, I wanted to save people and make them feel safe. And I'll never get to because of everything that's happened. You take everything I've ever wanted for granted. I want to love you and to have you love me back, but then you'd lose this all. I can't do that to you. He hiccuped, wiping away his tears and recomposing himself as Shudo watched closely. You don't deserve to lose everything again, he said quietly. Izuku. Shudo's cool right hand squeezed Izuku's left. The villain showed no sign of noticing. I never wanted this job. I wouldn't mind if I lost it for you. Izuku's face remained emotional, but curiosity shone through. What did you want to be? At first, a hero like everyone else when they're a toddler, Shudo chuckled, but after some thinking, I decided I wanted to be a child psychologist and help other children like me. I wanted to move them to loving homes, aid in coping with their abuse, encourage healing, and I could be a hero in that regard. But it didn't work out. I'm guessing because of your father? Shudo nodded. Izuku sighed. You're still incredibly blessed to have what you have, he murmured, looking out at the city. And I can use it to my advantage to help us, Shudo said with steely determination. Explain, Izuku said with a quirk of his eyebrow. I can easily get evidence from archives and files that heroes have access to under the excuse of an investigation. People are more cooperative with heroes too, so I can talk to a few with stories like Fujita's. They're especially cooperative with heroes as pretty as you, Izuku said sweetly, green eyes glancing at bicolored ones. Shudo half-heartedly scoffed a billow of steam. I'm serious, he said. I'm not kidding about any of this. I know. Izuku looked down between them as Shudo grabbed Izuku's hand again, squeezing it. We deserve to be happy, Shudo said firmly, so let's have this, even if it's not forever. Let's have each other. Izuku smiled. You make a convincing argument, he purred, before breathing an exaggerated, defeated sigh. He raised his hands in a faux surrender, stepping away from the parapet. All right, you win. I'll let you date me. Shudo rolled his eyes but followed to Izuku's side, reaching for his hands. Izuku eagerly met him halfway, tugging him to the stairwell. It's cold, he said with a shiver. Let's go inside. Shudo nodded. They rushed down the stairs to the hero's floor, with Izuku's hood draped tightly over his head. Shudo opened the door for them and the two rushed into the apartment, Izuku immediately kicking his shoes off and exploring the space. Wow. Your place is a lot nicer than mine. You can stay here whenever you want, Shudo offered instantly. I don't mind at all. Izuku grinned, kissing his boyfriend's cheek. So generous, he giggled. He plopped onto the couch, sighing and undoing his red ribbon tie until he stuffed it into his jeans pockets. Shudo sat next to him, eager and anxious all at the same time. He badly wanted to hold Izuku and press closer to him, to kiss him and finally satiate his touch-starvedness. He was pulled to Izuku like a magnet, with an unseen force coaxing him towards him. He wished he could ask for what he wanted without feeling odd or too needy or, "Come here, Shaochin, warm me up." Shudo decided he'd never worry about his intimacy with Izuku. He leaned towards Izuku until he toppled around him, sliding behind him and wrapping his arms around Izuku's waist, pulling him close. He nuzzled into his fluffy hair, experimentally pressing kisses to his head. Izuku wiggled closer. I didn't know you'd be so touchy, Sho. Izuku's hands suddenly came to run through bicolored hair, silky and soft under his rough palm. Shudo sighed. I love you, he whispered. Love you too, Shaochin. Shudo eventually fished his TV remote from his couch cushions and sucked the TV to a mindless show in the background as he sank closer to Izuku. Izuku, Izuku, Izuku. Shudo smiled, letting his fingers drift to Izuku's and intertwine them. Izuku squeezed them affectionately. The moment felt like forever. An unknown amount of time went by. Shudo was groggy and tired and was seeping into his couch and his boyfriend with every passing second, breathing slow and deep. He was warm and Izuku's weight pressed against him was everything to him. The TV still served its white noise as Shudo's free fingers played with green curls and the others were still trapped with Izuku's. A few times he thought Izuku had fallen asleep, He was unmoving and so uncharacteristically quiet, but then he'd whine and shift and say something he couldn't understand from his sleepy brain. Izuku, he mumbled, raising his chin above Izuku's hair, let's go to bed. He growled back. Comfy. We'll be comfier in bed. And warmer. It's already too warm here, he complained. Shudo removed his hand from Izuku's and tugged on the sleeves of his hoodie. Then take this off. He didn't respond. Shudo sat up, leaning to catch Izuku's eyes. His face was a little red. Are you wearing anything under it? You can borrow one of my shirts if you need to. I am, but, Izuku muttered, then trailed off. Shudo's sleepiness was starting to wear into worry. Is it a scar? No, he said, then smiled mischievously, but if you guess it, I'll show you. I'll start guessing if you start coming to bed. Izuku groaned. Fine. Start guessing. Shudo turned the TV off and pulled at his villain until they were stumbling to the bedroom. The door creaked open, showing Shudo's unlit room, and Izuku threw himself into the bed as the other turned on the bathroom lights and brushed his teeth. He encouraged Izuku to brush too, but he insisted he'd already done so for the night. So, Shudo said through a mouthful of toothpaste, not a scar. He leaned from the doorway and watched as Izuku got comfy in his bed. No, he called. An injury? Like bandages? Nope. Some weird birthmark? Nah. Do you have like a strapped-on knife up your sleeves? What? He spat out the foamy toothpaste and washed out his mouth. Tattoo. Izuku was quiet. Shudo blinked. It's a tattoo? Izuku sighed and began rolling off his hoodie. Shudo turned the bathroom lights off and settled next to him. The black fabric was thrown across the room, and he presented the underside of his right arm. There on his upper arm, right above the pit of his elbow, was a little doodle of a bunny head with the words, Plus Ultra, printed across the top and bottom of the design. Shudo stared. My mom let me get it after I tried out for the UA entrance exams, he said softly. I didn't get in, but she was hopeful. Shudo's eyes went from the tattoo to Izuku's face, which looked nostalgic. You tried out for UA? Yeah, a long time ago. I don't have a quirk, but they let me use my support tools. I didn't get enough points though. We could have gone to the same school, Shudo said, almost in disbelief. They could have grown up together. Izuku chuckled. We could have trained together and been in the same classes. Sit together at lunch. He looked like he was tearing up. If it helps, Shudo said, we probably wouldn't have been very good friends. I didn't really let myself meet people at UA. 15-year-old me probably still would have tried. Yeah. They were quiet. It didn't feel right to say words after that. And it didn't feel wrong to be quiet with each other. It was just as comfortable as talking, if not more so. But Shudo knew Izuku didn't want the night to close off with that conversation. I think I'll take you up on that offer about borrowing clothes, Izuku said with a stretch, arms straining over his head. I'd love to sleep right now, but I'm definitely not doing that in jeans. Yeah. Sweatpants are in the closet drawers. He pointed to his closet doors. Izuku brushed his hand against his arm briefly before he began searching through his clothes. Shudo wiggled under the covers and moved over for Izuku's spot while he changed. He moved the pillows and scooted closer to the wall so his boyfriend could fall into bed as soon as possible and get comfy. Izuku did just that, now clothed with an almost plain white t-shirt aside from its obvious text, t-shirt, and sweatpants that were too big for him, tied around his waist tightly. He clambered into bed and laid his head against Shudo's chest, sighing. Did you have a good day, Xiaochin? The best in a while. He could hear Izuku's grin. I'm glad. You. Pretty good. Felt bad about yelling at you though. Shudo chuckled. Don't worry about it. He planted a kiss in Izuku's hair. The embrace around him grew tighter. Good night, Sho, he yawned. I love you. I love you too, Izuku. Good night. They both drifted asleep before they could say much more. Shuto, a sweet voice murmured next to his ear. If it were any other morning, any other voice, Shuto's eyes would have shot open and he would be interrogating whatever stranger was in his apartment. But even if he wanted to, Shuto could never forget last night. Shuto, the voice sang again, softly adoring. A warm breath bathed his neck, sending shivers down his body. Shudo sighed, unable to stop the smile tugging at his lips. He rolled over, gingerly patting at the other side of the bed, but Izuku wasn't there. His brow furrowed in confusion. Izuku! He reluctantly cracked open his eyes and saw Izuku out of bed but leaning over to reach across the bed, dressed back up in his hoodie and jeans, with his signature ribbon bringing it all together. It was still dark out, but the city lights illuminated things well from the room's windows, only slightly filtered by the blinds. The pair of sweatpants borrowed last night were thrown into Shudo's laundry basket. Shudo frowned. Are you leaving? Izuku smiled sadly, eyes half-lidded with sleepiness, rather than his usual flirtiness. His eye bags somehow seemed deeper and subtler at the same time. Got it. I'm heading back to my place and getting changed for today. Shudo groaned, looking up at Izuku. Stay in bed a little longer. I live across the city, Sho. And I can't leave when people will be up and about, seeing me leave your apartment, he chuckled, raking a hand through bicolored hair. Stay, he begged again, despite what his boyfriend had just said. Izuku's softness turned into a smug grin and he glanced at Shudo's alarm clock, sighing. 5 minutes, he gave in. Shudo eagerly made room for Izuku. It wasn't as comfortable as last night, no plushy clothes or cushioned pillows or squeezes under the blankets. But Shudo pulled Izuku into his arms as he lifted the covers to snuggle him. Izuku purred, burying his head into the crook of his neck. You're so pushy, he muttered playfully. That makes you a pushover. The villain snorted. How'd you sleep last night? Better than I have in years, he whispered. Me too, Izuku said quietly before laughing softly. It's funny that you slept so well with a villain. Shudo's heart sank. I don't think of you as a villain, Izuku. I've killed people, Sho. His voice was upset but not at Shudo. You've never wanted to. Izuku only sighed, wrapping his arms around Shudo tighter. I wish I could take it all back, he said, voice breaking. The hero pressed closer to his lover. I know, Shudo murmured. Kisses were pressed to green curls and to pale skin. Unsteady breathing was the only sound in the room, until Izuku pulled away. Shudo held on to him for as long as he could until he felt his fingers slip away from his. I'll text you later, okay? And I'll come back tonight. He gave his sweet smile again and Shudo felt like he was looking at the sun. His everything. Okay. That's my good boy, he said, pressing a kiss to his forehead before heading out of the room. Seconds later, he heard his front door open and close, and he was left alone in his apartment. He clutched his chest through his shirt, as if his heart would run after Izuku. God, this is sad, he thought to himself. I can't go 5 minutes without him. He felt a little guilty, clingy, but he didn't have the energy to be cross with himself. He just closed his eyes, hugging Izuku's pillow, and went back to sleep. Shudo's alarm was obnoxiously loud and harsh in comparison to morning wake-up kisses. He grumbled and slammed his hand down on the off button, sitting up and looking around. 8 in the morning, for hours after Izuku left. The sun was up, and outside was much brighter. The other half of the bed was void of any of Izuku's warmth, and was only missing the pillow, which Shudo still had in his arms. He didn't want to go to work. If anything, spending more time with Izuku made him want to do his job even less than before. There was a text on his phone though, labeled under unknown, and Shudo very eagerly sat up and opened his messages. Unknown, good morning Xiaochen, love just wanted to say that for whenever you wake back up. From about 3 hours ago. Shudo, good morning Izuku. Shudo, any plans for today? He waited for an answer for 2 minutes. Unknown, no not particularly. Just have to meet up with some PPL then I'm gonna swing back to you tonight. Winking and laughing. Shudo, some people? Unknown. I'll tell you ABT it when I get home. Unknown. Now go to work show you gotta save people, love. Shudo. Shudo, I love you. Love you too love. Shudo smiled at the 3 words on his screen. Those words made him feel light and warm and really cared about. He loved his siblings and mother, and he knew they loved him, but it was different hearing it from someone who hadn't known him his entire life. Yet, at the same time, it felt like Izuku had known him his entire life. Maybe for even longer. He didn't have much time to really think about it. His work was waiting, and a day of typing and patrols and an upset dad were waiting for him. Did you get things sorted? Endeavor's voice cut through to Shuto, invoking a glance up to the man in response. He wasn't looking at his son, just straight ahead. Pardon? You're actually working today, so I guess you got your life sorted. Shuto's nose wrinkled angrily and he looked down at his boots. Yeah. The city was relatively quiet today, which was nice. Shuto didn't particularly like social interactions with his father around. When people praised the man's work, it felt like they were stepping on his face. He liked it when he himself was recognized too, but it just felt not as fulfilling with the nationally ranked hero's presence. Was one of the many things Shuto didn't like about being a hero. He wanted to be back at home, in bed, under the covers with Izuku. It's fine, he thought, the patrol is almost over. We just have a block or two more, then we'll be heading back to the agency. Shuto. Pro Shuto. Wait a minute. He knew that voice. But no way Izuku would visit him while he was patrolling with his father. Apparently, yes way. There he came, running down the sidewalk, in his black hoodie and stupidly big red sneakers. He had a face mask on to cover a good few of his freckles and wore fake glasses to further throw people off. His hair was under his hood, only barely peeking out from under. He was waving a large folded piece of paper in his left hand. Shuto stopped to let him catch up, and his father paused a few moments after him. Do you need something? Shuto kept his voice collected and professional. Yeah, I just moved here and I need help finding my way around, he said as he unfolded the paper, opening a map. Blue eyes glared at Izuku. Why don't you use your phone? He didn't sound like he was asking a question, more so interrogating someone who interrupted his schedule. Izuku dug it out from his pockets and pressed the power button, but the screen was still black. He smiled nervously. It'll just be a moment. He put an arm around Shuto's neck and the two leaned over the map together, backs to the scornful hero behind them. So I have no idea where I am right now. I can't really read maps, so I'm just trying, he said casually, pointing to a random spot on the map. You're crazy, Shuto muttered affectionately under his breath as Izuku talked. Then, louder, he replied with, We're right here at the edge of this block, and pointed at their location. But I'm trying to get here, he continued, pointing to Shuto's apartment building, and arrive there by maybe 6. Shuto felt a smile tug at his lips briefly before he forced it down. He shook his head. No, you probably couldn't get there by 6. But 6:30 is possible. Oh good. Izuku straightened up and pat Shuto on the back, smiling under his mask. Thank you so much. And just like that, Izuku turned and left, walking back the way he came, looking intently at the map in his hands until he was far away enough for Shuto to decide he could continue. Endeavor scoffed. Chummy. Shuto didn't respond. He just enjoyed how he missed Izuku's arm around his neck. It was nice to enjoy missing this stuff, rather than feeling like a part of him had been scooped out. This time, he knew Izuku would come back to him, and that he'd feel whole again when he did. Shuto sat down heavily at his desk. He needed to start working. Really working. He'd worked extra for the entire day to set aside time for his digging and still get home in time for Izuku. The warm feeling in his chest for his lover and the rudeness from his father had rekindled his motivation for this little plan. He opened a tab for his emails, writing one out to the Archives and Records Commission. To be simple and quick, I'm investigating the villain from about 2 weeks ago, Fujita. For evidential purposes, I need the files of Pro Hero Dynamite's costume cameras. I don't know the times he could have possibly had other encounters with Fujita, so I need as much of his file as possible. This won't be shared with anyone else, of course. You have my word. Pro Hero Shuto. He wasn't the best at writing emails, since most people saw him as snappy and blunt, but he saw no reason to draw things out and complicate them by avoiding his point. And because of that, he got answers quickly. About 6 minutes later, his inbox chimed with a notification. Pro Hero Shuto, we've seen your record, and trust you to not use any footage not related to your work. Good luck on your investigation. Dynamite under Skorkiskiptig under Skums. Archives and Records. For once, Shudo was relieved that his father kept his workflow strict. There were files for every time he wore his costume, 2 files for each time, one that recorded from behind and one that recorded from in front, differentiated by file names endings. Shudo realized he had no idea when Bakugu's incident was. He went to pick up his phone, but hesitated. He didn't want those memories to resurface for Izuku if it wasn't necessary. But it was necessary, wasn't it? Shudo, Izuku. Unknown. Oh, you rarely start convos. Unknown. What's up, winking and laughing. Shudo, I have a question for you for our plan. It might be hard for you to answer though. Unknown, shoot. Shudo, what day did it happen? Unknown. Okay, let me think. Shudo, take all the time you need. 3 minutes later, Izuku answered. Unknown. June 19th, 3 years ago. Unknown. I remember BC some of the tools I was using were from my birthday a few days before haha. Shudo, I'm really sorry Izuku. Unknown. It's all right. We're gonna fix it, right? Shudo, of course. Shudo. Thank you, Izuku. I love you. Unknown. I love you too, show love. Shudo searched for the date in the folder, and 6 videos appeared. 4 of them were around half an hour, about the length of a patrol, and 2 were almost a whole hour long. He guessed he should start with those. It didn't take him very long to figure out which file was the front view, as the first video he clicked on showed explosions dispersing from unseen palms and the city growing smaller as he launched into the air. He moved to the second, and saw things from Bakugu's point of view sort of. The camera was embedded in the middle of his costume's chest. He skipped through most of it, getting occasional glimpses of the villain he was fighting. With each look he got, he tried to remember his name, back from when Izuku told him about it months ago. Yami he finally grasped. They didn't look like much of a threat. From what Shudo had gotten from the quick scenes in front of him, it looked like Yami had just stolen a backpack of something. Maybe its contents were really valuable. Shudo couldn't tell from what he caught while he moved the cursor across the timeline. Regardless of what was in the bag, Bakugu was throwing the villain around like a rag doll, grabbing their wrists and swinging them into walls, blasting them at point-blank range, throwing punch after punch without any time to defend themselves. And it went on like this for the better part of the runtime. Shudo almost couldn't stomach watching their body become more and more broken and bloodied. Eventually, Shudo got to Bakugu blasting over to an apartment complex with a new hole in its side, and he stopped skipping around. He quickly untangled a pair of earbuds when the audio sounded through his speakers and settled in for the last 4 minutes. The weighty thud of boots and the echoes of popped explosions were the most obvious at first, until the sound of crumbling concrete settling and general city noises filtered in, as well as the steady rise of audible confusion and fear from other people around. Bakugu shoved his way into the entrance, shouldering past civilians who were begging him for help. He just growled and moved up the stairwell. It reverberated harshly, loudly. I'm not done with you, fucker. His voice was rough and sharp. He stopped by each door to the floors, looking for any signs of destruction or a villain in black trying to flee. After a few floors, he opened a door and revealed a hallway lined with doors, with a giant hole at the other side of the corridor. Natural light filtered in through the dust. Hey! He strode angrily towards the impact, crossing the threshold and exposing the scene. 2 people, one slouched against a pile of rubble, the other sat in front of them, shaking. Yami looked horrible. Cuts, bruises, blood everywhere. Some of their bones looked broken too. Most notably, the way their ankles sprawled out from the debris covering them was unnatural. They were almost sinking into the shadows, like water, but it was too shallow. They had their underarm facing the other, and tendril scars were just barely visible. Near them was the backpack, its contents spilled out on the floor. Convenience store food. They were killed for stealing bags of chips and candies. And Izuku. Izuku looked so impossibly small. He was crouched next to them, scratched up from the impact, looking at their arm. His eyes were round and big, full of grief and horror, and not as sunken and tired as the present Izuku. His mechanical-looking boots were locked on, the paint scraped off in a few spots. He looked almost unrecognizable. He looked so much like a hero that it felt like looking into an alternate reality. Even with the tears pouring down his face, the hands rubbing furiously to try to quell them. He looked like he could save the whole world by himself. Past's darker than most villains, Yami's voice croaked. Then they went limp, eyes closing and voice dying with them. Please, no, stay with me, I can save you. Izuku frantically looked at their injuries, as if thinking of all the treatment they'd need. Deku! Bakuga's voice was a snarl. It wasn't a question, it wasn't a greeting. It was a threat. Izuku turned to Bakuga, eyes pointed towards a point slightly above the camera. He started to shake more. His breathing got heavy and ragged. Kaken? Get the F away from them. Izuku started to stumble away as Bakuga approached, tapping frantically at his boots. He looked scared for his life. The boots glowed and whirled with power, and Izuku finally scrambled to his feet and leapt away, out of sight of the camera. Bakuga huffed and set his sights on Yami's body, covered in filth and rubble. His gauntlets partly covered them, but his fists were somewhat visibly clenched past them. He scoffed and gave a malicious kick to their leg, which sprawled with a nauseating crack of joints. And Shudo closed the file, feeling sick. He felt like he just saw something that was never supposed to be seen. He grabbed a spare USB drive and copied the file into it. Once he was sure it was secured in, he stuffed it in his breeks pockets and turned off his computer. He massaged his face wearily, sighing, processing. Izuku hadn't really mentioned why he'd called Bakuga Kaken, but he had a vague guess that they'd already known each other since before the encounter. With the childish nickname Izuku had called him, and the mean and habitual tone Deku was set in, it was easy to draw a conclusion. What Izuku hadn't mentioned was that he'd been abused by him. Nothing had to be said or asked to know. Shudo recognized the look on Izuku's face when he'd backed away, the way he started breathing and moving. It was all reminiscent of his mother, and he probably would have seen himself in it too if he could have seen in third person. He desperately wanted to scoop Izuku up and protect him from the world forever. Shudo slid his laptop into its bag and gathered his things. He didn't want to be here any longer than he had to be. He hurried home, energized by his want to see Izuku. He'd say hello and nod to people greeting him, excusing himself with, "I'm sorry, I have to be somewhere," as he sped towards his building. He got there around 6. He pushed the up button in the elevator, foot tapping impatiently, and strode forward when it opened. He deftly unlocked his door and closed it behind him quickly. He kicked off his shoes, placed his laptop bag by his coats, and walked into the main part of his apartment. And there he was, sitting on the couch, flipping through streaming services like he lived there himself. Izuku perked up when he saw Shudo and bounced up to him, standing on his tippy toes to plant a quick kiss to his lips. "Welcome home, Sho." Shudo didn't say anything back. He just grabbed onto Izuku in the tightest hug he could muster. Izuku let out a small oof. "You're gonna break me if you hug me any harder," he wheezed with a laugh, patting his back. Shudo just buried his face in the freckled crook of his neck. "I love you so much," was the best way Shudo could articulate everything in a positive way. He heard Izuku's grin when he replied with, "Love ya too, gorgeous." Shudo reluctantly pulled away to make a quick stop to his room, putting the flash drive in his nightstand drawer and changing into comfier clothes. When he came back, Izuku was patting the spot next to him to encourage Shudo to sit with him. He did, watching Izuku scroll through different movies and TV shows. "So," Shudo began with a hefty exhale, "about this morning?" Izuku hummed. "I've been getting into work with a group of people. They contacted me a while ago, a few months maybe? Around the time you started warming up to me." He gave Shudo an expectant look, to which he reared in confusion, until he connected the dots. "Did you make a pun out of me using my fire?" Izuku smiled smugly and kissed his cheek, lips grazing the edge of his scar. Shudo's heart quickened delightfully, and his face dusted pink. "They approached me after they saw some of my work, probably talked to some lower criminals about their encounters with me, and maybe dug up some personal files." "What? How?" Shudo leaned forward to look at Izuku, face to face. His boyfriend shrugged. "They're a big group. They've probably got ways. Anywho, they send me a letter to my place, and I meet up with them since, I've heard of them, I know what they can do, and I think it could be mutually beneficial." "Who are they?" Izuku smiled at the TV, not looking at his hero. I'm getting to that. Okay. We meet up, it's pretty good. They offer me into their ranks, saying we have common upcoming goals. They tell me one of their people has a scheme to bring down hero society, and that we could work together to get evidence. I accept, and now I'm working with them. They were real nice. They let me move into the little place they have, which was nice since this was around when we were apart. It's a lot cleaner and warmer there than where I was living before. Shudo frowned. He squeezed Izuku closer, like he could give back all the warmth past Izuku had missed out on. The villain seemed to understand the sentiment and chuckled, sinking into the heat. So who is this mystery group? The League of Villains, he hummed as he finally picked out a show to watch. Shudo flinched like a bolt of electricity had just surged through him. What? The League? You're working with the League? Izuku settled in as the brief intro started to play. Izuku. I'm gonna be fine, Shudo. I can protect myself if things go south. A rough hand landed atop his slender one, intertwining comfortingly. Shudo stayed in a worried silence. Izuku sighed. Listen, he said softly. I can try to talk to them about things if you'd like to get involved. You could keep an eye on me then, and we could have a few extra hands helping our plan. Shudo meant to answer with absolutely not, but part of him couldn't. They were already working towards this, and having more people, more evidence, to support them would be good, right? But they were also villains. Izuku is a villain too. And I love him more than anything. I guess it could help, Shudo muttered. Izuku pressed a lasting kiss on his collarbone, nuzzling into his neck once his lips left his skin. I can tell them you're considering it next time we meet. You can keep thinking about it, he whispered. Thank you. Anything for you, Shaochan. The two ordered Tuya and stayed in, watching whatever Izuku had picked out while huddled on Shudo's couch. Izuku had, again, borrowed more of Shudo's clothes, and had changed into them while Shudo had opened the door to the DISCLAIMER person. The shirts were oversized and the sweatpants brushed the floor, but Shudo couldn't care less. He looked comfy and happy in them. The movie was wrapping up and they were still pressed together. Izuku's head rested on Shudo's chest while the hero had his arm wrapped around the other and carding through his fluffy hair. You said you moved into their place, Shudo suddenly said. Yeah. Does that mean you won't stay here again? No, Izuku hummed, cuddling closer. I'll just be coming here for a few nights and staying there for a few nights. Just suching around every so often. That sounds tiring. Izuku sighed contentedly, squeezing his arms around him tighter. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Shudo felt him sinking into him until he fell asleep on Shudo. He turned off the TV as the credits started to roll and let himself sit in the quiet of his apartment as his boyfriend slept and the city outside came alive with people returning home from work. Izuku was so everything. His arms were slowly sliding off of Shudo's sides and his cheeks squished cutely against his chest. His breathing was quiet and soft from slightly parted lips. The eye bags were more or less just as obvious, darkish circles shadowing under his closed eyes. He didn't shift or turn, he just slept. Peacefully. It made him happy to finally see him peaceful. Shudo carefully picked him up and carried him bridal style into his room, gently laying him down before settling next to him. He held him in his arms again, looking at his relaxed expression and tucking a few stray curls behind his ear. I love you, he whispered, punctuating himself with a kiss to Izuku's forehead. He settled in and fell asleep quickly, savoring Izuku's warmth and softness. Shudo, Izuku. Unknown. At your service, winking and laughing. Shudo rolled his eyes affectionately. He was at the office, but it was a slow day. He'd already finished his patrol and papers, but he was stuck in a 2-hour work call. And after that he had to go to a dance. Shudo, I'm bored. Unknown. Unknown, I have a meet today I can't visit T. Shudo, visit? Unknown, you. At work. Shudo, Izuku, my dad is here. He'd destroy you if you got caught. Shudo scoffed lightheartedly. Hero Shudo? Do you have any input? None so far, sorry. He continued to phase the call into the background of his mind and look back down at his phone screen. Shudo, then it's a good thing you have a meeting today. Unknown. 0. Unknown, I guess. Unknown. What time should you be home? I can try to get in and out quick. Shudo. I'll be home late, I have an event to attend tonight. Unknown. Oh? Shocked the hero Gala? Shudo. Yes, and it goes until late. Unknown. I'll be done my meeting by the time it starts. Shudo. Izuku no. Unknown. Izuku yes, winking and laughing. Shudo. I'm serious. Don't go. He considered for a moment, before adding. Shudo. Dynamite will be there. Unknown. HM. Fair argument. Unknown, but you're gonna be there. And you're gonna be so handsome-y. Shudo. There'll be pictures online afterwards. Unknown. Of you dancing other people? Shudo. We can dance when I get home. Unknown. Fian. Shudo. Thank you. Shudo turned his phone off and focused back in on the call, trying to catch up on the new topic based on what they were saying. Shudo decided to wrap up early and went to visit his mother before the event. He brought his suit, the hair gel that everyone had insisted he use though he didn't know how, and the mask required for the dance. He knocked softly before entering, carrying everything on his arm. Shudo. I didn't expect you today, she greeted him warmly. She caught a glimpse of his things and smiled. What's all that for? A dance for heroes tonight, he said, carefully placing everything down. Except I've never danced. And I've never really dressed for any of these things. So you need help getting ready? I'd like that, yes, Shudo muttered shyly. She stood from her bed and examined the things he'd brought. His suit was a soft white color and dark gray-blue lapel. The dress shirt underneath was a light blue, his tie was red and subtly striped, and his shoes were black and shiny. Although the mask was mandatory, attendees had been given creative freedom and were free to choose whatever mask they'd like. Shudo had chosen a mask that partly covered his left side, snowy-colored and shimmering. It was like ice covering his scar when he wore it. She set everything out, glancing at the items to her son, and her smile deepened. I'd like to try dancing first, he said. The suit is intimidating. Ray chuckled. All right, we'll start with that. Shudo played music from his phone as his mother began to guide him through the first steps. You put one hand on their side, she started, then use the other to hold theirs. She put a hand on his shoulder and held the other one out to the side. He did as she asked, and she nodded happily. Good. Now you just step around in a box. In a box? Just like this. And she made little steps in twos, swaying around in little movements. Shudo followed her lead. You're doing really well, she hummed. I am. Much better than I was my first time dancing. They laughed together and got back to dancing. The music played quietly as the mother and son continued to dance. It's been so long since I've gotten to dance, she sighed. You miss it? A lot, she said sadly. It was one of the things I had hoped to do with my children once the time came for school dances. Shudo looked down at their shoes. I'm sorry, Mom. Don't be, she said, lifting her free hand to gently pat his cheek. I'm glad I got to have even one dance. He smiled. After a few more minutes, Ray decided to teach him a few more simple dances to different types of music, and even to dip and spin, which thankfully went very well. She beamed at him, looking younger than he'd ever seen her, as she handed him his suit. You can change in the bathroom, then I can help you tie a tie. Thank you. When Shudo stepped out, neat and dressed, she looked near to tears. His face turned into a concerned expression. I'm all right, she assured him. I'm really happy. I'm happy you came to me with all this. Of course, you're my mother. She smiled and nodded, blinking away the tears. But your tie, she sniffled. His mother showed him the steps to tie the knot multiple times, and still he struggled. Eventually, he just huffed and let her tie it. She grinned at her work and turned to retrieve the gel. You don't seem like the hair gel kind of person, Shudo, she said. Almost teasingly. People were asking for me to try it, and I thought Izuku might like it, he answered. Izuku had never asked him to change his appearance, and usually encouraged him to stay the same as his original self. But he was probably eager to see Shudo all dressed up. How are you two, by the way? Last time you came over, you two had a fight. She looked up from the little tin, politely curious. We're okay now. He came back a while ago and we talked everything out. She sighed and stepped back towards her son, twisting the container's cap off. I'm glad. Now, do you have any ideas for this? He shrugged and she chuckled. With her fingers, she scooped a little bit from the product and studied Shudo's hair. I think. Ray swiped her hand against the left side of his hair, pushing the red away from his eyes. Her eyes were bright. Considering I've never done anything with hair gel, I think I did well. Shudo got his phone and turned on his camera, setting the view to face him. His red hair was swept away from his face in a wavish look, not tucked behind his ear, but instead almost tapering down to frame his expression. It's great, he said, conveying his adoration as genuinely as he could. And your mask. His mother handed it to him, and he placed it over his face, tying the thin ribbon around his head to keep it in place. It covered his left well, only leaving a space for his eye. He saw his mother frown. I'm sorry, Shudo, she murmured, avoiding his gaze. I'm not ashamed of the scar, he said. I'm just self-conscious of my left. Because of Tim. She nodded distantly. I'm getting better though. Izuku is helping. I understand if you want to hide it. You don't have to lie. Shudo was quiet for a second. I'm trying to love myself, even my scar. Like I said, Izuku is helping. He held her hands. I'm not upset at you. I know, she breathed. I'm sorry. We're both still recovering. And now we can heal with each other. Ray grinned. When do you become so uplifting? Since a wild little Izuku came into my life, he chuckled. The mood lightened. Sheet, he thought as his phone buzzed with the event reminder. I have to go, he said, gathering his things. But thank you for everything, Mom. I love you. I love you too. This was fun, she said happily. He gave her a quick hug before he hurried out. Shudo texted his driver, asking her to get ready. She'd already known he'd be at the hospital. Shudo had planned to see his mother since the day he got his gala invite and had to prepare, so there was no need to send location. He stepped out and waited in front of the building, farther away from the entrance and more towards one of its corners. The car arrived and he was on his way to the dance. Shudo wanted to be home. Like always. His car was in line for the drop-off, with cameras flashing blindingly and reporters speaking over each other far too loudly to be tolerable. He'd be out there soon enough, at the center of attention. And then he'd be socializing all evening with people he wasn't interested in meeting, knowing they'd have no impact on him and there'd be no meaningful exchanges. His father would probably talk down to him at some point. He'd get an earful of how he should be looking to find future sidekicks or possible openings for agency mergers instead of just sitting in the background and enjoying the food that was laid out. Then Shudo would sulk in the corner just to spite his father. And he'll be even more irritable since he knew Bakugo was gonna be there and, yeah, he should have brought headache medicine. Shudo quietly thanked his driver, and she wished him luck before he stepped out into the light. Immediately everyone was shrieking for him and he forced down the irritated expression that threatened to show. News anchors were clamoring and shouting about him, and he heard his name echoed over and over again. He wore a blank face and simply walked to the doors, not answering any questions and not interacting with anyone at all. He knew he seemed aloof and distant, but he hated being seen as just some pretty boy. When he walked into the building, a hall, mostly used for concerts and theater performances, that also had a reserved space for dances, the noise became a dull roar behind the doors, and he sighed with relief. He was led to the main ballroom for the dance by an usher, who thankfully kept any potential fanning to themselves. They skirted him up to the second floor, where the event took place. The stairs up to it were wide and grand, as well as the foyer of the doors. The ballroom was huge and the ceiling towered overhead into a dome with pretty golden and white lights hanging down from it. There were tall windows that took in a wonderful sight of the city, with the sun setting and sending the last rays of light cascading into the open room. The dance floor itself was shiny and tiled intricately with swirling designs. Opposite of the entrance was a stage with a band tuning their instruments for the next song. There were heroes everywhere, mingling and chatting with plates of food or a neat glass of drink. Everyone was dressed as well as they could, some wearing dazzling attire or draping dresses or extravagantly designed coats. Shudo felt a little out of place with his simple suit and tie and plain mask. Shudo! He looked over to his collar and caught sight of Hiro Creati, Yamamo, dressed in a pastel yellow empire dress that went down below her knees, flowing gracefully with her strides. He breathed easy. Someone who won't badger me all evening. Momo was someone he'd met before he became a full-time hero, back at UA and even in childhood. She was probably the closest thing he had to a friend aside from Izuku. They didn't hang out after work or try to keep in contact, but they were just people who understood and respect each other's social preferences and worked well together. If he was going to spend the night stuck to anyone's side while he rode this out, it'd be Momo. Creati, it's nice to see you here, he said, dipping his head. She dipped her head back, eyes bright. I didn't think you'd actually come. But it's good that you did. You look great. She gestured to his outfit with a grin. He returned her smile. I didn't really think I would either, but I thought it might be better than staying in alone, he lied. Honestly, he was just here because his father demanded he attended, and threatened to schedule a month of overtime if he didn't. For your reputation? Or some bullshit like that? Well, I hope you enjoy it. I know I will. Kyuka is with me and, she hummed happily, turning and pointing to her girlfriend. She was on stage with the band, plugging in a guitar. She insisted that she get to play, otherwise she wouldn't have come. Really? No, she giggled. Well, she did say that, but she didn't mean it. Ah. They took their time approaching the stage, looking around the decorations hung around the shining golden white area. Many of them were frilly and red, but some of them were a more solid and bold sunny color. It definitely was more appealing than the flashy parties he'd been invited to in the past. He'd come back home and close his eyes and see flashing colors for hours. Jairu obviously had just come to make her girlfriend happy. She wore a simple dark purple dress and a black leather jacket over it, nothing extravagant but enough to make Momo happy. It was very Jairu. Spotted Momo and waved, then turned back to the band. Shudo and Momo just stood in front of the stage while they set up. Do you know what she'll be playing? No, but I'm guessing something rather light-hearted and happy. She's been in a good mood. Why is that? Momo beamed and showed her left hand, revealing a silvery band around her ring finger. Shudo gave a small smile. Congratulations. When did it happen? Thank you. It was about 3 weeks ago when we were coming home from a concert in Yokohama. The time with Momo and her wife-to-be was soothing, but of course he couldn't shadow her all night. She went off to talk to other people, to socialize with her friends, and Shudo was just wandering about. He stayed close to the snacks set out on a long table along the right side of the room, and generally just milled around the outskirts of the crowd. A few people would try to talk to him, but they were eventually intimidated or awkwarded away. He didn't talk to many people. He did the opposite of what he was there for, so his father came sulking along in a dark suit and fiery mask. Shudo. He responded past his slim glass of champagne. You can't just stick around the corners like some antisocial freak. Okay. Look around, find someone worth talking to. Okay. His father's irritation was visibly boiling over his stoic exterior. Could you at least pretend to consider what I'm saying? Or are you just that lazy? Yes, Shudo said, feeling a twinge of satisfaction when his father snorted. You snarky little sheet, he growled, giving up and turning away. Shudo proudly watched him puff up as he stomped away, but felt the rewarding feeling fade when his eyes caught onto a blonde in black and orange attire. The delight curdled into rage. Shudo knew he was glaring, and he probably looked angrier than he'd ever looked in public. Face dark, eyes narrowed, fists clenched, the champagne in his glass had frozen over. He couldn't help but remember how that prick had treated Izuku, how he gave zero regard to Yami and disrespected their body. Dynamite walked around the room like he owned it, with his boyfriend Kirishima following him around with a toothy grin and an excuse ready whenever Bakugo started getting rude. Shudo was a little jealous of all the couples around him. I'll be dancing with Izuku once I get home, he assured himself. The party really started to ramp up once everyone had arrived, with dances starting and the chat livening. Some heroes talked strictly business, while others reunited with old friends after months of working apart or something similar. Shudo was forced to have a few dances, but mostly still hung back away from the group. For a while. Another song started and Shudo watched people begin to pair up again and felt a warm hand touch his. May I have this dance? No fing way. The black vest was now coupled with a light minty green-blue dress shirt instead of white, his dress breaths were cuffed, he wore a black cloak with iridescent green and aqua flashing on its underside, and of course he wore his red ribbon tie, thicker than the slim little thread he often wore. Even through the holly-colored fox mask, Shudo could see Izuku looking at him with a wolfish gaze that commanded his attention. Shudo's mouth gaped in shock. He was suddenly very grateful that no heroes really paid attention to him. May I? Izuku prompted him again and Shudo nodded eagerly, gulping with a dry throat. Yes, he rasped. Izuku grinned and pulled him to the dance floor, dodging and weaving them into the arrangement made by other pairs. The music was moderately paced, not fit for a slow waltz sort of dance, and Shudo thanked his mother that she'd taught him more than that. You thought you'd have all the fun without me? Izuku's voice was low and quiet. It hasn't been very fun without you, Shudo countered. But I also told you not to come. Izuku giggled and leaned in. That's what makes it fun, he whispered into the hero's ear. Shudo shuddered and shook his head. Our two least favorite people in the world are here, he argued, glancing around for Bakugo. He felt a finger glide along his jawline until he was looking back at Izuku. But my favorite person is here, he purred, and he's absolutely gorgeous. Shudo twirled him around before pulling him back towards his chest. Shudo couldn't restrain the upward tug on the corners of his lips. Is he? Michim. But he's been dancing with other people. His father made him dance with those people, but he wasn't interested. He wanted to be back home with Izuku. That's very sweet of him. Sweeter of that Izuku to visit him though, right? I guess, Shudo huffed, giving in. Izuku smirked. Where'd you get all this? He quickly changed subjects to make more conversation. It was an alternative costume before I decided on my usual one, Izuku explained, but I thought the cape wasn't very me, so I scrapped part of it. You look fantastic, Shudo breathed. The villain chuckled. Maybe I should have used this as my costume, if you're so attracted to it. You'd send me to the moon before you could lay a finger on me, he snorted, dipping Izuku gracefully. Good to know you like it. The League gave me some weird looks when I came in wearing it. Shudo froze up for a moment before hastily catching up to the rhythm, shuffling to lift Izuku back up. How'd that go? His voice was more serious. They said if you're interested you have to contribute something big to their little stack of evidence. Something that would crack everything wide open if it got out. Shudo looked at him with a confident glint in his eyes. I have just the thing. Is your thing related to what you asked me about a while ago? Eye-colored eyes looked away. Yes. I'll be sure I'm not around when you hand it over then, he said somewhat slowly. It's just a flash drive. It does have the video of it though, so just don't be around when they look at it. Alright, easy enough. The music crescendoed and the dancing stopped, followed by an applause by the audience. Anything else I'll have to do? Shudo asked quickly. If you bring them something good, they'll want an in-person meet. Already? They're not the kind to set back any world-changing plans, Izuku said pleasantly. There'll be more details if they ask to meet, like time and place, but that's if. The crowd began to disperse and Shudo had to hurry. Where do I give it to them? Do I just drop it off? I'll hand it over at the next meet. They'll review and let me know if they want you over. What do I do until then? Keep getting what you can quickly. Izuku's expression was positively ominous. Life can start getting crazy once you get involved in these sorts of things. Shudo nodded, and Izuku sighed tragically. I guess I'll have to see you later then, I suppose, Shudo muttered. Izuku laughed quietly. Don't be so sad. I'm not leaving you empty-handed. The pristine swipe of ribbon, the whippish sound of silk, and Shudo was very suddenly pulled into a kiss, kept in place by the rich red fabric wrapped around the back of his neck. And the room went quiet. Mortifyingly, horribly quiet. Good night, Shudo. Izuku murmured against Shudo's lips. I'll see you back at home. He began to walk away, letting the silence and stares emphasize his strides, but Endeavor suddenly stood in his way. It was burning with rage. A wall of unnegotiable anger. Who the hell are you? What gives you any idea that you can just do that? Oh, sorry, Izuku said with an apologetic wave of his hands. I'm a newish sidekick, I just wanted to get a look at all the pros, especially Shudo. He's really talented. And you kissed him? Resentful flames burned hotter, some of the embers smoldering his suit. Shudo subtly looked around for Bakugo, absolutely praying that he wasn't watching or couldn't see Izuku. He's just a pretty guy, and I couldn't help it. He kept giving me some really nice looks. Suddenly, Endeavor's scorn darted to Shudo. He approached, looming over his son. Izuku glanced back at him as he went to the doors, everyone else watching the top-ranked hero and the boy. I'm sorry, but Shudo just gave him the slightest smile, twitching up for only a second, before resting again. We're going to talk after this party. That was all that was said, before Endeavor turned back to follow Izuku. But Shudo knew he was long gone already. The doors slammed shut and slowly the discussion started again. Countless eyes were on him, his name was thrown about in their conversations, and he felt like he was at the center of attention again. He hated it, but kept a calm appearance, not even bristling. He wanted to leave. Momo hurried over to him, worry written all over her face. What was all that about? Are you okay? I'm fine. It was just a little surprising. He kept his eyes on the doors, eager for the first chance to leave. He heard her voice get closer as she leaned in. Were you really giving him looks? Her tone was secretive. He shook his head. No, he answered flatly. I didn't even know his name. I'm sorry, Shudo. And I'm sorry about that exchange with your father. He seems really angry at you. I knew he wouldn't scold me too badly here, Shudo said with a shrug. But what about after the party? He won't find me here. He closed their chat with that, heading for the doors. People parted for him and he ignored their interested gazes. But he stopped when he caught a flash of red hair near the doors. Red Riot. Shudo addressed him urgently. The redhead turned and gave the fellow hero an unwavering smile. Hey dude. What's up? Where's Dynamite? Cats? He got pulled away for an interview. He didn't see your thing, don't worry. I know you two don't get along so I won't tell him. Shudo felt his shoulders relax but didn't let it show. Thank you. He didn't feel like dragging anything on, so he pried the doors open, went down the stairs, and left. Not much of the crowd was left from about maybe an hour or two ago, but he still was barraged with nosy journalists and diligent reporters. Shudo definitely didn't have the patience to wait for his driver, so he just launched himself into the air with his quirk, endlessly thankful that he'd taught himself to do that. The wind messed his hair and wrinkled his clothes, but he didn't care. He was going home. Shudo shut his door with the back of his heel and kicked his insufferable shoes off. As he stumbled to his room, he kept shuffling his clothes off until he was in his boxers and undershirt, and collapsed into bed with a bounce of his mattress. Hello to you too, mumbled Izuku. Shudo groaned, feeling around until he wrapped an arm around his boyfriend and pulled him to his chest. His fingers grazed the bunny tattoo on his forearm. Hi, he mumbled. Izuku patted his arm. Sorry I kinda left you there. It's fine. Left before he could have yelled at me. Izuku hummed. Tonight was fun. Yeah. You were really handsome too. Yeah. You're too tired to really keep up, huh? Yeah. That's alright. I love you. Love you too. I know you pack more punch than that, Xiaochin. Come on. Hit me with everything you've got. Something about my fire, right? Your fire would be nice to see right about now. You asked for it, Shudo growled, flexing his left hand's fingers as sudden heat erupted from his skin. Izuku's delight plastered his face. Always so appealing, he giggled, before launching into attack. It was morning, and already Shudo was on the battlefield, sort of. Izuku had started sending him scripts for fights, laying out every detail and exchange. At first, it seemed odd to him. Shudo, a script? Unknown, Dejim. Shudo, but why? What's wrong with the fights we have now? Unknown, nothing. I just thought we should plan things out so people don't speculate. Shudo, don't they do that already? Unknown, yeah but. Unknown. Okay, so we fight normally. Let's say we get all emotional during our fight again and have another heart-to-heart. Yes. But then everyone online starts piecing things together. Unknown. But with a script we can make sure what we say can't be taken into that context. Not completely anyways. Gotta stay in character. Shudo, alright. But I'm not a very good actor. Unknown, we can rehearse. Shudo, okay. And now it was just part of his life. Of course, Izuku knew how to keep it interesting. He never told Shudo when the fights would be, and sometimes he even changed the lines. But that was okay. Shudo appreciated the excitement. They weren't doing much today. Just what would look to be a street skirmish. Then Izuku would escape. Not much damage would be done. Jump, fire, jump it. Shudo recalled his part until he was toe-to-toe with Izuku as planned. And he was sent back with an uncharged kick from Izuku's boots, sending him skidding across the concrete. It wasn't too hard a fall, since he was prepared for it, but of course it still hurt. Izuku charged before Shudo could get back to his feet, and he was thrown into an abandoned storehouse. He quickly brushed himself off as Izuku bounced inside. Their scheduled 30-second break. Have they said anything about the flash drive yet? No. But I left it with their bartender friend last time I stayed over there. Why do you have to wait to meet with them if they all just live in the same place? They're not always in the same place, Izuku said with a roll of his eyes. Some of them are busy with their secret normal lives half the time, then some of them are off doing villain stuff. That's annoying. Yeah. Well, break's over. He offered Shudo his wrists and he grabbed them, before half-heartedly tossed Izuku back out. Izuku, luckily, was quite the actor, and somehow made it look like he got his butt beat. The crowd watching from afar chattered excitedly. He struggled to lift himself up for a moment, breathing, then smiling. I've changed my mind, he huffed, readjusting his dress shirt sleeves. It's too early for this. Agreed, Shudo said, tracking Izuku's movements with a cold glare. Izuku returned his gaze with warmth. Inside, Shudo melted. Thanks for the fun, Shaochin. What a great way to start the day. Izuku blew him a kiss while he towed at his shoe's power button. The green glow began to radiate from their undersides, and he hopped away. A heartbeat before he was in the air, Shudo shot a blast of ice, purposefully missing. He huffed, like he was frustrated, but he was forcing down a smile as he watched Izuku go. Shudo dusted himself off and turned to head back to the agency, but Endeavor stood only a few steps away. The look he wore as he stared down at his son wasn't the usual anger, frustration, disappointment. It was fatal. It was dangerous. If you won't catch him, said his father, voice low and deadly, I will. Shudo felt everything run cold. Fine, was all he could muster. He hurried away before any of his anxiety seeped through his cracking facade. Shudo, Izuku. Unknown. Wow, Eve barely even landed. Miss me already? Winking and laughing. Shudo, my father is intent on catching you now. Unknown, and? Shudo, if he does, he'll kill you. Unknown, him. Unknown, that's not good. Shudo, no sheet. Shudo, listen, do me a favor and just lay low for a while, okay? Just for a while. Don't come near me. Unknown. Shudo, I know. I'm sorry, but we can still text. Unknown. I'll still miss you. Shudo, me too. Shudo, I just want you to be okay. I know. Shudo laid alone in his bed. He didn't sleep very well last night. Or the night before. Or the night before. His bed felt too big and too cold. The pillow Izuku always slept on was smelling less and less like him. It was better than the 2 weeks they were completely apart, but Shudo had found comfort in Izuku's presence no matter where they were. He curled into himself sadly. Izuku. Perfectly timed, his phone buzzed. Unknown. Hey Bibluff. Shudo. Hi Izuku. Unknown. Just wanted to let you know that the league saw your thing. Shudo. What did they say? Unknown. They want to meet tonight. Unknown. I'll be there with you, laughing face. Shudo. Okay. Time and place? Unknown, 10:45, at that bar I took you to a long time ago. Shudo, wait. Shudo, did you take me to the Love hideout for a date? Unknown, Shudo, love you. Unknown, love you too, love. Shudo enjoyed the small smile that swept across his face. It felt nice to finally look forward to something again. Shudo met Izuku halfway there, dressed in the familiar disguise clothes Shudo could pick from a crowd. They didn't say anything to each other, just started walking together and held hands. Izuku rubbed his thumb along his knuckles while Shudo gave affirming squeezes. It was enough. He recognized the area as they approached. Izuku led him down those familiar stairs, down to the shut door at the bottom. He knocked a pattern onto the door, and it flung open seconds later. A young blonde girl with messy buns opened the door, her oversized clothes hanging off of her frame comfily. They and guessed. She greeted Izuku happily, but gave Shudo a look that made him want to sleep with one eye open. Be nice, Toga, Izuku sang. He's gonna be helping us, okay? He led Shudo in, keeping himself between the two. Okay, so-called Toga sighed. She went down the inside flight of stairs and called out, they're here. Shudo and Izuku followed, and there they were. The top members of the League of Villains. A tall, intimidating figure that seemed to be made of wisps of shadows stood behind the bar, a lizard man wearing a sleeveless jacket and a ragged red scarf, a black-haired man with piercing blue eyes and mauling burns, and the infamous Shigaraki, wearing only black, aside from the disturbing display of hands clasped onto him. They all sat behind him, some in the bar stools, some on the table edges. It's good to finally meet all of you, Shudo said slowly. Don't try to warm us up, the scaly man warned. Just because Deku is staying here doesn't mean you get anything extra, Toga said poutily. The black-haired man elbowed her. We're cooperating strictly for business, the void rumbled. Of course. What exactly do you need from me? They looked around at each other. Shigaraki finally spoke. What's your motive? His voice was scratchy. What makes you so eager to tear down the society you live by and benefit from? Shudo grasped onto Izuku's hand tighter. He knew he'd need Izuku to keep him grounded for this. All my life, I've been living in the shadow of my father, Endeavor. He abused me and my mother for years. He neglected my siblings. And recently he's threatened to kill Izuku. I can't stand by anymore and let heroes like this continue to thrive. Heroes that hurt and scar and kill and no one stands up against them. I didn't deserve it. Izuku didn't deserve it. No one does. I never wanted to be born into what I was given. I never wanted to tear my family apart, and I never wanted my father to abuse me. I'd give anything to prevent all that. Izuku pressed against him. He breathed deeply. But I can't, he choked out. But I can try to stop it from happening again. I don't agree with your actions, but I want these things to come to light. If you have effective means to get that done, I'm on board. There were a few seconds after that. Moments to let the words simmer. Only a brief PRD before. All right, the black-haired man said with finality. Everyone out. And they did just that. No one complained, no one argued against him, they just stood up and left through the back door. The man took Shigaraki's seat, sitting in the spot closest to them. Dabi, Izuku whispered to Shudo. His name is Dabi. Dabi, Shudo repeated. Dabi smiled. The way his mouth curved was closer to a sneer, but it felt real. F-I-N-G hell. Finally on the same side of the coin? Never thought it'd happen. What? Shudo glanced at Izuku, hoping he'd be able to help him out, but Izuku just blinked at him. Dabi continued nonchalantly. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't really recognize me. Shudo stayed in a confused silence. I'll paint you a picture. He started gesturing to himself. No piercings, less burns, white, maybe red hair. All the air rushed from his lungs like he'd been punched in the stomach. He couldn't move, aside from his involuntary shaking. Everything connected in his mind. Tuya? In this chapter there is implied SXL content, but nothing XPLCT. It's brief, but I'd still like to take this chance to make my stance clear on this, since it's such a problem in the BNHA fandom. As a minor, I understand that it's not uncommon for teenagers to have section. And as long as it's safe and synchronous, I have no problem with this. However, XPLCT depictions of minors in 18+ situations is disgusting and should never happen. Respectfully addressing it as SEC is something at least mentioned in everyone's lives and relationships is fine. Respecting the characters as canonical minors aged up or not by skipping any sort of 18+ content and keeping it PG-13 is fine. But being XPLCT is not. If you believe it's at all tolerable to sexualize minors, please leave my page immediately. If you're worried about how far it goes as far as asking and receiving consent, then cutting away. With that addressed, on to the story. Tuya. Dabi smiled, sickly sweet and too genuine to look real, uncanny. There you go. It was quiet for a moment, aside from the electric hum in the room, before Shudo's drumming heartbeat drowned out all his senses and his steady breathing from a few seconds ago wavered. The world spun and echoed all around him. Tuya? Alive? He's actually alive? Even with him standing right in front of him, scraping chairs along the floor so he and Izuku could sit down, he couldn't figure it out. Even after connecting it, it felt like the truth didn't fit. The piece's imperfections were chipped by his emotions, insisting this couldn't be him. Denial kept it from fitting. He sat himself down on the chair, and the feeling sat with him, heavy. The fire, the ashes, the shrine, the grief, that had all been real, right? So he must have died. He couldn't be alive, he couldn't. He wouldn't leave his family behind like that, would he? Tears stung and choked his eyes, gripping him without an ounce of kindness. He felt himself fall out of the chairs, but he couldn't care less. His hands shook as he tried to catch his tears. He felt so incredibly small that it hurt. It ached and throbbed and hurt until it became agonizing. But a steady and unwavering hand landed on his shoulder, and he was being brought back from the nightmarish state he was in. The black infringing on his peripherals seeped back to his mind as green flooded into his vision. It focused into Izuku's image and Shudo felt the ache become somewhat more bearable. Izuku, he finally got out, voice shaking. He's alive. Izuku didn't say anything, or if he did, Shudo hadn't heard. He just scrambled to pull the villain closer and bury himself in his warmth. He quickly understood and wrapped his arms around Shudo, keeping him close to his chest. He could feel Izuku's racing heart, but his breathing was steadier than his, at least, and Shudo found himself trying to match his pace. Soon enough, the world came back into focus. His surroundings returned in clarity, along with the image of Dabi, his brother, sitting across from him casually. You okay there? The man's voice was raspy but gentle, like he cared. He cared. Who are you? Izuku was the first to speak, still holding Shudo and stroking his hair. Who's Tuya? A boy part of the Todoroki family, long thought to be dead. The rhythmic breathing of Izuku's chest stuttered for a moment. And you're just throwing this at him? All casual and everything? The hands around Shudo tensed up. I'll explain myself in a minute. Just gonna wait for him to calm down. It'll take more than a minute for him to calm down, you insensitive prick, Izuku snarled. Dabi's eyes narrowed. If you're gonna be all snappy, I don't want you here. No, Shudo said. Even with one word, he felt breathless. He gulped down more air before continuing. Izuku stays. They both looked at him, then to each other. Dabi sighed. All right, but he's gonna be quiet. Minutes passed as Shudo regained composure. He sat back up, settling back into his chair, with Izuku pressed close to him for comfort. The heat of his body and the familiarity of his hand in his eased him into a state of mind that could hopefully handle whatever Dabi was about to tell them. Ready? Shudo quickly squeezed Izuku's hand before he nodded stiffly. Dabi began, looking down at the hardwood floor below them. Before you were born, things were a lot different. I was Endeavor's upcoming protege. He saw potential in my quirk despite its drawback of overheating. But it was more powerful than his, and I was eager to learn more. We were both optimistic about me. He still wanted someone like you though. So, Ray had more children. And then you were born. Shudo was taken aback by the malice in his voice. It made him shake and spiral. But Izuku squeezed his hand and he grounded himself back in the moment. Endeavor left the rest of us behind when he saw your quirk. He neglected us. He was distant and cold. We never saw you because he thought you were too good for us. I never thought I was, Shudo said insistently. I know, Dabi rasped. You didn't know how life changed for us when you came into the picture. You couldn't have known how much this meant to us. But I was still angry at you. I was angry and blamed you for taking our parents away from us. It built up in me until I ran away. I faked my death so no one would come looking for me. I didn't want to be found. He huffed a sigh and looked back up at his little brother. You were too young to remember anything about me, huh? Shudo shook his head dully, stunned. I remember you looking at me like you wanted me dead. Izuku flinched next to him, eyes darting from Shudo to Dabi. He opened his mouth to speak, but Shudo put a hand on his arm before any words came out, and he stayed quiet. I wouldn't blame you, Shudo said quietly. I tore everything apart. Hey, Dabi said firmly, almost a bit harshly. There was suddenly a rough but warm hand patting Shudo's hair, even ruffling it somewhat. The day I actually blame you for what happened is the day I die. It's Endeavor's fault for being the piece of shit he is. Shudo looked down blankly and nodded numbly. He barely caught the frown on his brother's face as he retracted his hand. I'm glad we get to work together. Do Natsuo and Fuyumi know? He finally gathered the strength to look his brother in the eyes. He wasn't very easy to read, but he got the sense of a caring kind behind the narrowed gaze and intimidating persona. No. But they will once our work is done. Shudo bristled. But that'd tear them apart. Isn't there an easier way to tell them? Dabi scratched lightly at his face scars, making an awful coarse sound. I don't think they'd enjoy me barging into the #1 hero's home to tell them I'm their long-lost brother. Then I can do it, Shudo offered without hesitation, earning a concerned look from Izuku. But he looked back with cautious optimism. The corners of Dabi's mouth quirked up in a small grin. You think you can handle that? On top of everything else? I'll figure it out. The grin fell. Don't push yourself. It's better to prepare them than let them be clueless. Dabi nodded. Thanks, Shudo. He stiffened at his name. Now knowing it was his family, his brother, saying it felt different than someone referring to him by his hero name. What else should I do? He pushed through the emotions. Dabi's posture straightened. Get stories from victims of our heroes. Find videos, pictures, anything we can use. I have something specific in mind, but I can't get my hands on the footage. Shudo perked up, interested. What is it? Dabi's expression was stoic, but the lines on his face felt apologetic. Do you remember the video system we have around the estate? Izuku recoiled at the words. You can't ask him to do that. I won't make him, the man said firmly, ice-cold eyes landing on Shudo's boyfriend. If there's a way I could get the files, I'd go through it myself. Izuku turned away from him, but still glared. I'll ask Natsuo and Fuyumi about it when we get to that point. But I don't want to show the world more than what they can handle. Alright, I'll leave the details to you. It was quiet for a long time. It didn't feel right to say anything afterwards. But Shudo needed to close this off. Dabi's presence was becoming overwhelming and he desperately wanted time to process everything. How should I contact you if I need you? Through Deku. So not to clog your phone with suspicious phone numbers. Izuku snorted and Shudo dipped his head. I'll start getting to work tomorrow then, he promised. Dabi gave him that same crooked grin as he stood, offering his hand to shake. Shudo accepted. I'll see you around. And Dabi left, turning through the back door of the bar. Shudo let himself go, breathing freely again. God show, are you okay? I'm so sorry, I didn't know he... It's fine, he said distantly. I'm fine. He could feel sad eyes raking up and down his exhausted body. I'll walk you home. Shudo wanted to argue, wanted to insist they stay apart for their safety. But he was so tired and numb but also far too sensitive. And the time away from his villain and made him weak for his arms. He let Izuku lead him through the streets, covering their faces well, and followed him into his complex. He let him dig his keys from his pockets and open the door to his apartment. He let him change him into pajamas and lay him in bed. He let himself sigh when he felt Izuku's weight pressed to his chest as he put his arms around him. "I missed you so much," he heard Izuku say. It had been weeks since they'd had a moment together. Shudo's hands had missed roaming Izuku's sides, his legs tangling with the villains, his chest rising and falling with his. His fingers brushed the little tattoo on the inside of his arm. The feelings overflowed. "I love you." His voice broke with emotion. "I love you too." Izuku's lips pressed a light kiss to Shudo's collarbone. Sleep came easier than it had in weeks. He drifted into a dream with Izuku and him in the middle of nowhere, only laying in a green summer field and watching the day pass by. No worries, no work, no heroes or villains. Nothing. Just them, the grass, and the sky. Shudo had felt weightless. The morning came too quick. His face was cuddled to Izuku's chest while a scarred hand carded through his hair. He shifted closer, wrapping his arms tighter around the boy. Izuku sighed and pressed a kiss to the part of his hair. "Good morning." Shudo hummed in response. He listened to the heartbeat kept in Izuku and under his hoodie, aching for it. His heart was so kind. So patient. "How are you feeling? After last night, Izuku spoke up again. "I don't know," he said in a small voice. "I'm glad he doesn't hate me." "If he did, I would have stabbed him," Izuku gruffed somewhat humorously. Shudo couldn't help but smile a little. He let them sit in silence for some time. Nothing was said, nothing had to be said. He didn't want to think at all, just memorize the feeling of Izuku next to him. Gradually, his left hand slipped into Izuku's right, and his lover pressed his lips to it in a gentle kiss. Shudo wanted to sink his entire existence into Izuku, let himself drift far away into his body. "What time is it, Izuku?" The villain rolled to his side and looked at the phone on the nightstand, whether it was his or Izuku's. He couldn't tell. "Around 5 in the morning." He sadly huddled closer to Izuku. "You have to go soon." Shudo felt the even breathing and paced heartbeat next to him stutter. "No," Izuku insisted. "Let's just take the day off, okay? No work, no fights, just us." But Shudo breathed a heavy sigh. "We can't be together too long right now. And I have work to do." "Shuto," Izuku whimpered, borderline sobbing, "I miss you." It was rare that Shudo got to witness his walls crumble to dust like that. "I miss you too. But Endeavor is suspicious. If I'm not at work, things will get worse. I have to work fast before he starts realizing things." "This Essex," he muttered. He almost sounded like he was pouting playfully, but the sniffles and unsteadiness in his voice indicated otherwise. "Yeah. But it'll be over soon." The hand in his squeezed. "Not soon enough." "I know." It was quiet. There were no words or sounds aside from the city waking up outside. "You have to go, Izuku." It tore him up to say it. "Okay," was all he said back before pressing a kiss to Shudo's head again. The warmth protecting him was swept away, briefly lingering, then disappearing. The sun whispered through his room's blinds, illuminating bits of Izuku, including a scarred spot on his cheek. It highlighted the freckles marking his warm skin and glowed faintly in his eyes, no matter the dark circles under them. "I love you, Shaochin." "I love you too." Shudo watched Izuku go, listening to his footsteps recede, stumble as he put his shoes on, then vanish with the opening and closing of his door. He held Izuku's pillow close and let the fading heat seep into him. He laid in bed for hours, unable to sleep again. The shape of Izuku's body was still indented into his mattress, making a cozy place to lay for those hours. The smell of after rainstorms and green apples was thick where Izuku had been, lulling him into a state of comfort. But he really did have to go to work. He would go and pretend he felt okay. It didn't feel right to sit in his office all day. He turned down every offer for patrols, asked to be left alone, and cleared all his scheduled calls. He didn't have time to be sidetracked, nor the luxury to take breaks. His father could come in at any moment, asking why he was cutting everything off. And if he didn't shut his work out, his father would demand answers for the complete lack of reports, files, and investigative work from him. Then he would overhaul Shudo's efforts, uncover all the sneaking around he'd been doing. Shudo had to completely surround himself in this, and this alone. He had a list of things to do, Interview victims online, not in person, as to not rouse suspicion. Find videos of attacks or viciousness from heroes, whether they be from suit cameras or phones of bystanders. Talk to his family about Tuya, excluding his father of course, and to get the security feed from home. Aside from that, he wasn't sure where he'd go. No one had told him what would come next, but he assumed it'd be releasing the information. He wasn't sure if he'd be credited or not, but he would prepare for the worst. He decided to start easy, beginning with online interviews. Shudo, Izuku. Unknown, hi. Laughing face. Shudo, hey, I'm at work but I need a little help. Unknown, shocked? Shudo, what was Fujita's username online? What were they on? Unknown, okay. Easy. Within the minute, Shudo was sent a link. Unknown, this should be their profile. I think their post with their brother is still pinned to the top. If you ask, I think they can give their messenger tag. Shudo, why can't you give me it? Unknown, people generally don't like strangers barging into their DMS. Shudo, sounds familiar. Unknown, I had the decency to call first. Should've known. Unknown, just go save the world, Xiaochen Luf. Shudo copied the link into his browser URL bar and adjusted to the site of the user interface. It was red, orange, and white, sleek and simple. But Shudo didn't have an account. So, he rushed to make one, using a throwaway email rather than his personal or work one. His site-generated username was mostly a bunch of numbers, but he didn't care to change it. He clicked back to Fujita's page, easily finding the post about their brother. Please help, important. My little brother is in the hospital. His back is broken badly and we don't know if he'll ever walk again. There's a treatment that might help but it's expensive and we don't have the money. No one will help us because they don't want to admit that dynamite hurt us. He brought the whole building down on us and didn't even check if we were okay. Please help me and my brother have a chance. He's all I have. Under the post, below the donation link, were the comments. Some were kind, wishing a speedy recovery and good luck to Fujita and their brother. Others were disgusted, insisting dynamite would never leave someone behind like that. Shudo could only imagine the distress it brought them. He understood their drive to hold Bakugo hostage for the money they deserved. He quickly typed up a comment after deliberating for a minute or two. User 2286, could I message you regarding this post please? He kept the tab open, listening for a ping as he searched for more similar posts. He was somewhat familiar with how to find specific posts and how to filter out what he didn't need. Scrolling through the tags of Fujita's post, he found one that would seem to be a good start, false hero. He clicked on the tag and began digging. The tag, much to his relief and horror, was vast. Of course, it had a few posts wrongly tagged in the search results, but many looked to be true. Photos, videos, countless donation links in each post, begging for any help or at least a share. Even with a throwaway account, Shudo made sure he did, just to ease his conscience somewhat. Under each of their comments, he asked the same question. User 2286, is there a way I can message you for more information? User 2286, can I message you about this please? User 2286, do you have a way to private message so we can talk about this post please? It probably sounded intimidating or like a bot or some other emotionless entity responding, but he couldn't be too straightforward about his intentions, not when he could be traced back to post's creator. Eventually, he heard the site's notification ping. He eagerly checked his inbox. Fujii_3, hey race my messenger tag, link. Shudo clicked and it was another site he had to make an account for. So he did, easily switching his randomized name to the user 2286 tag he'd been assigned on the blog site. User 2286, is this Fujita? Fujii, how do you know my name? User 2286, we met a few weeks ago when you captured dynamite. Fujii, that wasn't me. I was working a shift to earn extra money for bills. User 2286, no, you'd borrowed the contraption from villain Deku. He saw your post and you two met up so he could help you. Fujii, who are you? No one really knows about that except him. Fujii, holy shit, wait, are you Shudo? Are all those theories of you two being together true? Shudo didn't want an XPLCT yes or no to be available, written straight from his computer, but he had to say something. User 2286, I can't confirm that second part. Fujii, oh my god. Fujii. Okay, listen, thank you so much for that day. My brother has been doing so much better now with the treatment. Eve kept the post up to try to spread awareness. ABT Dynamite, but it's still really tough. User 2286, I know. I'm sorry about that. User 2286, but I'm working to make it better. I just need to ask if I'm allowed to use your story in something I'm working on. Fujii, what are you working on? User 2286, hopefully something that puts these false heroes and their actions in the spotlight. Fujii, use anything you need. I'm so ready to see that fucker behind bars. User 2286, us both. User 2286, thank you for this. Please don't tell anyone who I am. If you can, delete our conversation. I have to do my best to hide any trace of myself. Fujii, yeah, I got ya. Good luck. And thank you so much. Fujii closed the conversation. Shudo went back to Fujita's page to screenshot, save the photos, move all of it to another spare USB stored in his desk, thanking whatever god there may be that his father only got him office supplies as gifts. When he secured everything and closed the tab, he noticed his inbox was full of replies. Shudo ended up going home around 10, long after his shift usually wraps up. His day had consisted of either people being too suspicious of him to talk or of victims pouring their grief to him. Some he had permission to use, some had asked for him to keep it all to himself, which he'd respected. All of their stories echoed in his mind, weighing him down. My sister was in a secret relationship with Bright Path and was emotionally manipulated through it all. She's traumatized for the rest of her life and has to stay quiet about it. I knew Rogue as a kid, but he changed. He has a family he's neglected to take care of or even financially support. I've been doing my best for the past few years to help them. Milky Way was my sidekick until she got ranked higher than me and moved up. After that, she pushed my mental health until I tried to take my life 2 years ago. I've been doing better since, but I've retired early because of her. It felt like he was bearing the weight of these people on his shoulders, even though it was all stored on one tiny piece of technology in his pocket. He hurried home quicker, as if he were going to be caught in a storm if he stayed out any longer. Even if he couldn't meet with Izuku, he could talk to him. He leaned against his closed apartment door, closing his eyes and breathing deeply. His stoic exterior faltered in the comfort of his empty home. He didn't even bother changing into pajamas or loose wear, only flopping face down onto his mattress with a slight bounce. He was already so tired, he questioned if he'd make it through the time he'd spend on this project. But it'd be worth it. It'd be worth it to finally help Izuku through this. To make his brother happy. To make these victims free. He rolled onto his back and took out his phone. Shudo, Izuku. No, Shudo, can we call? Unknown, always. Within the second, the unknown contact was on his screen, buzzing with the incoming call. Shudo gladly swiped to accept. Good evening, Shaochin, came Izuku's sugary sweet voice. What's wrong? How'd you know? You never call me. And it's getting late. I'm guessing something's wrong. He sighed and sank farther into his pillows. All I did today was interview false hero victims from that site Fujita was on. I have a fair amount of evidence now, but it's taxing ya. As if he saw Shudo perk up, he continued. I looked there a lot when I lost my mom. Just to feel less alone. At the same time though, I just felt completely detached from the world. But I never really messaged anyone about it because I didn't want to tear it back up for them. Are you okay? A distorted sniffle came from his speaker. Yeah. I'll be all right. You've been more vulnerable lately. Yeah. Probably because of us being apart. I'm just kinda left alone with my own thoughts. I don't get to mess around with you anymore. Shudo chuckled. We'll be back soon. There was a pause in the conversation. Hey, Izuku? Emichim? What's gonna happen after this all wraps up? Once I hand over what I have and I get everything done? I'm not really sure. I don't know if Dabi's around, but I can check and ask if you're alright with that. I guess it'd be nice to hear him. You don't have to, babe. I want to. I'll go look for him. Shudo waited on the line as Izuku searched around he wasn't sure, honestly. Probably the League's headquarters or hangout or something. He heard floorboards creak loudly on Izuku's line, along with faint chattering voices and some loud drunken laughter. After a while, there was the sound of a knock. "Dabi, I've got Shudo on the phone." A muffled response barely came through before a door opening filtered through the speakers. "Hey Shudo. You're on speaker." In Dabi's voice. It was welcoming, greeting him. It wasn't eager or excessively happy. It sounded similar to when Shudo was happy. "Hi," he mustered, pushing through the whirlwind of emotions swirling back up into his chest. "I have a question." "Shoot. What's gonna happen to me once everything gets out?" "HM. Yeah, we aren't really sure." "What?" Izuku answered for him. "We have a few ideas," Dabi started, "but nothing official. It's Shudo's choice as to what happens to him." "What are my options?" Shudo sat up in bed, looking around for something to write on and a pen. "We considered making you some sort of little house in the middle of nowhere, a cabin in the woods or some sheet, but we don't really have time to build that. From what Deku here has said, endeavor is said, and that means we gotta hurry. Another idea we had was to fake your death and give you a new life. But I don't think Natsuo and Fuyumi could take that. Definitely not Mom." Shudo's heart ached painfully at the idea of his family's reactions to that outcome. "The best thing we have right now is to keep you with us until everything calms down. But we don't think that'll ever really happen. Endeavor would put your name out there as the one that helped us once he puts 1 and 2 together. You'd be everywhere. So you'd be stuck with us for probably the rest of your life." The heaviness of everything settled onto Shudo. More weight, more pressure, more worries, they all piled on top of him and crushed his chest. "How long do you think I'll have to decide?" "Not long. Once you finish everything up, you'll need to give us an answer. I wish you could have more time but—" "It's all right," he lied. "Is that all?" "Yeah. I think I'm done." "All right. Take care, Shudo. You're doing great." A brief feeling of warmth spread through him at the compliment. "Thanks." He didn't hang up. He waited for Izuku to say something. "Still there, Shaochin?" "Yeah," he said. He finally got up, going to brush his teeth and change clothes. "I didn't mean to stress you out more." "I'm sorry." "You didn't know." "It's fine." The two said nothing as Shudo finished up in his bathroom and stumbled into whatever comfy outfit was clean. He immediately collapsed back into bed. "I wish I were with you," Izuku whispered grainily into his receiver. "Me too," Shudo breathed sadly. He plugged his phone in and set it down on his nightstand. "I have to go to sleep." "Let's go to sleep together. Just leave the call on." "I don't want to go yet." Shudo settled under his blankets and moved his phone as close as his charger cord would allow. "I'm good with that." Izuku just rambled on about nothing. He talked about heroes he'd studied when he was a kid, all his notes written down in a bunch of notebooks. From what Shudo could tell, it was putting Izuku asleep too. Between sentences he yawned and spoke quieter, softer, lulling Shudo to sleep in no time. The sound of Izuku's mutterings swept him into a dream of younger versions of him and Izuku. The pair were in Izuku's room before his mother died. Shudo's brain filled in and repaired the scene from the one he'd seen on Bakugu's costume footage. It was ordinary but still so Izuku. In front of them, splayed out all over the floor, was the countless notes he'd taken on heroes, all of them displayed in wide-open notebooks. Shudo just leaned on Izuku's shoulder as he talked on and on about them. Gradually, the room faded away into the open field again. The notebook's pages fluttered in the breeze, and Izuku's voice became the whole world. 2 days had passed since Shudo gave up doing job work and spent his office hours combing through an unending sea of grief. The USB stick he was storing everything on was full of screenshots of conversations he'd been allowed to document, videos of people prying others out of heaps of rubble or ushering them away from a hero Shudo may or may not recognize, and photos of the aftermaths and hospitalized civilians. He found himself understanding what Izuku had said that night about wading through all these people's stories. He felt comforted that he wasn't alone in his past experiences, but he simultaneously felt like an outsider looking in. He determined he was done with gathering interviews when he saw a post with his username in the title. Sisyphus. Attention to user 2286. In making a post to bring attention to user 2286. They've been messaging a lot of people who tag their posts #falsehero. I don't know if they're a bot or maybe someone like working on a project ABT Dirty Heroes, but just be aware. We don't know what they're doing. Some of the replies were people shaming his account, some were assuring that they've talked to him and trust him to be considerate of their stories. No matter what the general consensus was, he decided to delete his account. He had gathered enough and didn't need to bury himself any deeper in these strangers' heartache. Evidence was checked off his list. The next things on his list, telling his siblings about Tuya and get the camera footage from when he was a child. He'd tackle this one step at a time. If they reacted well to the news, he'd work on the footage. Fuyumi, hey Shudo. Natsuo, oh. Shudo, when do you think we could all meet up? Like for dinner or something nice? Natsuo, shocked really? Shudo, I've got some big news and I need to tell it in person. Fuyumi, that's sweet of you, laughing face. Shudo felt a pang at the irony. Fuyumi, I'll be free Sunday night if you all are too. Natsuo, yeah I'm down. Shudo, okay. I'll schedule for Sunday night. Shudo, do you think we could find a way to have mom come too? I think it'd be nice to give her some time outside the hospital. Natsuo, that'd be nice. Fuyumi, we could ask if she could be brought to that mountain home we have. It's away from the city and doesn't have much of Dad's things since he doesn't have much time to be there. Natsuo, oh yeah that's a good idea. Natsuo, I can schedule that out since I know you guys are busy. Fuyumi, thanks Nats, laughing face. Natsuo, can't wait to see you guys Sunday. Shudo, me too. Fuyumi, laughing face. It hurt him to see them like this. They were so excited and he was too, but he knew the evening would leave them changed forever. Whether it would be a good change or not, he had no idea. He had 4 days to think of what to say and how to say it. He opened a note document on his laptop and began typing out what had to be said, along with carefully worded answers to any questions they may have. Near the end of his shift, packing his things up and double-checking that he wasn't leaving anything, his father paid him an unwelcome visit. I'm going home, so make it quick, he snapped. You haven't turned in any work for the past 3 days. What are you even doing here? I'm working, he answered firmly. It just hasn't been processed yet. Give it some time. What are you doing? Endeavor asked again, angrier. I'm getting together a file about that encounter from a month or so ago, the one with Fujita. Shudo zipped up his laptop bag and swung it around his shoulder. He started towards his office door, but the man in front of him stubbornly stood in his way. What do you have so far? Why haven't you been turning it in? I looked into their motivations to confirm they were true. I'm piecing things together before I bring the entire agency into this. Endeavor said nothing, only giving him a cold glare. But Shudo didn't have the time, energy, or patience to deal with this. He was over and done with his father's treatment towards him. Now move, he growled. I'm going home. The pro's expression burned a hotter rage, but he said nothing, only stepping to make just enough room for his son to leave. I know that's not what you're really doing, came the rumble of Endeavor's voice behind him. The other people left at their desks were watching the commotion discreetly, tuning in to what the two fiery heroes were saying. Whatever you think I'm working on, Shudo said, not looking back, it's not it. He wouldn't wait for the elevator. He headed to the stairs and started down without a word to anyone else. It was Sunday morning, and Shudo had called out of work. He'd scheduled to be back by Monday, but the entirety of Sunday would be his to mentally prepare. He made himself a light breakfast, drowned all the anxious thoughts he could with television, and picked what to wear by the afternoon. It was around lunch when he decided to confront an important question that had been buzzing around his skull since he'd talked to Dabi. It's Shudo's choice as to what happens to him. He had 2 choices, face the consequences head-on or to hide away for the rest of his life. If he stayed in public, there'd be no doubt he'd lose his job. He would never be a hero again. At first, that hadn't seemed too bad. But with the rising tensions, it was looking more and more hopeless. Heroes controlled a huge majority of society and its perspective on everything. They could and would twist his image into that of a villain. Todoroki Shudo, the biggest traitor in the history of superheroes, giving away private information to villains and having a romantic affair with one of the most well-known criminals in Japan. They'd probably find a way to suppress all his work too, hiding it or releasing an even bigger scandal to cover up the interviews and blaming the leaks on him too. No one would ever trust him again. He'd probably never find a job again. But he would be able to see his family and stay in the open, maybe. There was the likelihood that he'd be imprisoned. If he hid away, he would never go outside freely for the rest of his life. He'd be stuck inside the League's hideout or would be sneaking around at night. And the thought of never seeing his family again, the family he'd just started to get to know, and leaving them wondering where he'd gone broke his heart. It hurt a little less realizing that he'd be with Izuku and Dabi for all that time. And they wouldn't shun him, like the rest of the world would. But the thought of losing his siblings and his mother made him feel like he was being scooped out. He decided to take a nap rather than be conscious and dwell on his worries. He didn't dream of anything. It was just a blissful dark wave that fell over him, carrying him out to a place where the real world didn't exist. It felt like a calming breeze. Any other week, he would have considered dinner with his siblings and mother, with no invitation for his father, to be something to look forward to for months. But under his circumstances, he was panicking quietly in the back seat of the car as his driver skirted him to the faraway mountain villa. "Sir? Are you okay? Your leg is jittering." He was caught with his heel lifting off the car floor and gently set it back down. He breathed deeply in an attempt to calm his nerves. "Sorry. It's fine. It was just shaking the car a little," she excused politely. He kept his hands on his legs for the rest of the ride to make sure he didn't start bouncing them again. After 2 hours of driving through traffic, city outskirts, and winding mountain roads, they arrived at the little gated fence that guarded the steps to the house. The lights were already on, and he guessed Fuyumi had arrived early. "Thank you. There should be an extra area for drivers to park and relax a little further down the road," Shudo said, pointing ahead of the car. She nodded and drove off in the direction he'd pointed to. He turned to face the steps, adjusted the collar of his buttoned-up shirt, breathing deep. He could do this. Fuyumi had indeed made it first, and Shudo second. She had gotten groceries and taken them up to start preparing dinner. He offered to help and she eagerly accepted. She gave him instructions and he did his best to help with cutting up vegetables, mixing in skis, and keeping things at even temperatures. Natsuo and their mother came not long after. He wore a simple button-up like Shudo, and Rei was in a light yellow sweater over a nice white shirt. When she saw her children in the kitchen together, peaceful and cooking together happily, she smiled. Natsuo worked on setting the table while Rei joined the others. "It's nice to finally be out somewhere," she said softly, "especially with all of you." "It was Shudo's idea," Natsuo called from the dining room. "And Fuyumi reminded us of this place," Shudo put in. Rei paused and looked at all of her family with a bright expression. Genuine contentment radiated from her. The food was ready within the hour, and they sat at one end of the oversized table in the dining room. Rei sat at the head chair, her sons to her left, and Fuyumi to her right. Shudo ate relatively quietly while his family chatted and laughed carefree. Every so often he'd throw in an anecdote from work or a story of his social inadequacy that'd make them crack up. The entire time he had a smile on his face, taking it in like when he'd first met with his mother all those months ago. He almost forgot why he'd asked for them to meet. Almost. "I need to tell you all something important," Shudo started, shakily putting down his utensils. "Right? Yeah, you wanted us up here for something," Natsuo said, picking at the last bits of food in front of him. "What's up? There's no real way to ease you into this." He talked slowly, keeping his voice as steady as he could. They'd noticed. They were all looking at him with concern evident under their smiles. "Tuya is alive." Their happy faces dropped, as did Shudo's stomach. "He's alive," Natsuo echoed. "Yeah," Shudo replied past his tightening throat. "How do you know this?" Fuyumi spoke up quietly, their mother's hand in hers. Rei looked distant. Shudo suddenly wished he'd never said anything. "I met him about a week ago. I didn't recognize him at first, but he explained it all to me." "Where is he? What did he tell you?" Natsuo's voice was desperate and curious. When we were all young, he started, and I had gotten my quirk, he hated me for taking our father away from you all. It became too much for him and he ran away. I think he did it partly to keep me safe. I guess he ran into the wrong people because he's with the League of Villains. He's the villain Dabi. The silence bore down on him, making him feel small and insignificant in comparison to the emotions they were all feeling. You met him through Izuku, right? All three of Rei's children turned to her. Who's Izuku? Shudo knew he'd have to tell them this eventually. If he was going to leave them, he needed them to know. So he spilled it all to them. The kiss on the roof, the meeting at the warehouse docks, his fire, the bar, the encounter with Fujita, the plan, Izuku punching him, getting together, everything. He made sure to emphasize how he saw Izuku, a victim to the ruthlessness of heroes, just like him, and someone who was smart and kind and loving. Even as he encouraged them to see him the way Shudo did, there was a voice in Shudo's head, one that sounded like Izuku when he was at his weakest. I've killed people, Shudo. You never wanted to. It doesn't change what I've done. The lives I've taken. The people I've destroyed. You never would have done it if you hadn't been forced into living in the underbelly of society. I still could have spared their lives. There's no point trying to change the mistakes of our past. All we can do is try to move past it and improve. I don't know if I can, Xiaochen. I'll help you. We'll do it together. Shudo finally stopped talking, concluding his monologue and thoroughly catching his family up on his romantic life. His siblings looked somewhat overwhelmed, processing everything he'd told them, while his mother still sat calmly and quietly. She'd known most of his time with Izuku, and had learned to trust him based on what Shudo had told her of him. This plan, Fuyumi said slowly. Does it include revealing Endeavor? That's what Tuya was hoping for, Shudo confirmed. But we won't go through with it if you aren't all on board. We have other proof that we have permission to use that should be enough. I say do it, Natsuo said immediately. Let that fucker get what he deserves. Meanwhile, the two women looked troubled. Rei looked down at her plate, while Fuyumi averted her gaze from her brothers. Mom? Fuyumi? I wanted to believe he could change, but his sister trailed off sadly, shaking her head. You work with him, don't you, Shudo? Rei's gray eyes met Shudo's, and he nodded. What's he like? He couldn't help the way his face furrowed angrily. He hasn't changed at all, he said with conviction. He pushes me around, he threatened Izuku's life, he tries to keep me at work and insists I have nothing better to do. His mother and sister looked discouraged. What will happen to us if it gets out? Fuyumi finally looked to her brothers. When Natsuo caught her gaze, he glanced at Shudo. I'm not entirely sure, he answered truthfully. But I imagine you'd need to stay out of the city for a while, at least a few months. Everyone will want to talk to you, and I don't know if you could handle it. He took a quick, sympathetic look to his mother before continuing. You could probably be safe here. If you can do work virtually, you should try to do that. Have our drivers pick up groceries. Don't go into the public unless you really need to. What about you? Natsuo's hand landed on his shoulder and Shudo looked down at the table. What about me? He took a deep breath. I'll disappear. At that, they all shot up. What? Where are you going? Will we ever see you again? I don't know, but I'll be with Izuku and Tuya. I'll be staying with the League, but I won't be doing anything to help with their missions. Why can't you stay here with us? You could live up here, we could forget Mizudafu, start over again here. Natsuo had completely turned in his spot, gripping both of Shudo's shoulders desperately as tears welled up in his eyes. The heroes will be looking for me. I can't put you all in their way. And Izuku needs me. He doesn't have anyone else. Then bring him here too. And Tuya. We can all live together. His brother's face contorted in anguish. I can't lose any more family. Shudo shook his head numbly. I'm sorry, Natsuo. He was suddenly pulled into a hug. And another. And another. Until his family surrounded him. All their arms around him, all their grief and love and worry, it all enveloped him. The little cracks between them escalated, but the emotions kept them together, tightly knitting them just for that wonderful, awful moment. They all cried as one family mourning loss after loss. I just wanted to get to say goodbye, Shudo sobbed. We understand, Fuyumi cried. We love you so much, Shudo, Rei wept. The world stopped as they all shed their tears, assuring Shudo was loved, and Shudo assuring them he loved them back, tenfold. It went on for who knows how long, maybe 5 minutes, maybe an hour, but they all retracted after all was said and done. They washed their dishes and put them away without saying much, only asking for a plate to be passed or asking where something went. They all headed to the front door, but as if they all had the same thought, they stopped once they were outside. I think you should do it, Shudo, Fuyumi finally said. He's had so much time to change but hasn't, even continues to treat us horribly. They all looked at her and she returned it, determined. I think you're exactly the person who needs to do this. He gave her a grateful, warm smile, the most genuine one he could give. She smiled back. Then the family turned expectantly toward their mother. She nodded solemnly. This is the right thing to do, she agreed. I'll miss you, but I know you'll be safe. She managed to give her children a grin, though tired and worried. Shudo took in the sight of his family. He stared and took in every detail, his mother's eyes, kind and warm and trusting, supporting him through and through, his sister's hair somewhat mussed by the wind, half obscuring the face that was forgiving and kept everything together, even if it wasn't meant to be, and his brother's confident but wrecked grin, urging Shudo to do his best for them and to bring them all justice. He felt like he could stand taller with all of them, breathe deeper and clearer than in the smoke of the city. I'll visit, he said, making his mind up on the spot. For birthdays, Christmas, New Year's, I'll come here if I can. If you'll meet me here, I can visit you every once in a while. But I can't stay. They all beamed at his words, at the mere proposal of seeing him a few days a year. That's more than what I could have asked for, Fuyumi breathed happily. See if Tuya'll come along, Natsuo suggested. Rei nodded eagerly. Shudo pulled them into one more hug, wrapping his arms around them tightly. He wanted to memorize this. It'd be a long time before he felt them surrounding him again. Natsuo and Rei were the first to depart, then Fuyumi, and Shudo last. He'd watched them all go, waving to them as they drove away out onto the mountain roads. It was vast and quiet and empty without them. The sky was loud and unkind, with an empty blue blackness that hung over him like an omen, but the lingering moment kept him warm and safe. His driver pulled up a few minutes after he'd texted her, and he slowly climbed in. He hesitantly closed the door behind him. The house was silent and dark, with no one left inside to laugh or cry. It loomed uphill from where the stony pathway started and met the road. But despite the car circling away, leaving it to grow smaller and smaller, Shudo still felt the life behind its walls and windows. He knew he'd come back and it'd stay the same every time. He'd return again, his family would be there again, he'd be the last to leave again. But next time would be different. He knew it would be. He'd bring Izuku and Dabi, and they, along with Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Rei, would all forget the outside world. He smiled at the house as it left his view and was hidden behind trees and sloping mountainsides. It was Shudo's last day of work. He wouldn't be coming back ever again. Part of him was a little sentimental for his office. It was the same place he'd received Izuku's phone number, the same place he'd looked at with a fuzzy feeling at the idea of his own space. But then he remembered all the times his father had barged in, yelled and insulted him, before leaving him to face pitying eyes and sympathetic smiles, making him feel weak. He decided he wouldn't miss this place at all. As he settled in, starting up his laptop, he took out his phone. He closed his Windows blinds and kept his lights off while he texted Izuku. Shudo, last day in the office. Unknown, 00. Unknown, WO. He laughed at Izuku's enthusiasm. Shudo, I'll need you to come over though. Unknown? Unknown, like tonight or shocked. Shudo, no to work. Unknown, oh my god. Unknown, ITS finally happening. Unknown, what do you need me for? I am ready. Shudo, I have to go over the security camera footage from when I was a child. Shudo, I don't want to do it alone. Unknown, Okay, now I just feel insensitive abften. Shudo, it's okay. I thought it was really funny. Unknown, hee hee. Unknown, let me get dressed then I'll tell you who to expect. Shudo, okay. Thank you. Unknown, of course. Shudo put his phone in his lap and swiveled his chair to face the city view he had from his office. People were down there. People who trusted him. They went through their daily lives without much thought. Going to work, getting groceries, eating, sleeping, talking, just getting by. Most of them had normal jobs, some of them had jobs similar to his. He thought of how lucky they were, then smiled to himself bitterly when he thought of how he implied himself to be unlucky. A father who didn't love him, a family he had to leave as soon as he started to know them, an ugly scar burnt across his left side, a quirk everyone saw as a gift but he saw as a curse, and no chance to thrive in the society he worked to support. He'd leave most of it behind before long. Unknown. Alright, I'm visiting as Akemi Nakamura and we met through your brother at college study group he was helping with that you came with. Shudo, alright. Major? Unknown. Quirk theory? I'm good at that. Shudo, okay. Can you bring some food too, please? I'm kind of hungry. Unknown. I'll be there in 10 minutes, love. Shudo scooted back to his desk, pulling up the email he'd received in response to his own, from his family's old security guard, a man who'd been paid handsomely to keep Endeavor's abuse under wraps. His mouse hovered, hesitantly, over the link he'd sent. Hello, Mr. Shuto Todoroki. The footage recordings are in the drive linked below. They are separated in folders that store each camera's film. I hope you find the closure you're looking for. You're a good man. Mr. Ito. He was genuinely scared of clicking a FNG link. So, he sighed, walking away from his desk. He needed to talk to Endeavor before Izuku came over anyways. His father's office was on the other side of the floor, right near the elevator and stairs. Shudo half expected it was because he wanted to bother him right before he left every day. He quickly crossed the workplace, co-workers watching in amazement as he willingly approached the area Endeavor worked in. He knocked on the door, waiting, ignoring everyone's eyes burning into him. The door opened after seconds that felt like hours and he came face to face with the pro. Shudo, he greeted curtly. My friend Nakamura is going to be visiting the office. He'll be here in a few minutes. Everyone turned back to their work as fast as they could when they saw Endeavor's quirk briefly flare up along with his temper. You're telling me this when he's only a few minutes away? I knew you wouldn't let him come if I'd told you earlier. What's he even doing here? We're working on confidential cases right now, he can't come strolling in like it's a FING field trip. He's not. He's just coming by to have lunch in my office. But he won't find anything there. You don't do any work. Shudo only bristled and snorted. He turned back towards his office and stormed off. People hurried out of his way. Try to be nice to him. He's driving across town to see me. He slammed the door behind him angrily. After he was done here, he was taking the rest of the day off. There would be no reason to stay. Within 7 minutes, a shy knock tapped on his door. Come in. One of his co-workers poked her head in his room, offering a polite smile. Your friend is here. He dipped his head thankfully and she stepped back from the door to let him by. Izuku smiled and waved at Shudo's co-workers, chatting with them like he worked there himself. He wore a plain white t-shirt under a light blue hoodie along with a wig that almost looked like his regular hair. Rather than the untamed dark green curls, it was black and only somewhat fluffy. And he used makeup to hide his eye bags. Honestly, Shudo felt it was a little uncanny. When he caught his eye, his smile widened and he pointed to a little plastic bag hung from his arm, presumably full of food. Shudo gave him a thumbs up before coming closer. I brought you cold soba, your favorite, Izuku beamed, almost blindingly so. He was also pitching his voice higher, and it made him seem a little more innocent too. He rolled his shoulders to bring attention to his big yellow backpack. And I brought some of my notes too. Thanks. My office is right over here. He began leading Izuku to his part of the agency when he heard his father's door open. He loomed over the both of them, and the happy crowd surrounding them dispersed quietly. Endeavor looked from his son to Izuku, who fidgeted under his gaze. So you're Shudo's friend? Why, sir? Nakamura. He stood taller with a shaky grin. His father didn't say anything for longer than what was comfortable. He didn't move, just glared angrily, until his eyes snapped to Shudo. Is this the man you're having an affair with? Endeavor's tone was flat. Shudo tried not to freeze up. Izuku turned red. And, for the second time that day, everyone was staring. What? A few months ago I found a phone number in his coat pocket. Was that yours? That was work-related, Shudo interjected hastily. I don't like guys like that, Izuku said at the same time. Shudo was very grateful for Izuku's cool-headedness and also that he remembered straight people exist. Endeavor huffed. Don't snoop around, was the only thing he said. He continued to silently tower above them. The people around them glanced at each other quietly and Izuku put his hands up apologetically. Sorry to interrupt you all. Let's just eat lunch, Todoroki. Shudo just barely managed a nod as he led them in silence. When the door closed, checked and double-checked to be locked, Izuku sighed, carefully placing the food in his backpack next to the desk while Shudo looked down at the floor in front of the door. His gaze roamed around the space, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but his boyfriend hurried over and grabbed his arm. Shudo pointed to the light coming in from outside the room. It was displaced by a shadow, and the people outside were still quiet. Endeavor was listening in on them. Izuku rolled his eyes and gave Shudo a confident look. It's been a while since we've been able to meet up, Izuku started casually. Sorry about that. It's been busy, Shudo caught on. It's no problem. College is busy too, I get ya. His smug face persisted despite his upbeat tone. He reached into the bag and began to pull the food out onto the desk while being careful of the laptop. How's that been? You're studying quirk theory, right? It's interesting, I never knew there were so many different classifications. Shudo sat on the edge of his desk, smiling while Izuku continued. He could tell this was more than acting now, it was his genuine interest. Like the basic types of quirks have different subcategories. Transformation quirks have, like, 1,000,000. They have them sectioned off based on what's being transformed, what it transforms into, how much is transformed, it's so specific. They have a bunch of names for each specification, but I haven't completely memorized them yet, he finished bashfully. By then the shadow on the floor had vanished, the workplace chatter resumed, and Shudo assumed he'd had his ear talked off. Were you a theater kid? Did you do theater as a kid? No. I was pretty quiet. No, really, Izuku. Oh, he said, returning to his normal pitch. No. Think I'm a good actor? He smirked in self-satisfaction as he tugged the wig off. Yeah. He slid off his desk and sat in his chair, then looked at the food next to his laptop. Which is mine? The cold one. Shudo rolled his eyes fondly and grabbed the box that wasn't hot to the touch. He opened it to find a helping of noodles with a little container of dipping sauce. He looked over to Izuku, who was staring happily at whatever was in his box. What did you get? Katsudon, he said, licking his lips eagerly. I'm gonna save my food for after, Shudo hummed. He closed his food and set it aside. He'd need the comfort afterwards. I'll do the same. Izuku mimicked him, putting his lunch to his left and leaned over towards the screen. Shudo frowned. You don't have to. It's all right. I don't want to be disrespectful. I know this is really big for you. When Izuku looked at him, his green eyes were sympathetic and worried, but determination was burning behind it. Determination to be there for him. A warm left hand held a scarred right. Thank you. Izuku leaned down to press a kiss to Shudo's forehead. No problem. Now, where do you want me to sit for this? He looked around for another chair, but there wasn't one. So Shudo offered his lap, to which Izuku blinked at him with wide eyes. Really? In response, he patted his legs, and Izuku gladly snuggled up. Shudo rested his head on Izuku's shoulder and his left arm found itself wrapped around his waist, with his right hand on the mouse. His cursor still hovered over the link. He sighed heavily. I'm right here with you, Izuku assured him. His hands came to rest on both of Shudo's, the right careful to not accidentally click it for him. Instead, he grazed the back of his hero's fingers with the tips of his. Shudo sank into him, comforted. He gathered the courage and clicked. 10 minutes of scrolling later, Shudo found the footage in the training_room file. He remembered it well, the first day his father hit him. And kept hitting him. February 11th. About 15 years ago. He pressed closer to Izuku and clicked on the file. He shakily handed Izuku an earbud, then put the other in his own ear. It was from an upward angle. Equipment was scattered everywhere, from weights to a pull-up bar situated on a door frame, and all of them were fringed with frost or crisped with fire. Endeavor, looking much younger, opened the doors to the training room. He looked towards something outside the camera's view, but it wasn't hard to guess what he was looking at. He leaned out the doorway a bit, and when he came back, he was tugging a little Shudo along with him. He had to pause it. He glanced up at Izuku, who was staring at the toddler just brought on screen. Shudo stared at him too. He was so small. He looked fragile. And his face was unmarred. It was smooth and flawless and even a little chubby. He wasn't sure if he was the same person as that boy for a second. Shudo went to touch at his scar, but Izuku grabbed his hand. And when Shudo met his eyes, they were teary. "Let me do this for you," he insisted. But Shudo shook his head. "I want to see it." Izuku didn't argue. He just turned his attention back to the screen and waited patiently. Meanwhile, his lover breathed deep, in and out, to calm himself. Izuku's scent and the feeling of his skin under his fingertips as he traced the lines of his tattoo was comforting enough to sway him into a state that gave him the strength to click play and resume. Shudo stumbled into the room, barely keeping up, and his father slammed the doors shut behind them. His son gingerly touched at his yanked arm. "I think I hurt something," he mumbled in a tiny voice, squeaky and childish. "You'll feel better after you stretch," Endeavor told him. They spent 8 minutes doing basic stretches before they started. At his father's command, Shudo's fire came out of his left palm in a little plume, then a small flurry from his right. He smiled at his quirk. More exercises were done, like hitting faraway targets with his power or making the biggest flare or ice spike he could. As time wore on, skipping past 33 minutes to be exact, the boy grew tired and worn down, breathing and less enthusiastic. His energy was sapped and his quirk came out weaker. "I'm getting tired," the little boy heaved. "Can we take a break?" "It's only been half an hour," his father gruffed. "Just 5 minutes," his son whimpered back. But Endeavor ignored him, hauling the boy up to his feet. He moved like a rag doll, limp and faltering. "Get up. You can do better." So Shudo did. He pushed himself to keep training. He went through all the equipment again and then some. He worked at his quirk especially, combining his stations with moves with his power. He muscled through 21 minutes of this before collapsing. His father stood over him for a heartbeat or two before nudging him with his foot. "You're not done yet. There's still 40 minutes to lunch." "I can't," little Shudo sobbed. "You can. You're not trying hard enough." The man's flames glowed noticeably brighter and his patience began to wane. "I promise I'm trying." The toddler curled into a ball, holding on to himself. "Get up." His father's roar was accompanied by a hard kick that sent his son sprawling across the wood floor. When he tried to pick himself back up, he fell again and vomited on the floor. He cried harder. Rei suddenly rushed in, gasping at the scene. She hurried to her son, picking him up and wiping him off with a towel that had been within reach. He huddled close to his mother and buried his teary face into her shirt. After securing him in her arms, she stared up at her husband with angry, horrified eyes. "What are you doing?" "He needs to become stronger," Endeavor insisted. "This isn't how you raise a child. He's not a normal child. He's gifted. He needs to learn to use that gift." "You can't teach him like this," she said, bristling, holding Shudo closer. He had his ears covered. "This is wrong. This is the best way, right or wrong?" His wife inhaled sharply, brushing the back of her son's head with gentle fingers. He was cradled to her body and had his arms wrapped around her neck. But Endeavor lunged, tearing them apart. Shudo was grabbed by his arm and he screamed in pain. "Mom!" Fatter tears ran down his face. Rei stood up unsteadily and reached for him, but Endeavor slapped her away. The sound was sickening. Endeavor grabbed her too and threw her out of the room, slamming the door back closed. He set down Shudo and stood in the way of the door as he scampered towards where his mother was. "You're not done, Shudo. You still have much to do here today." The recording paused, the tab minimized. They were brought to his desktop background. Shudo regained his awareness and realized he was still in his office with Izuku, not in the training room. He realized a few other things too. He was crying, he was shaking, his chest was heaving like he hadn't breathed the entire time. His grip on Izuku had tightened too. "I think that's enough," Izuku said quietly. He slowly faced Shudo, careful not to make any sudden movement. His boyfriend, while not entirely aware, was grateful for that. "Are you still here?" Shudo shook his head wildly, trying to keep himself from screaming. He was biting his lips so hard he worried it'd bleed. The villain got up from Shudo's lap and sat on his knees. He swiveled the chair to face him and took one of Shudo's hands in his, pressing them to his chest. "Breathe with me, okay? You can do it," he encouraged softly. He breathed in and out at an even pace, and Shudo did his best to replicate it. The comfort of Izuku's eyes on him, the feeling of his warm hand against his, and the rhythmic pulse of his breathing brought him down back to a more level-headed state. The tears kept running down his face, but less so. Izuku's free hand came up to cup his pale face and wipe the tear tracks away. The pad of his thumb cautiously touched the edges of his scar, where the skin began to rise and shrivel. It brought new tears to Shudo's eyes. "Is that too much?" "I don't know. I won't touch it right now. Do you want me to keep my hand here?" Shudo nodded and sank into the loving touch. So Izuku kept still for Shudo, letting him be calmed in his own time. Whenever his breathing stuttered, Izuku would gently remind him to count between breaths. Whenever a fresh wave of grief crashed over him, Izuku held him in his arms. His heart swelled painfully full for Izuku and all his kindness. "Listen," Izuku whispered. "I'm gonna finish getting that clip, okay? I'll transfer it, you'll eat your soba, then we'll leave." Shudo just grabbed his food and began eating with a subdued expression. Izuku pet his hair lovingly after guiding him to sit on the floor. He took his spot where the hero had been and began moving files around. For minutes later, he was done, and had taken a spot next to his boyfriend. He'd opened the blinds too, upon Shudo's request. They were watching the city together. "How are you feeling?" Slurping up a portion of his soba, he shrugged. "Weird," he answered indifferently. Izuku giggled, not meanly, but almost shyly. "I'm glad you were here to help." "Me too," he said past a mouthful of pork cutlet. They ate until they were only picking scraps out from the bottom of their containers. The noodles definitely helped him calm down. He felt happier with the taste still in his mouth and the content feeling of a full stomach. Izuku's head came to rest on his shoulder while they sat on the floor, and the pleasant warmth of affection radiated at the point of contact. "Your last day out, huh?" Izuku was the first to speak up. Shudo confirmed. "Just a half day? You sure you don't want to spend tomorrow out?" "I'm sure. I don't have much left here. I just wanted to visit a few places before I go." "Want me to come with?" In his peripherals, he caught a playful grin. "Actually, yes. But I'll need help being unnoticed." The grin grew. "I thought you might say that." He hauled his backpack from next to the desk. Once he unzipped it, it was evident that he'd not brought notes, but spare clothes and makeup. "Great," Shudo praised. "We'll stop by a bathroom before we leave the building." He quickly packed up his things, shoving the USB along with his laptop into its bag. He scanned the view of his office and took in the detail. Izuku followed his gaze. "Gonna miss this place?" Shudo hummed thoughtfully, then answered with, "No, not really." It made his boyfriend laugh. He grabbed their trash and headed for the door after adjusting his disguise back on. "Ready to go then?" His hand was reaching for the doorknob and he was expectantly waiting for an answer. He slung his bag around his shoulder. "Yes." The door opened and closed for Shudo for the last time. Shudo changed from his work clothes to the casual outfit Izuku had brought him. The villain had found a way to move his white hair from view, sweeping it under the hoodie he wore, and used the red part to cover the majority of his scar. He was also given a fake pair of glasses to further throw people off. They walked across town together with Shudo leading the way. He first brought them to a cat cafe that Momo and Jair had taken him to for his birthday a year or two ago. Izuku had smugly asked if he was taking him on a date, and Shudo, just as smug, answered yes. They ordered coffee and played with the cats. It was the first time in weeks that he didn't feel stressed. He sat on the floor and dragged little cat toys across the floor. The cats pressed against him, especially his left, and he even laughed as the carefree feeling washed over him along with flurries of cat fur. The second place was the front of the hospital his mother was in. I thought you'd already said goodbye. I did. I just wanted you to get close to meeting her, Shudo said somewhat wistfully. He imagined what it'd be like if he and his mother met. Maybe Izuku would be like his old self again, like before Bakugo f'd everything up. Rei would probably love him, or at least give him a fair chance before judging him. And then he'd meet his siblings. And they'd love him too. It was all wishful thinking for now. You'll meet her later. He intertwined his fingers with Izuku and started to the next destination. But Izuku made a confused sound. Shudo looked back in acknowledgement. Later? He scratched his face nervously. I may have promised my family I'd sneak out to see them for birthdays and holidays. Izuku blinked, shrugged, then skipped next to Shudo. Can I come with you? His eyes were as bright as his smile. Shudo returned it in kind. I'd like you to. Anything for you, Shaochan. He pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. The third place was to the rooftop where Izuku had first kissed him. The building was closed for the day, but the fire escape was easy to climb. It was cold and windy and quiet up there. Exactly how he remembered. Izuku said teasingly. Feeling nostalgic? A little, yeah. He sat himself down with his legs dangling off the edge. Izuku followed suit. He kicked his legs playfully. What did you first think of me, the day we met? The day we met, Shudo echoed. I thought you were insane. The hot summer air swarmed around Shudo, and sweat dampened his skin. Thanks, Izuku said sarcastically. Shudo pulled him to his side. He approached the sound of the commotion. Voices yelling and shouting, they grew louder and louder. I don't think you're insane. I just didn't know you as well as I do now, he mended. He came to the scene. He was met with the sight of a pro-hero he didn't recognize pinned under a villain he also didn't recognize. Well, Izuku said fairly, I did kinda act weird. A knife glinted in the sweltering sun's heat and was poised to stab the hero. Shudo lifted his right hand and shot a blast of ice to the weapon. Its wielder squawked. Doesn't matter to me now. You're different now. And I love you. Ice? Doesn't that mean? The attacker banged his weapon against the ground until it broke free and turned around, revealing a boy his age with eyes as vibrant green as spring grass, with hair to contrast their brightness. Freckles dotted their skin, only blemished by a deep scar scratched along his cheek and deep bags under his eyes. I love you too. Sorry for freaking you out for like a year though, Izuku said nervously. You're... The villain gasped. You're Shudo Todoroki. You were fantastic in the UA sports festivals. I love your quirk. His smile was so bright and real, unlike any smile Shudo had seen. I didn't mind too much, Shudo confessed. If I'm being completely honest, I actually looked forward to our fights a lot. Even before you scheduled them. They were the only fights that weren't boring. Shudo froze up at the sight of this guy's face. He knew he'd never seen him before. He would have remembered someone with a smile that true. But he somehow knew. He knew this guy. He just couldn't recall the details. Yeah. Me too. Everyone else was boring, he scoffed. His boyfriend's chest rumbled with faint laughter. Something about him was so easy to talk to. It's the only explanation he had for why he suddenly started talking to him. What's your name? You really changed it up here. He gestured to the rooftop. Izuku raised his chin proudly. It was that smile again. Deku. You can call me Deku. Good or bad? Izuku looked at him curiously. Shudo's ice crackled in his palm. Deku. You need to leave. Good. Really good. Shudo looked back at him with adoring eyes. Deku stood up. The hero fled, but Deku didn't pursue. The smile turned dark, sinister, almost an alluring smirk. But I'm just getting started, Xiaochin. We should kiss again up here, Izuku suggested. For old time's sake. Okay. Before the words finished leaving his mouth, Izuku was hopping up and bouncing to the center of the roof. Shudo chuckled and followed him. Maybe we should act it out again too. Maybe not. We don't have much time. I still have to go back to my apartment and pack up. Izuku groaned dramatically. We'll just kiss. He pouted cutely and wrapped his arms around Shudo's neck. He was hit with the memory of their first encounter here. It hit even harder when the soft hairs on the back of his neck were stroked. Whenever you want, Shudo said passively. Whenever you want, Xiaochin. I'm waiting, he sang. His voice was enticing. All right, he murmured against his lips. He closed the distance, added pressure, and he kissed him. Immediately Izuku pushed against him and let out a pleased sigh. He tightened his embrace around Shudo's neck, coaxing him closer. His hands rested comfortably on Izuku's waist and they squeezed. Izuku giggled, rearing back before kissing Shudo again. And again. And again. Each one was sweeter than the last. First it was just a quick kiss, then a lingering press of affection, then they were tilting their heads and laughing and smiling. Shudo hesitated, even started to really pull away, then crept his hand up to Izuku's neck and handled him into a kiss one more time. He nipped Izuku's bottom lip, to which he gasped, and Shudo felt a twinge of satisfaction. Just like the first time, Izuku yelped and jumped away when he scalded his tongue. Ow. Sorry. Thought you might appreciate just a little bit of a reenactment. Izuku smiled giddily, looking silly with the tip of his burnt tongue poking out. I did indeed, he purred. Where to next, Sho? The hero took his lover's hand in his and guided him to the fire escape again. My apartment. Shudo didn't do much else at his apartment aside from packing his things. He didn't linger in his living room, his kitchen, or his balcony. But he did slow down when he got to his room. Even if it was plain, he still liked it. It was the one place he didn't have to worry about anything. And it was the comfiest spot he and Izuku had shared. He spread his palm across his blanket. Gonna miss this place? Izuku asked the question the second time that day. Maybe, he murmured. He sat on the edge of his bed. The mattress gave under his weight. I like my bed a lot. It wouldn't hurt to take a blanket or pillow with you, Izuku proposed not so subtly. Shudo huffed a laugh. Despite considering the thought to be a little ridiculous, he took his blanket and stuffed it into a separate bag for itself and a pillow. Everything else fit into one bag. He didn't have many material possessions he wanted to keep with him. It was mostly just clothes as well as his hero costume, in case he ever did need to save someone again. His room looked more or less the same upon completion, aside from the fact that his closet was just about empty and that his bed looked more bare. He didn't have pictures to save, a pet to worry about, or any sort of special thing he'd received as a child. Shudo simply clasped his cases shut, abandoned his laptop on his bed, and stuffed the USB into his briefs pockets again. Where are we off to now? Izuku held the one bag that had his blanket and pillow. It was swung under his arm and kept to his side, regardless of how much it slipped down. Shudo looked around his room one more time, then turned to Izuku. Relief was clear as day on his face as he said, Home. Welcome back, Dabi greeted as the door closed behind them. Shudo saw Dabi sitting at the bar with the dark, clouded man behind it. He wasn't doing much, just seemed to be flipping channels on an old television. It wasn't too clear if he was looking at Shudo or just facing him, but he supposed it was the former since he addressed the hero too. Hello. Hi. We're finally wrapped up. Izuku set the bedding bag on the floor and draped himself over a bar stool dramatically. He dragged me around the city all day. It was awful. Dabi's laughter was scratchy and his face crinkled oddly, but it had a comforting depth to it. So everything's done then? You've decided what you're going to be doing. His eyes darted from one suitcase to the other, then up to his brother. I'm guessing you're staying with us. Yeah. Shudo put his own bag down, flexing his bent fingers. It seems like the best option for me right now. But I promised our family we'd visit for holidays and birthdays. They want you to come with. His brother's blue eyes shone with emotions, but he gave no indication of feeling them. He only nonchalantly leaned into an even more relaxed posture. We can probably do that. Then realization struck his face, and he calmly sat up again. They know then, huh? Shudo decided to take a seat next to Dabi. The man was to his left while Izuku sat a seat apart from his right. He quietly nodded. How'd they take it? They asked a lot of questions, but I think they're the most okay someone could be after news like that. I think it helps that I was calm, but I'm not sure telling them I'd be leaving society forever helped. At least you got to say goodbye, Dabi muttered roughly. I'm grateful for that. He put his hand on the man's shoulder, to which he gave a crooked smile. By then, Izuku had decided to start moving his bags to another place. Shudo guessed he'd be staying with his boyfriend or would receive his own room. What did they say about calling NG's sheet out? Natsuo was eager. Fuyumi and Mom were nervous but eventually sided with us. That means? When Shudo pulled the USB from his pocket, it felt heavier than the whole world. And when he dropped it onto the bar it clacked faintly. The bartender briefly looked over at it, but then went back to the television. Dabi picked it up between his thumb and forefinger. This is it? All of it. Not including the evidence of Bakugu on the other one. An arm came around his shoulders and he was pulled into a hug. It was warmer than a normal hug, but Shudo didn't mind at all. You did great. I don't think anyone could have done better. Realizing it was too hard to find words in the moment, all Shudo did was hug him back. He felt fragile when he got a pat on the back, but in a good way. All right, Dabi said somewhat gently. Now go get some rest. You're probably exhausted. As if on cue, Izuku swung out of the bar's back door, rocking on his feet. He'd changed to pajamas that hung loosely from his body. Shudo began to move off his seat before Dabi grabbed his arm. Wait, he said. We need to get rid of your phone. We'll get you a new one, but that one needs to go. Shudo frowned and took out his phone. He'd never thought much of it, but he'd grown a bit attached to his chat history with Izuku. But, of course, his boyfriend knew how to read his mind. He patted his own phone in his pockets with an assuring smile. Don't worry. I got us right here, Shaochin. Now come on, Izuku encouraged with a wide, sweeping arc of his arm over his head. I'm tired after the field day you just gave me. Shudo shook his head affectionately. He gave his phone to Dabi, leaving him to do with it as he needed. Izuku took his hand and tugged him towards the space behind the bar. Night show. See you in the morning, was the last thing Shudo caught before being pulled along by Izuku. I already unpacked what you'd need just for tonight. You can work on organizing your clothes and stuff in the morning. All right. He was led through hallways and passed by staircases without a second thought until Izuku opened a door that gave way to a room. Presumably, Izuku's room. A few hero posters, some new and some torn and worn, were hung on his wall, and his bed was somewhat neat. On top of everything, Shudo's huge blanket had been thrown on top. The walls were dark but clean. The light to the bathroom was on, where he could see his toothbrush in a cup next to a green one. A set of pajamas was also waiting for him there. You can do what you need to do before coming to bed. Izuku flopped onto the bed, curling into Shudo's poofy blanket. His boyfriend leaned down to kiss him as thanks before making his way to the shower. What exactly was this place? Shudo called to Izuku from the steamy bathroom while he brushed his teeth. I think it was some sort of bar/hotel place or something. There's tons of rooms here, which is convenient for us. They fixed it up on the inside to be comfier and not so drafty. Sometimes I hear them working on the higher floors, Izuku explained from bed. Now hurry up. I've got a surprise for you. Shudo's lips tugged up briefly in an excited smile. He finished up and spat the foamy toothpaste into the sink. Within seconds he was stepping out of the bathroom. He was met by Izuku's big eyes, emphasized by his eye bags, staring up at him from the bed. His shirt was deliberately riding up to show a hint of his warm skin as he lightly scratched at it. It didn't take long for Shudo to get the implication and turn red. Oh. Well, Izuku said quickly, lifting himself up on his elbows, we don't have to. If you're not ready. Shudo stood awkwardly at the foot of the bed. Izuku frowned. I'm sorry. We can just go to sleep. I want to at least try, Shudo interrupted. Izuku blinked at him. And if I don't like it, we can stop, right? The sunshine smile spread across his face. Of course. I just want to let you know how much I love you. Izuku matched his blush, maybe coloring even redder. Shudo clambered into bed, kissing Izuku's cheek. I already know how much you love me, he whispered preciously. A rough palm cupped his cheek and he met green eyes that brimmed with adoration. No, he murmured. You'll never know how much I love you. He returned the kiss with his lips pressed to the corner of Shudo's. I can only hope to show you even half of it. I'm happy with whatever you give me, Izuku. Shudo smiled wholeheartedly. His heart was bursting for this boy. He would do anything for him, and he knew it was the same the other way too. All he could think of was how much he loved Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, Shudo Palace I need help. Izuku, I went out on an errand ADN. Izuku, it's Kaknahi's air. Izuku, I not do this. Izuku, location. Shudo's phone buzzed repeatedly on the bar, loud enough for everyone to hear. He was with his brother and another league member, the lizard he'd met at his first meet, named Spinner, while they talked about a heist they did a while ago. They were sitting in the booths with drinks. Shudo sat and quietly listened with a glass of water. You shouldn't have swerved the car so much, Dabi was saying. It made me nauseous. You try driving when people are shooting at your tires. Spinner sounded genuinely upset, but he wasn't trying to be too mean. Shudo chuckled at their light-hearted argument as he put his drink down and went to get his phone. When he saw the 7 messages, his heart dropped. F-, he hissed. His head whipped around to turn to his brother. Dabi, I need to go out. You can't. It's still light outside. He took a relaxed sip of his drink. No, it's Bakugo. Something bad will happen if I don't help him. He was already getting a spare jacket from his and Izuku's room. The man's brow furrowed in contemplation while his little brother rushed around. He put his glass down on the table with a thud of considerable volume when Shudo reappeared. Both he and Spinner looked towards the sound. The black-haired man let out a hefty sigh. Take the back ways, Dabi instructed, and be careful. Avoid showing your face. Don't lead them back and don't get caught. Thank you, he said gratefully. He was out the door before he could get a response. Shudo followed Izuku's location through alleyways and backstreets. Making sure his hoodie was pulled by the strings tight to his head, he was lucky enough to make it there within 15 minutes. He prayed to whatever god there may be that he wasn't too late. Either fate was on his side or someone up there liked him, because he wasn't. But he was DMN well close to it. Of course, Bakugo was tearing down a building already. It was on its last legs and could be heard creaking, miming, breaking down from a block away, along with explosions that rang sharp and clear in the December air. Where are you? Get out here. His voice was snarly and sneering like in the video he'd watched months ago. Shudo, are you in the building? Shudo, I'm right outside the back. Izuku, I not move. Shudo's heart stuttered anxiously. Shudo, are you stuck? Izuku, no I can't. Izuku, I'm scared. He wasn't sure if he'd ever heard Izuku admit being afraid, at least, not in the present. He must be terrified. Shudo, which floor are you on? I can come get you. Izuku, second. Shudo, okay. I'm coming up. Just hold on. He quickly tucked his phone into his hoodie pocket before carefully rising to a second-floor window on a pillar of ice. He cautiously stepped in, testing his weight, then hurrying to search every room on the level. Izuku? Izuku, I'm here, he yelled. He ducked around every corner and peeked into every room, searching desperately. Bakugo was heading down the stories as he hunted Izuku down, screaming for death to come out, to stop being a PP, to fight him. Here, Shudo finally heard a voice rasp. He screeched to a halt and backtracked to the weak voice. He saw Izuku huddled up in a tiny apartment with his hands over his head and tears tracking down his bowed head. Around one of his arms hung a little plastic bag. Immediately, Shudo came to him. Izuku, he said softly, I can carry you out. Are you okay with me doing that? His boyfriend lifted his face to look at him with watery eyes, and it broke his heart. "Please," he whimpered. "Just get me out of here." Shudo nodded hastily and hoisted him up into his arms, cradling his head and pushing the bag against Izuku's chest. "You'll be okay, I promise." He made a dash for the window he came in through, scrambling faster when he heard oversized boots crashing through the floor above and down to them. "Deku!" He sounded even angrier. "Where the hell?" Bakugu's shouts were interrupted when the ceiling gave way right behind Shudo, and the hero crashed in on the hallway leading to the window. "Who the F?" Again he stopped halfway through his threat, but this time out of shock. Shudo knew that, just for a second, Bakugu had caught a glimpse of his face. "Half and half. Where the f have you, dash?" Shudo took no risks. The moment he was out of the building, he gave everything he had in one icy blast. As he ran away, as fast as he could, the building collapsed around the frozen blast. The crude wall he'd made would hold off Bakugu long enough for them to escape. People were chattering to the scene, but no one saw the couple as they made a panicked getaway through the twisting and turning back ways. It wasn't until they were safe and sound at the base that Shudo stopped running. He sat Izuku down carefully in one of the booth chairs and took his bag off his arm, then collapsed heavily in a breathing mess, throwing his hoodie off to somewhere he didn't care. His lungs burned and his legs ached, but Izuku was safe. That was what mattered. "Izuku!" Toga gasped at the sight, stepping towards him in a careful approach, with Dabi following. "Christ, is he okay?" "Get him some water," Shudo ordered. Toga was quick to scramble over the bar to get a cup. Within seconds, the glass was sliding across the little table to Izuku, who gulped it down gratefully. He took deep breaths, the same way he'd always led Shudo through. Then he was stable. At least, as stable as he could be after something like that. "Can you tell me what happened?" Shudo's thumbs caressed the backs of Izuku's hands comfortingly. "I went to pick up groceries at the meat spot," he explained shakily. Kaken had apparently followed our guy, because he was there. And he saw me and started exploding stuff, but I ran and hid. Toga took the groceries off the table and put them on the bar. Dabi turned the television on quietly. "I'm sorry, Izuku. Can I help you at all?" "I think," he said, then took a deep breath in and out. "I think I just want to take a shower and lie down." "Okay." He kept his arms around Izuku as he shuffled to their room and the jointed bathroom until he heard the shower running. He returned to the bar, now only left to his brother and him, and sat down heavily at the counter. "Well," Dabi spoke up, "you only messed up one thing." "What's that?" Shudo peered at the man from the rim of his cup. He gestured to the TV screen with the remote. "They saw your face." On the screen, a picture of Shudo from about half a year ago was displayed with footage of the scene he'd fled playing in the background. People were taking photos and swarming the frigid wall he'd made. 3 months after the disappearance of the number 4 hero, Shudo, the son of Endeavor, an interesting development has arisen. Number 6 hero, Dynamite, claims to have seen his colleague not only in person, but even helping a villain. "Huh," was all Shudo cared to say. He nearly shattered the glass in hand when they cut to interviewing Bakugu on the scene. "Can you tell us what you saw?" "That Deku was doing some kind of King drag trade or some and I caught him in the King act." His swears were somewhat hilariously censored with a blur over his mouth and a cut in his mic audio. "I start hunting the little down, and when I finally get to him, he's being carried out by none other than King half and half." "Carried out, you say? Do you think it has any relevance to the theories and speculations of hero Shudo and villain Deku's possible affair?" Bakugu laughed harshly, maliciously. "As if that scar-faced idiot does have the King brain to even know love." Okay, that's enough, cats," Kirishima said, suddenly arriving and ushering Bakugu away from the cameras. "Sorry. He's got a lot of emotions about the situation. He's been tracking Deku down for, his whole career now basically. It's probably frustrating to have him right in front of you then taken away by someone who you used to work with." "So you believe him?" Kirishima scratched the back of his head with a sheepish smile. "Of course. I love him. And he's never lied to me." The people around him cooed and he blushed red. Shuto felt a brief twinge of pity for his former coworker. If this really is Shuto, do you have anything to say about the situation? The microphone was pointed towards him expectantly. He blinked owlishly, then turned a serious gaze to the audience. If it's Shuto, then I hope he's alright. Maybe he's being forced to do all this. But if not, dude, I just hope you know you're on the wrong side. The crowd murmured and the cameras flashed extra bright as more pictures were taken. But really, I hope he comes back. He was a good guy, great hero. Totally deserved that number 2 spot. Behind Katsuki, I mean. I'm not going up there if you're not right behind me, AG. Bakugu shouted from off-screen. Again, the people awed. Turn it off, Shuto said flatly. And the room went quiet, besides the sound of water rushing in Izuku's nearby bathroom. When are we finishing this up? We're just about done with editing what we have, Dabi answered. He took a seat next to Shuto. So tomorrow we're recording. It goes up New Year's. 3 days to edit the whole thing? More or less. They stayed in relative silence until the rushing water sound stopped and Shuto dipped his head goodbye to his brother and made his way back to the room. During his little walk, he contemplated the weight of the situation. He was on the news as a person of interest. Not in the same way he'd been covered in a mysterious, disappearing way like over the past 3 months, but a threat to society sort of way. A suspect. And once New Year's came, it'd all be public. After working for, probably about half a year by then, it'd all be over and he'd have to live underground his whole life. Izuku stepped out of the bathroom with a towel around his head and steam billowing out of the tiny room the same moment Shuto sat on the bed. He offered a soothing smile. How do you feel? Better, he said, ruffling his hair with the towel. Shuto chuckled warmly. Lie down with me? He settled down and opened his arms to his boyfriend. Izuku nodded sleepily, threw the towel back into the bathroom, and crawled into bed. He smelled nice, like apples and the scent after raining, and his skin felt extra soft under his. His pajamas were clean too, making him feel less like a villain and more like a normal person. But the scars and eye bags gave it away. I'm so tired of living like this, he grumbled into Shuto's shirt, balling up his fist full of the fabric. Me too, he murmured sympathetically. He pet his damp hair and kissed his skin delicately. But we'll get through it together. Together, Izuku repeated. With you. Shuto pecked his forehead, to which Izuku scrunched up playfully, and his boyfriend smiled affectionately. With me. Tomorrow came sooner than expected. Around lunchtime Dabi had come into their room and, without a word, led them to a room on a higher level. It was spacious, but not as repaired as the first or second floor rooms. Most of it was patched up with sheets or tarp and a draft was still very noticeable, with even some light filtering through the thin attempts to veil the cracks. But Shuto guessed it was also to better hide their location, so no buildings could be seen and referenced through the damage. There was a worn couch in the middle of the mess with a camera pointed towards it, as well as someone he didn't know behind it. The wall farthest from the entrance had a table with multiple wires running across it and behind a laptop. Everything's ready? Dabi talked casually to the stranger. Just waitin' for you, they said, and gestured to the couch. Dabi nodded and sat on the couch heavily. Shuto felt a deadly serious gaze hit him when his brother looked at them from his seat. Don't be afraid to show your scars, he ordered. With that, he rolled his top off and revealed a myriad of scars covering his body, more than Shuto knew. And say everything on your mind. The former hero could hear a certain underlying emotion buried deep in what was being said, but couldn't place it. Are you okay? The worry had hit him like a train, and Dabi just smiled. Right as rain, he assured. His grin seemed a little too big to be comforting, but Shuto decided not to push. The younger pair sat with Dabi on the couch, with Shuto in the middle of the two, and waited for a signal to start talking. They guessed that the thumbs up from the stranger and the steely expression on Dabi's face were it, even if his brother's head was lowered past the camera's view. Shuto kept his expression neutral as the man started to talk. Happy New Year's, he began. Before we start the year though, I'd like to offer some information to the public. As he said that, his uncanny grin spread across his face again. Again, the camera couldn't see, but it had effectively caught Shudo's eye. You're probably shocked to see your hero Shudo after months of disappearance, but he'll explain that in just a bit. For now, we're here to talk about your heroes and how you have frauds among you. Such as Endeavor. He straightened his posture, and his two big grins settled into a laxed smirk. Your number one hero doesn't deserve all that you've given him. If you ask anyone he's worked with, they'll tell you he's an uncaring and rude man. But we're not here to complain about his workplace behavior. This man is guilty of much more. And Shudo suddenly found himself pushed into the spotlight when his brother glanced at him. He breathed in deep and began. My father abused our family consistently, and its effects are still evident to this day, he started slowly. My mother was forced into a marriage with him, sold by her parents for her quirk, and he had children with her only in hopes that her quirk and his would make a child with the power he looked for, my own. He wanted my quirk so he could live vicariously through me. He wanted to surpass all might, but knew he couldn't, so he trained me to be the next number one hero. Before me he had a daughter and 2 sons. He kept me away from them once my quirk manifested to train me, telling me I was above them. At first, I didn't mind the training too much. I missed being with my family, but I was excited to finally spend more time with my father after being so distant for years. But Izuku's hand landed atop his, thumbing gently at the back of his hand in encouragement and comfort. But he began beating me and my mother. He finally got out. Whenever she tried to save me from a kick or a slap, he'd physically beat her into SBMs and I felt responsible. Eventually my mother's mental state plummeted and she poured boiling water over my face, saying my left side reminded me of my father. Along with Izuku petting his hand, he felt another hand, warmer this time, on his back. Shudo breathed shakily. She was put in a mental hospital by my father after that, and I've hated him even more from then on. I've since forgiven my mother for what happened. But the disconnection between my family and I is still deep. I'd only just started to get to know them this year. I reached out to my mother for the first time since then, and my siblings and I were getting closer. But I had to leave them so I could be here right now. I'll never have the chance to have a normal family because of Endeavor. The realization felt painfully real when he said it out loud. It was a harsh pang in his heart that shot him abruptly. He couldn't talk anymore. He looked down at his lap, and Izuku pressed against him in a sort of sideways hug. Meanwhile, Dabi took over again. His sins don't stop at Shudo and his mother. Endeavor's oldest child, Tuya Todoroki, was perhaps his greatest shame. Shudo wondered if that's what Dabi thought of himself as, a shame, just a smear of a hero's name. He would ask later. Endeavor's first child possessed a quirk similar to his own, but stronger. However, its drawback was that it would overheat his son. But Endeavor only pushed Tuya to keep training, and his son was eager to keep learning. Even as the boy's skin burned and seethed, Endeavor's ambition blinded him from the worry it should have brought him. When Shudo was born, Tuya and his siblings were thrown away. He only cared about his youngest son and training him to be the next best hero. His oldest son watched as Shudo was beaten, and cried to his other son and asked why he existed. Shudo wanted to cry for both of them. But he couldn't. He didn't want that to be what was shown to the whole world. So he could only shudder and shake as he held his tears back, trying to lose himself in Izuku's embrace. Tuya eventually faked his death. He burned as hot as he could and ran away. He was presumed dead by his family, but he watched from afar how the years played without him. I know this all well. As a Todoroki, it's only proper for me to stay in the loop with my family's business. If there are any doubts to this fact, I'll be broadcasting the live results of a DNA test I've submitted to be analyzed. I'm sure it'll be a great match. The unnerving smile returned for the rest of his spiel. Endeavor drove me to my villainy and to my crimes. If it were up to me, I'd still be with my family right now, rather than living in the underbelly of this atrocious society you and your heroes have made. You rely on these people to protect you from the very things they've committed. Murders, attacks, abuse, all of which have very likely been done by the very heroes you look up to. The only true hero is one that saves without regards to fame or wealth. But I can tell you and your heroes prefer this thing you've built together. in exchange for saving people and putting themselves in harm's way for the rest of their lives. Their pasts are buried deep from the public, no matter how horrific. It's not just endeavor, Izuku finally spoke up. Shudo lifted himself from his side and withdrew contact. It's dynamite. We knew each other as kids. He gave me the nickname Deku and told me it meant useless. He lorded his powerful quirk over everyone, but me specifically, someone who's quirkless. He was a mean kid and would beat up other kids, and when I tried to stop him, I'd end up being the one who took the punches. He bullied me all throughout my childhood until high school, when he left for UA. During those years, sometimes, Izuku's breath caught in his throat, and Shudo, in turn, became concerned for his boyfriend. The tears were welling up in big green eyes, clinging to his eyelashes and threatening to spill over, and he was shaking with the effort to keep them back. But it was useless when it was finally choked out. Sometimes he would tell me to kill myself so I could get a quirk in my next life, he said in a strained, tight voice. Shudo physically reared. Izuku took a gasping breath and wiped his eyes. I never did, obviously, but it definitely hurt. I didn't see him much after he went to UA, but I still got bullied. And when I did finally see him again, it was when he was marching up my apartment steps to kill some villain that had stolen some convenience store food after throwing them into the building, killing my mother. They showed me their own scars, ones made by your hero Akibara, then died. When Kaken got there, he went after me like he wanted me dead. So I left. And you all declared me a villain based on the Pictan chosen pictures and spliced video clips his agency released. Your bias towards strong quirks has nurtured a world that looks down at the quirkless, and has made my worst fear a living nightmare. He looked down at his hands, and his voice shook with rage. I never wanted to be like this. I wanted to be a hero. I was even learning technology to become one despite being quirkless. But Kaken ripped it away, along with everything that I loved. Shudo had never seen Izuku so angry. Not when he had kissed him and gotten punched, not when they had gotten together on the rooftop, not when Dabi had revealed himself as Tuya and sent Shudo spiraling. Izuku was livid. Your heroes are not people you can trust, Dabi continued for them. There are plenty of other people who have had experiences similar to us. You'll find a folder on the internet with more stories like ours documented and posted with the victim's permission. If you give a DMN about the world around you, look at it. Start giving back to them. Dismantle your heroes. Build up a new society. It's a effing shame that it's come to this, to where villains are telling you what the right thing to do is. Reconsider your standards. Dabi and Shudo looked right at the camera, one set of eyes cold amusement burning in blue, the other, a mismatched pair, was disappointed and distraught. I suppose we've talked long enough. We'll leave you all to sort out the chaos. Happy New Year. May all your heroes burn. The camera clicked off, and Shudo wanted to melt into the floor. He wanted to cry and scream and cheer and sleep all at the same time. He wanted to find a bed and just dissolve. He wanted to be swallowed into another reality, any reality, and not be here. The weight of their tragedies hung heavy over him. Izuku, ever the expressive one, slouched against the back of the couch with a loud groan and his palms pressing against his eyelids. Please tell me we don't have to do another take or anything, he sighed. No. We're done. Dabi stood and pulled his clothes back on, then began to quietly converse with the camera person about editing. Shudo sank into the uncomfortable cushions and shut his eyes. He was content falling asleep right here right now. Hey, Izuku murmured gently, let's go take a nap, yeah? Shudo opened an eye and smiled at him. You always know what I want, he said affectionately. Izuku returned his smile and kissed his forehead. Shudo let himself be tugged up from his seat and be led back. Hey! The couple stopped at Dabi's call. He approached them while the stranger typed and clicked on the laptop. Once in front of Shudo, he opened his arms to offer a hug. You're doing really great. I'm proud of you. Before all the words left his mouth, Shudo was already hugging him back. He could feel the shriveled and dead skin upon contact, but he didn't care. Dabi was hugging him and patting his back just like a big brother. He felt cared for by his family, even if it was just Dabi here. Despite what he just said on camera, he felt grateful for his family. Since when do you give out hugs and tell people you're proud of them? Izuku huffed jokingly. Since you brought my brother here, Dabi quipped back with equal humor. Shudo chuckled warmly, earning a hair ruffle from his brother. When he acted like this, it was hard for Shudo to imagine how he was ever afraid of Dabi hating him. Now go do whatever with Deku. He gets whiny without attention. His arms returned to his sides after a brief goodbye gesture, then went back to the laptop with the stranger. I do not. Izuku pouted, sticking his bottom lip out and crossing his arms. Shudo rolled his eyes and coaxed his boyfriend back before he could jovially complain to Dabi. Sleep, he reminded him. Izuku sighed dramatically. Okay, he droned. Then Shudo was abruptly lifted off the ground and scooped into Izuku's arms. Dabi snorted in the background while his brother sputtered, flustered. Since when can you? Surprise! Izuku beamed bright enough to rival the sun. His freckled skin seemed to glow and his eye bags didn't look so deep. His nose and eyes crinkled cutely with his smile lines. All Shudo did was wrap his arms around Izuku's neck and laughed softly. Only Izuku could make him feel as light as he did after something so emotionally taxing. Shudo made good on his self-promise earlier and collapsed into their bed without a second thought upon entering the room and being put back down. He made a bit of an effort to shimmy under the covers while keeping his face buried in the pillow. Izuku laughed at him until his voice died down into an adoring giggle, then crawled into bed with his lover. Shudo couldn't help the smile creeping onto his face when he felt strong arms slowly wrap around his body and sweet kisses press against the back of his neck. I'm so proud of you, Shudo, Izuku whispered. The warmth of his breath washed over his neck and made him shiver pleasantly. He held one of the hands that wrapped around his waist. You should be proud of yourself too, Izuku. You did amazing, Shudo said, almost half asleep. We both did really great today, Izuku settled. So great that we should just nap the rest of the day away. No dinner, just sleep. I like that, Shudo hummed into the pillows. The boy next to him snuggled closer, effectively spooning him and lulling him into a vulnerable but comfortable mood. You're my everything, Shudo, Izuku breathed against his skin before relaxing against him completely. Mine too, Shudo sleep mumbled, then drifted away into the summery dreams that promised warm weather and a quietness only interrupted by Izuku's gorgeous laughter. This was it. It was New Year's Eve in Mizudafu, and excitement was palpable in the air. There was an enormous crowd in the city. Below, chattering and whooping with bright eyes as the timer on the biggest screen counted down from 10 minutes. The air was bitingly cold, but people below persisted for the sake of delight. While all of them stirred and laughed and cheered, Shudo and Izuku were watching from the roof of the big screen's building, Izuku wearing his old dress shirt and vest while Shudo had one of his boyfriend's hoodies covering his frame. Dabi was with the same stranger from when they recorded to make sure the video went up without a hitch. No one was looking up high enough to notice them, so the two lovers only watched peacefully from the rooftop. From up there, everything seemed soundless, ignoring the whistling wind and whipping of Izuku's yellow backpack strap adjusters. But Shudo didn't mind. With his pinky hooked with Izuku's, nothing really bothered him. He quietly pulled his new phone out and started texting with his free hand. Shudo, you're out of the city, right? Unlisted, yup. Got mom and everything, laughing face. Shudo, thank you again for this. I love you all so much. Unlisted, we love you too. Shouchin. Izuku broke the silence. He looked to his boyfriend from his texts with a happy smile. I have another surprise. Shudo raised an eyebrow. Oh. Izuku sat down and swung his legs off the edge, and Shudo followed suit. So, we're both sick of it here, huh? We can't go out during the day, everyone hates me, and you've given up everything to be here right now. He started bluntly and honestly. The former hero nodded. Just about yes. Well, he said, reaching into his backpack and pulling a photograph out. I had a great idea and asked the League to do me a favor. He handed the picture to Shudo, who straightened it out between his fingers as the wind buffeted it. Once he caught onto the corners, he got a good look at it. A half-built house on a hill with a small town in the background. Shudo squinted at it. It's nice, he said in obvious confusion. Izuku giggled. It's our house. He physically reacted at the words, head jolting up then rapidly turning to face his boyfriend. Our house. He nodded eagerly. I asked the League to make us a place far away from Yuzudafu where we could start our own lives. So, they got some people with construction quirks to go over there, made us some new identities, all that good stuff. A few months after tonight, we'll be living up there together. The town nearby is tiny, but apparently really nice. A few months? How many? Shuto was staring eagerly with huge, shining eyes. The beginnings of a smile were coaxing his lips upwards. To Izuku, it was contagious. We should be there by spring. His hero just about flew to his feet and twirled Izuku around in his arms. You and I, he said in a lovingly hushed voice. You and I. You and I, Izuku confirmed. He cupped Shuto's cheeks and brushed his thumbs against his skin, and God, Shuto felt like the luckiest man ever. He moved in to kiss him, but Izuku pressed a finger between them and tooted. Wait about. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and clicked it on briefly for the time, 7 more minutes. Shuto rolled his eyes but obeyed. He set Izuku back down and they watched the crowd below Mill for about a minute or so. But they turned away when they saw the screens that were televising interviews with the top heroes begin to talk with Bakugo and Endeavor. When it struck 6 more minutes, helicopters started to close in around the area, probably the news doing coverage or heroes watching for villains. Either way, Shuto hoped they didn't see him. Why'd you stop wearing this outfit? Shuto pinched the fancy fabric white sleeve. This outfit? Izuku looked down at himself. Well, I mean, that's obvious, right? No, I'm genuinely curious. I think you look really good in this. Izuku scratched at his reddening cheek abashedly. It's a pretty dumb outfit, he said in a breathy laugh. It's handsome, Shuto argued. Izuku snickered. It's a pain to wash too. Every time I wanted to go out and mess around with you, I had to scrub a bunch of dirt and blood out of this thing. As he kept going, his voice raised in exasperation. Sometimes I just gave up and bought replacements for what I needed, which was super expensive, so I thought it'd be alright to just have a cheap hoodie or whatever I wanted to fight in be my villain costume. So then I didn't have to steal a bunch of money just to go out and do villain stuff. Huh, touchy subject? I hate washing clothes. Izuku's voice was half-hearted, but genuine irritation was clear in it. Shuto kissed his cheek as some sort of apology for reminding him of his terrible struggle. At 4.5 minutes, there was a faint buzz of a phone notification, then Izuku unzipped his backpack again and pulled out 2 pairs of headphones. He gave one of them to Shuto while he scrolled through his phone for something. Shuto didn't know what. What's this for? I made these so that 2 headphones could connect to the audio of one phone, he explained without looking up from his screen. The broadcast will be starting soon. I brought these with us so we could drown out the video. Whatever they've edited together, I don't think we really want to see it. His eyes were anxious when he met Shuto's. Thank you, Izuku. The aforementioned scoffed fondly. When the video started, with Izuku, Shuto, and Dabi sitting on that couch together, they put the headphones over their ears. The noise outside turned into a dull roar, only static. Nothing came through. He waited for Izuku to start doing something. A song started in his ears, and Izuku was tapping his feet along with the beat. It started slow, then quickly gained speed. Shuto wasn't sure if he could consider it a song to do anything to, but Izuku's green eyes deepened into that half-lidded look that Shuto knew very well as he mouthed the words, "Dance with me." And who was Shuto to deny him? They bowed to each other, then took to each other's arms, immediately finding themselves in the position of a dance's start. As the rhythm calmed down and rushed in, back and forth, the two found themselves finding a way to manage. Not just manage, but find themselves completely disconnected to the crumbling world around them. They would spin, dip, step together, anything that felt right. Without any sort of indication of what would come next, the other would know how to follow. Muscle to muscle and toe to toe. Shuto continued to twirl Izuku around on top of the world. The fear has gripped me, but here I go. He caught a glimpse of the video, seeing clips of Dynamite's suit camera being played in front of everyone. He also saw said hero on the interview screen, looking horrified and said, "My heart sinks as I jump up." Shudo's father shared a similar expression, though a little more scared-looking. Satisfaction coursed through him, and he swung Izuku around with new energy. "Your hand grips my hand as my eyes shut." Shudo dipped Izuku as low as he could without dropping him. While the instrumental break played, Izuku wordlessly requested him to let go. He tapped on the hands keeping him up and nodded towards the roof ledge. The video was finishing up, with a URL on screen, most likely to that folder Dabi had mentioned. People were turning to Endeavor, who was in the middle of the crowd, and Bakugu, who was a little bit farther out, but still pinpointable, with all the heads turning to him and the unmistakable bright redness of Kirishima's hair. The instrumental was building back to the lyrics, Shudo could tell, when the video went out and returned to the normally broadcasted news. 5 seconds left until midnight. Izuku quickly turned to Shudo and pulled him closer by his hoodie strings. "Happy New Year's, Shaochin," he said. Shudo didn't hear him, but he figured it out with context. His lips pressed against his in a quick kiss, promising to love him forever against their affection. "I love you so, my lovely." The kiss, the new year, and the jump in the song all occurred simultaneously, and Shudo couldn't help but admire his lover's dedication to making sure the moment would be one he remembered his whole life. "Please don't go, please don't go. I love you so, I love you so." They looked down at the crowd. Their sounds of distress and fraughtness got through the headphones' noise blocking and the music. On the interview screens, the two had a perfect view of their two least favorite people in the world being tormented and criticized and destroyed. On Endeavor's screen, he was the spitting image of pathetic. He had fallen to his knees with his emotions twisting his face, fear being the most dimty, though sadness and anger were in his features too. People were towering above him, pointing to the screens, probably referring to the video, yelling and shouting at him. He looked useless as he stared blankly beyond his place then and there. The triumph curled inside of Shudo, to the point where he flexed and relaxed his hands to exercise his nerves. "Please don't go, please don't go. I love you so, I love you so." Meanwhile, Bakugu was fighting hell. He had more or less the same situation, with people circling him, screaming at him, but he barely paid them any mind. Instead, he was fighting with Kirishima. The swarm of people stood back as their argument escalated. The camera was shaky, but Shudo could tell what was happening. Bakugu was denying everything. The way his arms moved as he talked were like X's, and his hands whipped around sharply. His face was like Endeavor's, scared, sad, infuriated, but his rage was cutting through. Kirishima still faced him, tears streaming down his eyes. Everything he said seemed to stab into Bakugu's heart, as he'd step back, shut his mouth, then snap back with less force than last time. Eventually, Kirishima exploded and tore something off of his neck, then slammed it down. It took Shudo a moment to see what it was, but it became exceedingly clear that it was a promise ring when Bakugu held onto his own around his neck. He didn't go after Kirishima while he stormed away in tears. "Please break my heart." Izuku and Shudo watched in delight as their months of work finally culminated into the scene before them. But it was momentary. The helicopters that had been hovering nearby were shining lights onto them, and before Shudo knew it, he was on screen. Everyone was looking up at him, pointing, shrieking. So he put his arms around Izuku and waited. He kissed his skin gratefully as their escape plan began to play out. The headphones were quickly packed away, and Izuku pressed his boot's charge button with the toe of the right shoe. They whirled powerfully, then they were shot into the air, high and quick, and taking Shudo's breath away. The aircrafts tried to follow them, but Izuku was too fast. The upgrade he'd made over the holidays had made them the best version they could be. His laughter, one Shudo had never heard before, rang into the cold night. It sounded eerily like a villainous take on All Might's, but he paid no mind. He let himself be taken away by Izuku, riding the high of adrenaline and thrills. The whole world was for him and Izuku. "I love you so." 6 months later. Summer winds blew in Shudo's hair calmly and made his loose clothes billow in the breeze's wake. The green and gold blades of grass under him tickled his skin while the last rays of sunlight bathed him in their hot hues and loving warmth. He breathed the fresh air deeply, his chest expanding as far as it could, then exhaled in slow content. "It's perfect," Shudo murmured. Izuku sat next to him in the grass, with his eyes closed as he savored the lasting heat. He nodded lazily, resting his face in his palm happily. Shudo's heart swelled. 3 months ago, when they'd first moved in, he had never imagined he'd get to see Izuku so carefree and happy. But now it was part of their daily routine. They came outside and laid on the hill while the sun set and offered its last light to those who would take it. The world was so gentle to them now, it was almost hard to believe they hadn't spent their whole lives like this. With entirely new identities. Chiharu and Akito Sasaki, newly wedded lovers looking to start anew in the little town of Atake, where everyone knew everyone. Izuku, happily taking the name Chiharu, became a helper of sorts to everyone, and they would give him tips from time to time. He would pitch in with gardening, carrying groceries, any sort of community project, anything. There was always something to do, what with all the children and elders in the village. At first, he'd seemed off-putting with his scars and sunken eyes, but he became known as the sunshine guy who was willing to help with anything. He was fantastic with kids, and everyone loved him. When he came home from work, he would be tired and worn, but happy and grinning like an idiot. The two would go to bed, and Shudo would say the words he knew Izuku wanted to hear all his life. "You're a hero." When he'd first said the words, Izuku had cried happily into his arms, falling asleep with a smile on his face. While Izuku helped around town, Shudo worked at the little library/bookstore they had in town. It was quiet, and his customers were nice. In his free time, whether at home or on slow days at work, he would learn how to become a child psychologist. He took online courses, since the nearest college didn't offer such a course, and he was exceeding in his grades. He wasn't too surprised, but he was still proud of himself. Their appearances had changed somewhat. Izuku was mostly plain enough to fit in anywhere, even if he was now a famous villain, but they still took some precautions. Some, being that he just wore brown contacts. Shudo, on the other hand, had become the disguise master in a turn of events. Not only did he wear golden-colored contacts, he'd gone back to using his glasses completely, and he wore a wig most of the time, a black one that draped over the left side of his face. Still, just to be safe, he put his makeup skills to good use and covered it when he went out. Though he planned to fabricate some sort of story that would make his scar part of Akito, anything so he wouldn't have to hide it. He wasn't so upset at it anymore, and he wanted to embrace it, even if it scared some of the children. Though they did take off their disguises when they were at home or alone, like in the moments like this, where it was just them and the sun. "What are you thinking about?" Izuku hummed slowly, bringing him back to the present. Izuku's fresh green eyes were glowing gold in the fading light as they opened to take in the sight of Shudo's relaxed image. "About us," he answered leisurely. Izuku's sleepy smile grew. "And how are we?" "We're amazing." Izuku leaned down to kiss him, slow and caring, doing nothing else but taking time to love each other. He kept himself over his husband, carding his fingers through his hair and memorizing his every sun-touched feature. Shudo did the same while touching Izuku's scars with too many emotions to name. "We'll have to go back to near Mizudafu soon. Natsuo's birthday will be in a couple of days. He's excited to see us and Tuya after that whole thing a few months ago." "Yeah," was all Izuku said. His eyes were still roaming Shudo's face. So the man under him thread his fingers into the wild curls of the back of his head and pressed them into another kiss, same as the last. Izuku giggled and laughed as their noses brushed and cheeks touched. Then he departed and resumed his appreciation for the sunshine. His eyes closed like he embraced the feeling of his eyelids easing down. "I can't imagine this life without you," he whispered. Another breeze kicked up, and his fluffy hair followed its cascading winds, clinging to it before it wisped away dreamily. Shudo watched in awe of his lover's beauty. "I can't either," he murmured. Shudo, long ago, was not easy to leave an impression on. But through the course of time, the process of knowing someone closer and closer with each passing day, Shudo had had a deep impression carved into him by Izuku Midoriya. By discovering the boy's passions, tragedies, flaws and perfections, Shudo learned more of himself and how to open up to people he wanted to love. His mother, his siblings, and all the new people in his life now, They all knew his love because Izuku had found a way to thaw him into a new person. He felt like the best version of himself with every impression left on him by Izuku, no matter how big or small, and he wanted to stay with him forever. 6 months ago, Shudo and Izuku had made a lasting impression on the world. Whether the movement had died out while they were gone or if the world outside of their pro-hero-less lives had truly changed how they demanded it to, they wouldn't know until they visited the mountain villa again. But they were fine with waiting until then. They'd make new lasting impressions with their lives together.